Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for October 5th, 2023. I would ask you to all please rise and take off your covers if appropriate for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led this morning by Commissioner Danny Tarkanian.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, prior to public comment, I just wanted to make some housekeeping things. Please, those of you in the audience and commissioners, please silence your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt speakers when they come to the podium. When members do come to the podium for public comment, we ask you to please print your name rather than signing it so that we can get a clear understanding of your name. For the record, and then state your name. When we do public comment, your 3 minutes will begin once you state your name. In addition to that, in anticipation of a very long agenda today, we will be breaking for lunch at an undetermined time at this point in time, but we'll probably take an hour and 15 minutes when we do that. And I think that's it. So, okay, we'll go into public comment now. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds. You'll also hear an audible when that occurs, and then you should conclude your comments. The yellow light indicates you have 30 seconds left. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. We have made an exception to that. If you're working and you need to get back to your job, of course, you're certainly welcome to add public comment to an agenda item at that time, understanding that if you do so, then you've forfeited your 3 minutes when that agenda item comes before us later on in the agenda. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record, CFO. At the first meeting in September, there were some things said about my retirement in public comment that were wrong, that I was going to jail and I was corrupt, and those are patently untrue. I'm just retiring normally in December, and over the years, I've heard a lot of personal attacks on Douglas County employees here at public comment, and we never have the chance to respond. I think it's wrong, and I would urge the board to consider changing the policy to take some action on that. I understand people totally have the right to talk about issues, but when it comes to personal attacks on county employees that we just have to sit there and listen to it, I think it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby, and appreciate you correcting the record on that.
Jim Jackson. First, I want to make a comment on attacking individuals. That was just said. In all my comments that I've made to the board, I've never singled out any one of you that I'm taking a shot at. I think the board acts as the board, and you can deal with each other however you feel like it. It's up to me just to bring it to your attention. The second thing is I want to say thank you to our county manager for a fast response to the last time I was here. I was asking about some weed control problems, water control problems, and they had called my house before I even got home from this meeting. So that was an extremely fast response. Now we're just in the waiting to see what happens mode. I guess we got 30 days or whatever it is. So we'll see what happens at the end of that. The next thing that I want to bring up is there's been a lot of talk about the airport, whether it's going to expand, not expand, new management, old management. Well, a comment's been made several times to me that the airport has no plans to expand the runway or to put in a tower yet. And to be honest, I haven't read it. In the master plan, it says both, extend the runway and put in a tower. Somebody's not being honest with us. So that's something I think needs to be cleared up. I was going to go to the airport commissioners meeting or advisory meeting, but they'd canceled it, so I don't have any direct comment from them now. But that's something that has come out. It's been in the paper. I think you need to take action on it. The next thing is painted rock. I assume all of you have seen the latest installment of AJ's books that he sends out. He's gone through quite a bit in there, kind of verifying what everybody is thinking, that nothing really is being done. He puts a lot of blame on the previous county manager, and I don't know for sure, but the impression of the community, the pulse of the community is that nothing really has been done to stop it. That may or may not be true, but I see no real evidence of any real strong efforts to make it stop. I was having lunch or breakfast this morning with several of our neighbors, and for a pulse on what they're thinking, their question to me is to ask you, who do we sue? The county, previous county manager, the BLM, the BIA, when this all goes down? That's just a comment coming from community. The last thing I want to talk about is I noticed in a newsletter that came out that there's an item on the agenda today about the vacation home rentals. There's a meeting up at the lake, I understand, the next one. It seems that it would be more appropriate for that to be discussed where there's a lot more people from the lake that could be involved in the decision that's going to affect them more than it's going to affect us down here in the valley. It just seems strange that that's been pulled out. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I want to make sure that we are having trouble with our monitors. Is that going to cause us a problem as we go forward with this meeting?
Mr. Chairman, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I see we have a team working on it, and as long as you don't find it a distraction, sir, they can continue. And if we need to take a brief recess, they can signal to me. I'll let you know.
I guess my question is, how long do we anticipate this being an issue? Go ahead, please.
Mike Avila, Technology Services. I don't have a good answer for you right now. We're troubleshooting with SOSU, but this does not affect the recording of the audio. It's merely what is being presented from this PC to the monitors.
Commissioners, you ready? You're okay going forward? Okay, I just want to make sure we're, okay, very good, thank you. Okay, we'll continue public comment then.
James McCallum for the record. I just I'm hoping that item G from the consent calendar will be pulled. There was an issue in the Ranchos where a development, the secondary access was never done. And I believe that we should maintain the standard at after 20 homes and not go to 30 homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I stand here in front of you, hopefully on behalf of the entire township. And I don't see Judge Glass in here, but I just wanted to say, for the record, thank you so much for your service, for all the years that you put in as Justice of the Peace of the Tahoe Township. I've known Dick business and personal, and he has been an outstanding judge for the Tahoe Township. I think his representation has been just phenomenal. Him and Mick Morris have done an outstanding job, and hopefully our future judge will do the same. Thank you.
Kim McGarry for the record again. I'm here to public comment on number 7 because I'm not sure if we're going to be able to talk about that, and I'll have the time to let you guys know. But I know you guys are all aware of the flooding that we had, and it took 6 months to prove that the county was not being forthcoming with the real documentations to the county commissioners. Now I thought that we were moving forward. However, the homeowners and I don't agree on a path to rectify the issue. We have asked, as the victims of flooding, that it be rectified as it was written and as it was approved in September of 2003 for the subdivision to be built next to our homes. The homeowners are currently proposing to, and the county is proposing to allow the homeowners to have it moved on their land because they apparently don't like the positioning of said channel. So now that they want it to take a turn, again, instead of coming straight down the hill where it was originally, they want it to take a turn right where it lost the water onto our properties, and then take another turn to link back into the channel, which is ridiculous. I'm not sure why we, as the victims, again, have to keep fighting everyone to do the right thing. Apparently, I live next to a bunch of real selfish people because we just want it fixed as it was written and as it was proved originally. We had over $20,000 damage. We haven't sued anybody yet, but my patience is getting real thin that we're 7 months into this, we're going into another winter, and everybody's just trying to do the wrong thing over and over and over again. So I hope the county knows that if they allow these homeowners to make this change, that they're going to then accept liability for if this water loses control, because instead of going straight down the hill, the homeowners want it to move. And they're trying to make it sound like they're doing it for our benefit, but the reality is a channel is a channel, and if it's built correctly and it's engineered correctly, they shouldn't lose the water. And I'm really tired of the county suggesting to myself and my neighbors that we protect ourselves and we spend more money to build barriers to protect ourselves from the negligence of the channel. As far as I'm concerned, those homeowners chose to buy land with watershed on it, and they should be responsible for managing the water. And if they don't feel that they can manage it properly, then they can take their money and they can build a protective barrier to protect us. We shouldn't have to continually fight everyone and take the loss of our property and take the loss of our damage and just suck it all up and pay for more so that the selfish neighbors that I have can get their way because they were allowed to build a 10,000 square foot worth of buildings on their property. So I hope the county takes this seriously because I'm not standing for anything less than it being rectified as it was written, and neither are my neighbors, and we shouldn't have to because that's what was presented to the public originally, and that was what was agreed upon.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. I just have a couple quick comments. Anybody that has an issue with the Airport Advisory Committee, you're welcome to join our meeting on the 9th of this month. It was moved for some reason, I can't remember offhand, from the 2nd to the 9th. And that's where you can address the committee and have your issues handled there. As far as the master plan, the tower, we had a lot of people talking about the tower and the runway extension. The reason why some of that is in there is that the FAA has a program on grants. If you don't ask for the moon, you don't get grants in other areas. That's the best way to put it. I don't have time to go into all the details. But keep in mind that the runway extensions, if that ever will happen, a tower, if that will ever happen, goes to public vote. So it's not an automatic given. Just because it's in the plan does not mean it has to happen. It's an integrated series of events tied in with FAA grants, so that's not a serious issue. The master plan for the airport is going to be updated soon, and we'll be able to take everybody's comments on that. But keep in mind that those two things specifically, are subject to popular vote or community vote. As far as the PRM goes, the last update was correct. That was the history I came about with the previous county manager. I have seen nothing but a complete 180 turn with the county manager Davison. I just had a recent meeting with her, Commissioner Hales, and Mr. Ritchie and John Erb from Rhodes, and it was a positive meeting, mostly devoted to county communications. One of the things that came up in the strategic meeting that the county held was the most popular comment was the county does not communicate very well, and I think Ms. Hales picked up on that with my last comments here. But the meeting I just had with County Manager Davison was positive, and as I said, I had not received anything from Mr. Cates for over 2 years, and within a few days, Ms. Davison sent me 122 documents. 122 documents that we, the community, had not received. So it's very positive, and I thank you very much for that, Jennifer. And so the next PRM is going to come out soon, very soon, and it will include those mention of those documents. I can't go into all of them, I'm still reading them, but also the current studies that came up from BIA. And so we'll be prepared for comments on that. I just wanted to clear those items up, that the PRM will come out, and with the new county manager, things are looking better. If you have problems with the airport, come to our meeting on the 9th at 6 o'clock in this room. All right. Hey, thanks.
Thank you.
And I signed in, Mark.
Thank you.
My name's AJ Yearsley, for the record. Almost got it.
We're going to get it.
Good morning. My name is Dave Nelson, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Douglas County, not as any group or organization I might belong to. I want to make a point of the VHR initiative. It has nothing to do with the finances or what you're going to discuss in item 5 today. But I want to talk about the First Amendment. There's 5 things in the First Amendment that the people have a right to do. One is to petition the government for redress, and that's what our initiative is doing. The other is the right to free speech. We had a judge decide for us that our free speech can be infringed upon on this issue. We were told that if we were against VHRs in residential neighborhoods, we could not participate in the committee that is going to govern this. I think that is an infringement upon our free speech. Okay, let's talk a little bit about zoning and property rights. The county has failed to enforce their own zoning. Residential neighborhoods should not have commercial activities in them. The county has gone along with this action. Zoning should be enforced, and it hasn't been. So we are reaching out to the people to let them decide whether we want these VHRs, vacation home rentals, short-term rentals, in residential neighborhoods or not. The zoning is very clear. Commercial activity should not be happening in residential neighborhoods. A vacation home rental, a short-term rental, is more like a motel than it is a residence. It is definitely a commercial activity. People are doing it to increase their income. They can rent their houses long-term, but they choose to go short-term because it'll raise more money. And that is on the backs of those people who live next door to these houses. Their freedom of enjoying their home is being infringed upon. Property rights have limits. As a realtor, I cannot advertise that I will only rent to someone with blue eyes and are Caucasian. That is against the law. You have certain rights as property rights, but it's not all inclusive. And when you infringe on your neighbor's rights to his peaceful enjoyment in a residential neighborhood, you are infringing on his rights. We need to put a stop to this, and the county is trying to besmirch us in our efforts, and that is wrong. One of the persons on this committee actually went online and besmirched us, said we were lying about what we were doing. We were not lying. The county approved that initiative, both the clerk and the district attorney's office. And what it said was that there would be zero impact. That's what South Lake Tahoe discovered in their initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
My name is Kirk Walder. While I'm on the Planning Commission, these are my personal views. With the understanding that the VHR item will be postponed, I'll make my comments now. Senator Daniel Moynihan often said, "You are entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Staff has provided an undisputed fact. Eliminating VHRs will cost the county over $1.6 million a year. Another $3.5 million will be lost in funding to Douglas County Visitor Authorities, groups that bolster our essential tourist industry. So over $5 million lost in revenue annually. The agenda item required by state law is designed to ensure that initiatives accurately spell out to our citizens what they will cost. Proponents, in their statement of effect that is required to be printed on every signature page, deceptively and fraudulently claim the cost will be zero. An opinion, not a fact. And their opinion comes with no documentation. I won't go into the details on the many differences between this initiative and Measure T as enacted by the City of South Lake Tahoe, but the key difference, where the revenue impact is great, is that South Lake Tahoe still allows hundreds of VHRs, many in residential areas. Why is the statement of effect and the required cost estimate important? If the description includes misleading and incomplete information, then the signers of the petition may be confused or not make informed decisions. Courts have ruled that the description of effect, quote, cannot fail to identify the material consequences of the initiative's passage. It must be straightforward, succinct, and non-argumentative, and it must not be deceptive or misleading. The statement of effect in this initiative will lead to confusion among the voters to whom the petition is circulated, and it fails to provide the material information needed for those voters to make informed decisions. This is in violation of the rulings in previous Nevada court cases. As such, I believe the initiative before the county is legally insufficient and invalid. There is no way that voters will understand the extent of the initiative's impact from the description of effect. The petition should be withdrawn and refiled, and any signatures collected at this point should be invalid. The board should vote to publicize the actual cost of the initiative and to consider action to invalidate the current petition.
Morning, Dan Ainsworth. I'd like to follow up on both Dave and Kirk's comments here. It's very important that we understand the financial impact of this petition, for sure. But I think it's also important that the public knows how well or not our current ordinance is working. We spent 3 years putting something in place that I think is working pretty well. I'd like Ernie and his team to have an additional agenda item next meeting when the current item 5 is going to be heard. His June 5th presentation was great, but it didn't really go into much detail with respect to complaints before, complaints after, et cetera, i.e. how well is the ordinance working. So I'd request that the county manager and commissioner and team here put together something to explain that to the public. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. We said it before, it's impossible to speak about whole systems without offending people, but we must do what must needs be done. We'll start with an overview, recap of special events, megatrends, current events, bad business, and the strategic planning process. How many people showed up in showed up in the park to support Turkanian Commissioner in putting himself out there for the people? Thank you.
Mr. Gibson, this is not a question.
How many
and answer.
people?
Mr. Gibson, hang on a second.
So we know that Douglas Ritchie showed, but none of the commissioners showed.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Gibson, you're out of order right now. Yes, and you'll get more time, okay? But this is not a question and answer period between you and us. Thank you.
Why don't you
my property abducted and stolen from my personal estate. So that's what's got me wrapped up right now is this appeal. You're going to hear more about the business that they're conducting and their shenanigans here in the near future. I want my time started over. The mega trends. Let's move. Well, first of all, did anybody have a backstage moment with Ringo Starr at State Line? One guy? No VIPs? Well, we're called the Gibson family. We gave you the Les Paul and the British invasion. We were there. Broke as a joke. Spiritually, culturally, and morally, you're broke as a joke. Lost at sea, Douglas County. Ain't got no soul. Megatrends. They're going to bring their boy Donald Trump back. That's their version of spirituality. Trump floats the idea of executing the Joint Chiefs of Chairman, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military brass in this country, being threatened by their business partner, Donald Trump. And they want to bring him back for a third time with his Proud Boy patriots and his Oath Keepers and their movement. Can you believe that? Trump says it's either me or the Constitution. You got to choose. Douglas County Sheriffs hosted him and had them used him as a poster boy to support the militarization of Douglas County Sheriffs. Come and work for us. You can be a military guy. We're going to build Cop City out here for $100 million. We'll train together and have the shoot house and a whole lot of fun. The strategic planning process. Why isn't the JLEC part of the strategic planning process? We know why. In May last year, when the Fed committed us to $40 billion in war in Ukraine, our county commissioners on the same day committed us to a $40 million JLEC facility. They call it a jailhouse. It's Cop City, just like the $90 million Cop City in Georgia. It's a mega trend. They want you in total lockdown. That's their plan, and they're getting filthy rich doing it. Strategic planning process. Douglas County Sheriffs didn't even show up to the last strategic planning process. Neither did social.
Mr. Gibson, we gave you an additional 30 seconds of public comment. We have been timing that. So anyways, please sit down. Your time has expired. I gave you an additional 30 seconds. Would you please sit down? Your time has expired. Would you please sit down? If you continue to disrupt this meeting, then we will ask you to vacate the premises.
Good luck.
Okay?
I'm here to stay. Whether you like it or not.
Any further outbursts and you will be removed from the premises. Thank you. Now, would we like to continue?
Jim Slade. We all know that Douglas County is primarily a conservative area. Individual freedoms, he who governs least governs best, fiscally conservative, anti-tax. In recent years, the county voters have rejected an added nickel a gallon tax on diesel, even though there was an added nickel on gas, and though the added revenues would go towards needed road repairs. They also rejected a quarter-cent sales tax increase to purchase open space, even though all the county commissioners, planning commissioners, Chamber of Commerce, Business Council, and ag groups supported it. And nearly everyone appreciates the open space that we all enjoy. Even though I consider myself a fiscal conservative, I supported both of those small increases because they were both for the greater good of all residents, better roads and open space. The anti-tax forces, however, prevailed. When problems arise, however, those same people come to the county and our taxpayers for financial help, especially when the potential costs are substantial and the money will have to come from county taxes. This is true for a handful of people who have built along a blue line stream and are surprised that it might flood, or an underfunded GID that has flooding and mudslides, or an area in the floodplain of a transient stream where one developer is built in such a way that potential floodwaters then head to another development where the residents were supposed to keep their culverts clear but rarely got around to it. And where is the developer's responsibility in all of these issues? I think the county, of course, should be sympathetic and should help out during an emergency. And I think that emergency services and neighbors go out of their way to help during unforeseen events like floods and fires. The question is, should the county invest large sums of money, often tens of millions of dollars, to help out a handful or even a couple dozen people who perhaps should have been better prepared or had more reserve funds to resolve the issue? One case that I remember clearly was with Sierra Country Estates and their water supply. For the first 20 years of that wealthy subdivision, the developer only asked the landowners to pay their share of the electricity to run the pump, which was negligible. Some of the homes had gorgeous landscaping because the water was nearly free. They put no money whatsoever into reserves in case they had a problem with their water system. Lo and behold, the state came in and said their system was deficient and they were going to shut it down. The county was forced to come in to help and ended up at great cost getting water put into them by including them in the county water system and putting the financial onus on everyone else in that system. The point is this: the county can't bail out every area that has problems, especially when the fixes are incredibly expensive. We have other large expenditures, $35 million for an event center, $70 million for the new JLEC, and untold millions for Muller Parkway. After a while, you're talking about real tax money for a county of only 50,000. You need to keep that in mind.
Couple short statements. Ted Gaines, for the record. First of all, my last meeting I was here, I brought up the fact that our chairman hired our head official. He didn't hire him, he appointed him. I had to go home and get the papers to show that. But when I tried to rebut that, when he made comments, our county manager sat there and shook her head, no, I have no right to talk. He told me I had no right to talk, basically. But the last person in that same meeting that called in, happens to be in this room today on a BLM matter. Him and Mark had a conversation back and forth after he made his comments. So that's preferential treatment, Mr. Chairman. That is, you gave him rights that you're not giving the other people in this room. That's number one. Number two is, I'd like to get some kind of idea. Are you going to hopscotch item 8 and go to 9? Because you said item 8 is not going to be heard till after 1 o'clock. I'm interested in item 9. I want to know if I got to stay here for the full time or I come back after 1 when this is done. I would appreciate that. Now, I have requested Freedom of Information Acts. I have stuff from clear back in October they have never answered. On the 19th, our legal counsel here gave me X amount of days to tell him. I gave him exactly what I was missing. I still ain't got them. Now, on another request I made, they sent me a form or an email saying, go to here, go to there. Well, they have worked on Acela 2 weeks ago. They've eliminated a whole bunch of stuff off of Acela, so we don't have access to anymore. And they want me to go onto Acela and look, they're hiding all the stuff. And I can prove that because I've been copying stuff off of Acela for 4 years. Now, we have legal counsel that came in here and removed sentences trying to get things passed, which I think is an ethics violation for an attorney. We have attorneys that have removed things off deeds and said they're not needed, that this commission, prior commissions, and other people have said they're required. Now, they removed them. They bypassed them. I have 12 NRS violations from community development and our building departments. According to the Contractors Board, them are criminal violations. I have requested the information on the utility department, the losses of money they had. The utility department is Douglas County. I got a letter that says, an email, this is conflict of attorney-client privilege. A commissioner took the paperwork to our district attorney. Our district attorney did the investigation for Douglas County. Why am I not entitled to the information, the $300,000 that the county was running in the red at the same time Tiregate was going on? I'll do more at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, hang on just a second. I did want to answer Mr. Gaines' question regarding the notice item number 8. okay? We have a noticing requirement, as I understand it. Mr. Ritchie, do you want to explain that? Why we can't hear item number 8 until 1 p.m.? I believe that is a noticing requirement that will not allow us to hear that before 1 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, Chairman, Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That's correct. Item 8 is for a time certain because of the noticing that's required under both NRS and our county code. As far as the other items, 9 and 10, I guess 9 can occur at any time. So to Mr. Gaines's question, the item 9 could be heard before item 8, depending on the board's discretion.
So if we're fortunate enough, I don't anticipate it, Mr. Gaines, but if we're fortunate enough to get to item 8 before 1 p.m., then we would wait on item 8 and move forward in the agenda and then come back to item 8 after 1 p.m. But I don't anticipate that we're going to be in that luxury today. Okay, so we do have quite a jam-packed, even though it does seem small, we do have an agenda that is very emotionally packed. I would recognize that. And some far-reaching issues that this board is going to be tackling today. And so I would ask you to all please try to keep calm in that process, okay? Because we understand that we have there's some passionate feelings on both sides of all these issues, okay? In addition to that, I would remind the public that public comment is not a back and forth exchange between the commissioners and the public. So if you have a question that you wish to ask the staff, then you pose that question to the Board of Commissioners, and then the Board of Commissioners will reach out to staff and ask for a clarification on those questions. Okay? So anyways, Commissioner Tarkanian, you had also a comment?
Yeah, so with respect to the VHR initiative and its financial effect, I take exception to what Mr. Walder stated in that these facts are accurate and that you can't dispute them. The way you're going to come about with the financial effect is it's going to have some type of discretion in it, and there's going to be certain type of opinions of what you include or what you don't include. In fact, Commissioner Hales and myself have come up with different numbers based upon how we've included stuff or not. I think before you make, and then I think I take exception with Mr. Strelo being.
I think I don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Tarkanian, but those are items that are potentially going to be coming before the board again, and I think that discussion of those items is out of order at this time because we will be hearing that item, whether it be today or at a later date. So
Yeah.
I want to be very careful about that, okay?
Well, that's the point I was going to make. I think these items should have been, these statements shouldn't be made until this item is discussed. I'm going to finish my public comment on it. Mr. Strela was quoted in the paper today stating there was a certain financial impact on Mr. Oh my God, the guy I love from the, I run blanks on names, I apologize, was quoted to the Parks and Rec stating there were certain financial impacts. I think that all should be determined after there's been public input and the Board of County Commissioners discourse on how we come to those numbers, which will be happening, as you stated, Mr. Chairman, either today or next two Thursdays from now. I take exception with some of the numbers that have come out. I think that my viewpoints should be heard before officials of the, or representatives of the county staff starts making representations to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sensing no further public comment, Mr. Ritchie, you had something you wanted to add?
Do you want to close public comment? This is. Okay.
Yes, I wanted to close public comment. That's why I was asking if you had. Okay, so we'll close public comment, and I am informed that we have an audio-visual problem here. Maybe not an audio problem, but a visual problem, and so we're going to take a break at this time.
Can I make one comment before you go?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. This is not so much as a public comment as clarification on two items. One, whenever there's a public records request, if there's any questions regarding the county's response, you're welcome to speak with staff. In this particular case with Mr. Gaines, I've reached out to him personally. Mr. Gaines, as his right, has made multiple requests for various records. Hundreds of documents have been provided. It's my understanding that Excella has now been opened up to the public. That's why I'm saying this to everyone, that if you have any questions regarding permits, it's available online. However, some records are older. I know they're converting some of those hard copies into electronic records, but if they're physical records that you would like, speak with staff. If you believe you're having any difficulty receiving responses, let me know. Mr. Gaines, as far as your request, I believe the only other item that was outstanding is a request regarding a major variance. Major variances are heard by the Planning Commission. Those records are available online as well, both the minutes and the supporting materials, much like the Board of County Commissioners are. However, if you believe there are any records that you've requested that have not been provided, I'm happy to meet with you and go over each item that you think is missing. Again, if there's any member of the public that believes that they have not received records that they've requested, please speak with staff. And if you believe that staff is not responding adequately, I'm sure the county manager, has been stated, will get on it, and I will as well from the Civil Division of the District Attorney's Office. The county does believe in transparency. We are human though, and there, as Mr. Gaines knows, there were a lot of records he's been looking for, and I'll continue to try and assist him with that. There was also a comment regarding either the legal sufficiency or legal insufficiency of a citizen petition. To be clear, petitions go to the Douglas County Clerk's Office. The county, per se, does not have a position on that. And the District Attorney's Office provides legal advice to an elected official, not to members of the public. Whether the petition contains inaccuracies or is factually accurate, the District Attorney's Office does not weigh in on that. Undoubtedly, there will be some, if the petition goes forward, there'll be a pro and a con committee that will make arguments, and I'm sure all those facts will be hashed out before the public. As far as legal sufficiency, there has been an occasion where a petition, the Douglas County Clerk felt that the petition was insufficient under Nevada law. It's brought before the board agreed, those petitioners sued the county, and that was brought before a judge. That is how the legal sufficiency of a petition is brought forward. To be clear, the District Attorney's Office has not issued a legal opinion as to the accuracy of any petition that may or may not be circulating right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Okay, so I'm informed that we need to take a break in order to try to get our visual portion of that. Mr. Avila, do you have any indication of how long that would need to be? 15? Okay, so we'll resume, we'll recess until 11 o'clock, okay? That's 16 minutes. Thank you. Hey, it's 11 o'clock, so we'll resume, and we have video back. I guess there's been a workaround in regards to that process. Don't you love modern technology? So at this time, public comment is over, and we'll go into the approval of the agenda. It's my understanding that a member of the public and a commissioner has requested that item 5 on our administrative agenda be postponed or tabled until the October 19th meeting at the TRPA headquarters in the Tahoe Township. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda minus item 5. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the agenda be approved as presented with the exclusion of item 5 that will be tabled and moved to October 19th at Lake Tahoe, and that item G be pulled.
That's on the consent calendar, so we will move that when we get to the approval of the consent calendar.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the proposed agenda minus item 5. Under discussion, I believe County Manager Jennifer Davison has something to add to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, for the record. Regarding item 5, I do just want to make an announcement that staff will be updating the information contained in the staff report on that agenda item. The numbers that were used in that staff report were a reflection of this fiscal year's adopted budget. We have since received the unaudited actual numbers from last fiscal year. And so I did advise the chair and members of the commission that we will be looking at updating that financial information, which we did not have ready until today. This delay in hearing this agenda item at a future date will allow us to publish that information this week and will allow the public, staff, and the commission ample time to digest that information. That is partially, I believe, the basis for the request for a continuance. I just wanted to make the public aware of that.
Thank you. Any further discussion by the commissioners? Since no further discussion by the commissioners. Okay.
I have a little discussion.
Okay.
Sorry, a little slow. I am in favor of moving it, and I think it's important that it's good we have actual numbers, and I appreciate that. I want to get those fine-tuned before we do this, and that is why I support this, moving this. I feel that the petition impacts the valley, and that is not, and the lake, both. And not specifically the lake. I mean, in fact, the petition would allow VHRs in the valley. So it impacts the valley. And so I support moving it because I want the county to have sufficient time to be very, very accurate.
Thank you. Any further comments before we? Okay, all those in favor of approving the proposed agenda as presented minus item 5, which will be postponed and tabled until our October 19th meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go into approval of the previous minutes. I will entertain a motion to approve the draft minutes of August 24th, 2023 special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Do I hear a motion? Okay.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the draft minutes of August 24, 2023 special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Any discussion on that? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 on that. We'll now go into the consent calendar. It's my understanding we want to pull item G to the administrative agenda.
Mr. Chairman, can we also pull item H, and I don't need a thorough discussion, just an explanation. But can we put that on the administrative calendar also?
Yes, sir. So would you like to make a motion to that effect, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus H and G, correct? Is G the other one?
G and H, but.
G and H, backwards.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar minus item G and minus item H, which will be moved to the administrative agenda. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion approved 5-0. Okay, so it proves that we can move fairly quickly if we want to. Okay, we're going to go into the administrative agenda. We have three presentations of proclamations, so I'll be coming down to do that down there, and then we will then go into G and H. Yes, okay. So I'm going to go. I think that's on. Right. So anyways, one of the items we have on our regular administrative agenda today is to the appointment of a justice of the peace for the Tahoe Township. And the reason that that's being instigated is because of this ceremonial presentation, Proclamation 2023P-097. So I'll read that into the record. I believe we have Judge Gregory. I thought I saw him here earlier. Did he exit the building? Okay, and we have Miss Bobby Williams also here representing the court administration, right? So, Ms. Williams, if you'd like to come up forward and accept this, I believe you're here to accept this on behalf of Judge Glasson's, so please do so. Okay. Thank you. For those of you that may not know, Bobby Williams is our court administrator. Is that right? Okay. Just want to try to get those titles right. So Proclamation 2023P-097, recognizing Judge Richard Glasson for 23 years of dedicated service to the state of Nevada and Douglas County. Whereas in 1975, Richard Glasson graduated from the University of California, Davis, became licensed to practice law in the state of Nevada following graduation from the McGeorge School of Law. And whereas in 1979, Richard Glasson became licensed to practice law in the state of Nevada following graduation from McGeorge School of Law. And whereas Richard Glasson practiced law as a private attorney in the state of Nevada for 20 years, whereas Richard Glasson has served as both mediator and arbiter for the rural courts in Nevada, whereas Richard Glasson has served in multiple state bar and state Supreme Court committees dealing with issues such as judicial education, ethics, and contempt practices, whereas Richard Glasson has served as president of the Nevada Judges of Limited Jurisdiction, whereas Richard Glasson has promoted the education of staff in the state of Nevada by serving as judicial speaker for the Nevada Association of Court Career Advancement for 20 years, and whereas in 2000, the voters of Douglas County elected Richard Glasson Justice of the Peace, Tahoe Township. In that capacity, Richard Glasson has served as a judge of the Tahoe Justice Court for 23 years, was instrumental in the reorganization of Douglas County's judiciary, leading to the creation of the Judicial Service Department and consolidation of the court clerks, established a community service program to provide offenders with an alternate method of discharging their obligations while benefiting the community and trails of Lake Tahoe. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, that Douglas County recognizes Richard Glasson for 23 years of service to the people of the state of Nevada and Douglas County. We thank you, Judge Glasson. Adopted this 5th day of October 23, signed by myself and attested by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. So, Ms. Williams, on behalf of Judge Glasson, we present you this proclamation. Thank you. You didn't, I think, Ms. Williams, I think they wanted to try to take a picture here.
Oh, I forgot. I know, call me up.
Thank you. Thank you. And unfortunately, he will not be in his courtroom. So I guess because it's no longer his courtroom, right? He retired as of 9 a.m. this morning. So, anyways, so you can't present that in his courtroom, Ms. Williams. So, anyways, I don't know how you're going to get that to him, but I'm sure you'll figure out. And item 2, for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2023P-090, designating the week of October 1st through the 7th, 2023 as National 4-H Week in Douglas County, Nevada. Okay. And we have Ms. Lindsay Chichester and others representing the UNR Extension Office to accept this award today, or proclamation. Proclamation 2023P-090, October 1 through 7, 2023 is National 4-H Week in Douglas County. Whereas the 4-H name and 4-H clover emblem are federal marks protected by 18 USC, that's not the school, right? USC 707. The 4 H's stand for heart, head, heart, hands, and health, and are recited in the 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world. And whereas, following an 1864 Constitution of the state of Nevada calling for the creation of a state university, the University of Nevada, Reno was founded and cooperative extension was formed to bring research-based information from the campus to the outlying communities. And whereas, since 1902, 4-H has provided a world in which youth and adults work together to foster the life skills, including critical thinking, record keeping, public speaking, and civic engagement, developing the life skills that will enable them to become self-directing, productive, and contributing members of society. And whereas in 1938, the university purchased a permanent 4-H campsite at Lake Tahoe, a joint project between Extension, 4-H leaders, farm bureaus, and the Douglas County Commissioners. A year later, the first Nevada Junior Livestock Show was held in Reno. Both continue to provide outstanding educational and social activities for Nevada youth and those from neighboring counties. And whereas Douglas County's 4-H program has a dedicated volunteer base of adult volunteer leaders who give selfishly of their time and knowledge each year to 4-H youth ages 5 through 19 in a variety of project areas such as sheep, swine, goats, beef, poultry, hiking, baking, sewing, horsemanship, shooting sports, teen leadership, and more, all with the ultimate goal of fulfilling the 4-H motto of empowering youth to make the best better as the confident, independent, and resilient leaders of tomorrow. And whereas during October of each year, which is the beginning of 4-H year, the Douglas County 4-H program kicks off its official enrollment event starting with our annual 4-H information night open to all youths 5 to 19 and interested in adult volunteers. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that the week of October 1st through the 7th, 2023 be recognized as National 4-H Week in Douglas County, Nevada, and encourage all of our citizens to recognize 4-H volunteer leaders and their members for the significant impact they have made and continue by empowering youth with the skills they need to lead for our lifetime. Take a deep breath there, right? Okay, adopted this 5th day of October 2023, signed once again by myself and attested by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. Ms. Chichester, do you have any words of wisdom you wish to share with us, or?
Tara and Soda here for
Oh.
professional.
Okay.
All right. Hello, thank you for having us. I'm Terry Ann Sodagi, the 4-H program coordinator for Douglas County. I just want to say thank you guys for the support. 4-H is kicking off the new year. We have information night next week on Tuesday night, followed by a large community fundraiser for 4-H on Saturday, October 14th. And I encourage everybody to come out, see what 4-H is about, deliver the message to youth that you may know. And we're always looking for volunteers too to help encourage and inspire the kids in this community. So thank you all.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Need to wear pink next year.
I know.
Apparently, a lot of people didn't get the memo. Anyways, this next one is always near and dear to my heart, as my wife and I met 34 years ago, and she was diagnosed with breast cancer at that time, and she's now, thank God, a 34-year survivor of breast cancer. So anyways, I'd like to ask all my pink ladies to please come forward as I read this proclamation. And so that's obviously why I wear pink a lot of times during, predominantly dress during October. And I think Ms. Nalder is going to be saying a few words, right? You're going to be saying a few words after? You have a lot of, okay. She's never a lady of short sentences. So anyways, I think we should probably start having just a meeting of Main Street Gardnerville, right? For you to yes, I know. Okay, I divert from this, okay? Anyways, for presentation only, presentation of Proclamation 2023P-098 declaring October 23 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So, whereas breast cancer is the second most commonly diagnosed form of cancer for women in the United States and remains the second leading cause of cancer death among American women, although men can be diagnosed as well. And that is a true fact. I've met several several men that have been diagnosed. Whereas mammography, that's a tough word, mammography, an X-ray of the breast, is recognized as the single most effective method of detecting breast changes long before physical symptoms can be seen or felt. Early detection and improved treatment is believed to have significantly reduced the number of deaths caused by breast cancer. And whereas we recognize that in the United States, most people diagnosed with breast cancer will live for many years, today there are more than 4 million breast cancer survivors in the U.S., more than any other group of cancer survivors. And whereas, as we observe National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we are united in our commitment to ending breast cancer and improving the lives of all those affected by this illness. We applaud the advocates, medical professionals, researchers, and caregivers who dedicate their lives to making progress towards cures. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, on behalf of the citizens and employees of Douglas County, the county commissioners express their sincere continued support to fight breast cancer by declaring October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, adopted this 5th day of October 2023, signed by myself proudly, and also attested by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. And so who's accepting this? We have, okay. So why don't we take a quick moment to allow these ladies to introduce themselves individually, okay? So,
Pamela Litka, for the record, I was diagnosed at 30, 13 years, survived.
Laura Gardner, 34 years.
Robin Farley, was diagnosed in 2014, so I'm an 11-year survivor.
Kathy Kinchelow, I am free of cancer for 9 years.
Sandy Offenstein, I was diagnosed 4 years ago. I've been free now for 4 years.
Christine Mills, 29 months.
okay, now.
Oh, I'm Heidi. I'm with Carson Valley Health, and we're doing a fundraiser with Main Street Gardnerville to benefit our foundation's Cancer Care Center.
Jen Alder with Main Street Gardnerville, and we have recently kicked off our Paint the Town Pink campaign. Our flower committees have transformed the flower baskets and made them into some beautiful pink bowls that are up for sponsorship. Proceeds from those we will donate to our local cancer treatment centers at both Carson Tahoe Hospital and also Carson Valley Health Foundation. And we are doing a co-sponsored event, Bubbles and Bow Ties, on October 15th. It's at the warehouse. Tickets are limited, so I would get yours now. And we have our pink wine walk coming up on October 19th. It's Which Way to the Wine, and it is a pink theme, so we hope you are there. There will be side fundraisers for that as well. Last year, we were able to raise $1,600 in addition to our regular fundraising to go to our cancer treatment centers. And as we know, breast cancer is one of the many cancers that affect our community, so any sort of fundraising we can do in support for our local centers and our cancer treatment centers is something we really take to heart. So thank you for supporting us.
Sideways?
As long as they don't put numbers in front of us, right?
Sounds good. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies, for sitting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. On to the rest of the administrative agenda. I'm going to call an audible here and go to item 4, okay? So that there's a lot of people here that might be interested in item 4. And as I understand it, there are cases coming before the courthouse tomorrow morning, right? So so we should go ahead and dispense with this item as post haste, so they can get on, the individual can get on with their job, and then we'll come, and then after item G, after item 4, we will take a break for lunch and come back and tackle item G and H, and then proceed with the rest of the administrative agenda. Okay? Everybody okay with that? Okay. So we'll go to item 4. For possible action, discussion on the Tahoe Township Justice Court, including but not limited to the appointment of a successor to the vacant Justice of the Peace position to serve the remainder of the unexpired term of the Honorable Richard Glasson pursuant to NRS 245.170, and confirming the compensation will be consistent with Resolution 2017 R-091. This is being presented by our Human Relations Manager, Director, Ms. Wendy Lang. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang from Human Resources for the record. As was stated previously, Richard Glasson has submitted his resignation and has vacated the office of Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace. And on September 21st, following a competitive solicitation of applicants, this board interviewed 3 candidates who had submitted their interest for the position. And so today is your opportunity to deliberate and select and appoint someone to that position. And I'm here happy to answer any questions or help facilitate that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. So as I understand it, we've already heard from the candidates. We've already had the interview process that occurred on September the 17th, was it? 21st, something like that.
September 21st.
First. Okay, so we won't be hearing from the candidates today unless they wish to promote themselves, I suppose, in 3 minutes of public comment. Otherwise, we'll go directly to public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board for action. Is that the appropriate way to do this?
Yes, I believe with your discretion, Chairman, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Anyways, with that then, I suppose what we should do is just go directly to public comment, right? Since we've already had the interviewing process. So anyways, we'll go to public comment. Once again, please turn off your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt the speakers, and we'll entertain public comment at this time.
Check, check with the Citizens Coalition for Justice. I'll take the opportunity to comment on the so-called justice of the peace and my experience with Mark Jackson's JLEC organization and the criminal enterprise they call the Justice Township Court, which is connected to the state line Justice Township Courts. And I'll have you know that what's coming forward is the evidence that shows the maladministrative practices of this county, which I've been subject to since I'm 15 years old. I know their organization better than they know it themselves, and they expect to expand it by means of a $100 million bond by which to bind us into a perpetual bondage to their social engineering schemes. It's not a justice court. They're not justices of the peace. If it were so, then the fruits of justice would be seen in our country. Our country's going down the tubes. You will know them by their fruits. It's not a justice system. They know about the discovery of the law of time and the Natural Law Peace Initiative of 1933, but they won't endorse the Natural Law Peace Initiative because it would be the end of their maladministration fraud. They're getting too rich off of it to do anything progressive, to do anything that they should be doing, like teaching real law. Why aren't the peace officers with the peace plan, the law of time, and the new knowledge going into our schools, hosting roundtable discussions, and teaching kids how to stay out of the system? When I went to school in Douglas County, I never went to the courthouse. I never came to one of these meetings. We never went to the state capitol. They don't want you knowing what's going on with their government schemes. They got it all wrapped up. And they're going to blow it up into a total cop state, police, unprecedented police state at the tune of $100 million. They won't even give you the debt commission or the audit commission minutes without you having to dig for them. They've been holding on to them because they don't want you to know how they tried to screw you in the last meeting. Black magistrate, that's what he is. That's what she is. They're bankers. They're administrative bankers. All they're doing is accounting. They're not interested in your due process. They're not interested in counsel, competent counsel. They're not interested in fairness. The only way they can win is if they cheat, lie, and steal. The only way they can win is if they deface their own charging instruments and fabricate falsehood. The only way they can win is by profiling, targeting, and hunting you to be somebody that you're not. That's the only way they can win, is by cheating. We're bringing it forward. We would have already brought the notice of mass liability forward and have you removed if it wasn't for this appeal and being wrapped up in this process. But it's fine. It's actually a blessing in disguise because it's going to show you all what's really going on in that JLEC facility and in this country at large, because the part contains the whole.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You've exceeded your 3 minutes. Is there any additional public comment in regards to the 3 applicants, the 3 people being considered for this? Please.
Good morning. Is this on? Yeah. Good morning. My name is Ed Andrews. I'm a resident of Zephyr Cove. I had the privilege of listening to the interviews in the last commission meeting, and I was especially impressed by both by two candidates, Mr. Johnson and Cynthia McCudden, who is a close friend of mine. I wanted to just speak out in particular for Cynthia, who is a friend, but I think her track record, her experience is quite extraordinary for this particular job. It's true she was not an attorney in Nevada, but she has been a 25-year practicing attorney in Oregon, founded her own firm. The really important thing, and I've known Cynthia, but I didn't understand all of this, how deep her experience was with exactly the kinds of issues that a justice of the peace handles. She spent most of her time in family law, small claims, child welfare, domestic violence, TROs, temporary restraining orders. These are the bread and butter of what a justice of the peace has to deal with. And a lot of people have great legal educations. They've worked for formidable law firms. Cynthia has too. But I think for a job like this, what you want is somebody who has lived and breathed the kinds of issues with the kinds of people who are going to come forward here. I believe one of the commissioners at the interview process said, there are two people I know and one unknown. I think Cynthia is the unknown, and I would say that's an opportunity here. This is a woman who brings something really, I think, extraordinarily special, and it's an opportunity we shouldn't waste. As I say, I've known Cynthia for a while, a number of years, but I didn't understand just how deep her experience was, and it's perfect for this job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. At the last board meeting, item number 1 was conduct interviews of candidates for the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace. The item was taken out of regular order because it was deemed to be so important, and as Chairman Gardner stated, out of consideration for their time. He added that while each candidate was being interviewed, the other candidates would be sequestered in a separate room so they could not hear the questions in advance, and that the candidates would be interviewed in alphabetical order: Gardner, Johnson, then Moedine. Nearly a half hour after the 10 a.m. start of the meeting, as they prepared to do the interviews, they were informed that Mr. Gardner had not yet arrived. Who arrives late for an interview for a judgeship? He arrived about an hour late and therefore is not sequestered during Mr. Johnson's interview. That should be disqualifying. He never apologized for being so late, never offered any reason, nor did any of the commissioners ask for one, much to the public's disappointment. In response to a question about a difficult problem that he had worked on and to walk the board through his thought process, Mr. Gardner stated, "The toughest deal that we had to deal with was when my daughter decided to go into the Navy. Shit, we didn't want her to do it. We didn't want her to give her life for the community," unquote. Really? That's your thought process? You didn't want your daughter to serve the country even though that was her desire? Any veteran, a great many others, would be appalled by those comments. And to suggest by joining the Navy that she was likely to give her life is offensive and inaccurate. He finished by saying, "She's now a pilot in the Navy. She's doing great, but that's not what I want. Definitely not what her mother wanted." Not one word about how proud they were of her service. When asked about a time when he was involved in settling a disagreement and successfully maintaining a relationship, Mr. Gardner gave an example of his career as a builder. The decisions and the issues that come up, whether it be what toilets to put in or what siding, it's a difficult task, unquote. Whew, that must have been a weighty decision. A disagreement about toilets, and you still managed to maintain a relationship. Amazing. In response to a question about when he learned about his strengths and weaknesses, he finished by saying, being a justice of the peace, the characteristics that you've said about being able to act under pressure and call a timeout and say, hey, slow down, I got to figure out how this thing works. How the hell do we get off base on that? Unquote. Mr. Gardner's interview lasted 20 minutes longer than Mr. Johnson's, not because he was more thorough, but because he was stumbling in his rambling answers. Mr. Johnson, on the other hand, was concise and well-spoken. He talked about his lengthy legal experience in his 18 years as Tahoe Justice Pro Tem. He has had 19 supplemental letters of support. Gardner's had 1. To seriously consider appointing Mr. Gardner would be a travesty and a disservice to the people of Tahoe Township. Mr. Johnson is clearly the best and most prepared candidate and deserves your support.
Additional public comment? Okay. Since no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Nellisad, would you like to weigh in on this? Do you have anything that you wish to?
Yes. I was also struck by the extensive qualifications of Mr. Michael Johnson.
Commissioner Rice.
I have to make a disclosure. 2 of the candidates I consider as friends. I have known them over 20 years. I have seen Mr. Johnson acting as a pro tem justice of the peace. I have served on several committees with Mr. Gardner, and I have to say that my relationship with either one of them have no bearing on my decision today. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, you wish to weigh in on this? One of the 2 of you.
I have some preliminary things, and then I'm ready to share thoughts if that's where we're at. First, I want to disclose that I received a campaign contribution from Mr. Gardner, and that is not technically required because it's already a matter of public record, but I want everyone to know that, to be transparent. Second, I want to say that I don't believe Mr. Gardner listened to the other questions. I believe he is a man of integrity. Third, I want to say that having to feel this responsibility to appoint one of these 3 is very humbling. It is not a comfortable position to assess and compare 3 people who I think would all do a very good job. I respect each of them, and I very much appreciate their sincere willingness to serve the community. So I've approached this carefully and given it a lot of thought, and I just wanted to say I feel very humbled by having to do this. Here are my thoughts on the candidates. I appreciate the strengths of each of them, and the strengths that I see are these. For Miss Mohudin, I don't think I've quite finessed that last name right, but sort of kind of close. Okay. All right. I really like your energy. I really like your sincerity. And I think it's a great strength that you have dealt extensively in family law in matters of highly emotional situations and domestic violence and all of that, I think, is a strength that you bring with your application. Mr. Johnson, extensive preparation for the job, to the point of, for several years, focusing, continuing legal education, which attorneys have to do so many hours of every year on judicial topics. And your knowledge of the position is extensive, having served as pro tem, and also taking a lot of time to consider what the job would be and learn about it and be really ready for it. And finally, perhaps your biggest strength is just your experience in the law for a long time. And I guess also I would say, as has been noted, many, many, many letters of support. Turning to Mr. Gardner, the two, in my opinion, best answers were when I asked you, how would you avoid judicial arrogance? And you referred to faith and family, and then some other things. And to me, that's critical, is having practices in place to make sure that you, as a judge, that you, whoever is appointed, avoids the black robe disease that is more common than anyone would want. The other answer that I really liked is when I asked, how would you impact, how have you seen a life impacted for the better by a justice of the peace? And you gave a very specific answer to that, and I really appreciated that. So, Mr. Gardner, I see your strengths as your long-term, strong community service. And your interpersonal skills, I think you kind of view this position in the same way that I do, that you can do a lot of good as a justice of the peace. So those are the takeaways that I kind of have summed up, having read all the materials and been through the interviews. And I have to say, because we have to do this, sadly, that because of my leaning, and I want to hear what the rest of you would have to say, but because of the extensive preparation, the front runner for me is Mr. Johnson.
So I'm going to concur with the reasons of the strengths of the three candidates, as Commissioner Hells has stated. I think Mr. Gardner's strength is his long standing within the community, his family, the involvement they've had, the relationships, the building of the community. When you're going to be judging items that are coming before him dealing with the Lake Tahoe community, nobody knows that better. And I think what Commissioner Hell said about the other two candidates is very true, and I think I've expressed that to both also. I've had a chance to speak to all three of them. I would like to say, though, there's been some real tough shots taken at Mr. Gardner. One was him not being here on time for his interview, and I asked him about that. As I mentioned, I spoke to all three candidates before the meeting, and he said he was told this item was going to be on the agenda, I think it was number 5, and then it was moved up to number 1, and he was not aware of that, and he got there by 10:30, I think he said. So there was an explanation that I found satisfactory. I would hate to make a decision, be the person making the deciding factor here, because I think all three candidates are extremely good and will do a great job.
So you're not going to express a preference? Okay.
My last line statement.
Okay. And Commissioner Rice, you.
Now that I've given my disclosure, I'm going to disclose my uncomfort having to make this decision. I do not know one of the candidates at all. But two of the candidates I have known for a good number of years, and I know them to both be very upstanding citizens and very knowledgeable in their profession and their craft. This has been a very difficult decision for me. I went to the people who actually have to interface with the Justice of the Peace at the lake. And if to a person, they all recommended that we go with Mr. Johnson. And as uncomfortable as that makes me feel, because I hate choosing between friends, I'm afraid that that's the direction I'm going to have to go.
Okay, so I too am torn on this. I have relationships with the Gardner family. In full disclosure, no relation that I'm aware of or they're aware of. But I too am torn on this. I know that that Ms. Mohedan and the supporters of her have come forward and talked about her extensive service in regards to family law. And then when I talk with other justices of the peace and with other judges and other individuals in the law in the judicial system, it's my understanding that the family law decisions go before the district courts, not the justice of the peace. So that concerns me. That So, anyways, that gets me down to the two individuals, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Gardner, and so. I too share Commissioner Hale's. I'm extremely humbled by this responsibility, I should say, not opportunity, but responsibility. It's not an easy, and something that I never imagined sitting in this chair that I would be responsible for doing. We had the passing of Judge Jones last year, and we were. Struck with an individual that we were able to fill in that position in Mr. Gilbert, who is retiring at the end of this calendar year, or no, the next calendar year, right? Next calendar year. So he will not be running for re-election, and that's the struggle we also have, is that this judgeship is up for re-election in January. I believe filing takes place and the actual election, the primary will take place in, as I understand it, in June, if there are more than two candidates, but we'll go to November of next year if there's only two candidates. So that's what I'm struck with. But anyways, I will. I will accede to the majority of the board here, because I think that we have two excellent candidates in either Michael Johnson or Mr. Gardner. So anyways, Commissioner Noasad, you have your microphone on. You wanted to add something?
I'd like to make a motion. Motion to appoint Michael K. Johnson to serve as Justice of the Peace for the Tahoe Townships through January 5th, 2025, consistent with the NRS 245.170, and confirm the compensation will be consistent with Resolution 2017R-091.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to appoint Michael Johnson to the remaining term of Honorable Richard Glasson pursuant to NRS 245.170, and confirm the compensation to be consistent with Resolution 2017 R-091. Any further discussion, Commissioners? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0 then. Ms. Moheden, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Johnson, thank you for your applications and interest in this. And Mr. Johnson, I guess you, by this vote of this board, assume office and go to work tomorrow morning, right? Today, okay. Do you have anything you wish to share with us in advance of that? I'll let the three applicants comment if they wish to, but Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm really honored and humbled by your decision. I'd like to point out, I'd like to acknowledge that Rick and Cynthia, Mr. Gardner and Ms. Mohuden submitted excellent applications, so much so that I'm sure they made your job difficult in making this selection. I want to thank you for this appointment. The Tahoe Justice Court has an excellent reputation to uphold, and I'm going to do my best to continue that. Thank you.
Ms. Moheden, Mr. Gardner, anything you wish to add? No? Okay.
Just want to say it was a privilege going through this process with you all, and I wish Michael Johnson the best, and congratulations. I think the best candidate, one of the best two candidates succeeded, and I'm happy for you.
Thank you. Once again, thank you all for your participation in this process. I know it's not easy for you, and certainly I hope you appreciate the fact that it's not easy for us either. So anyways, we wish you the best of luck with your future careers. With that, this item is dispensed with, so thank you very much, Ms. Lang, for bringing this forward. And with that, it's my clock is showing 11:51, so we will return at 1 o'clock. Okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, it is 1 o'clock by my computer, so I'll call back into order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for 10/5/2023. Hello, everybody. So, anyways, it's 1 o'clock. So we'll resume our meeting. All 5 commissioners are back in session. And I would remind the audience to please silence their electronic devices so that during public comment, we don't have any interruptions in that regard. And we're going to go back to, revert back to our consent calendar item G that was pulled earlier today and go into that item. Then we'll go into item H, which was also pulled, and then we will proceed with item number, I believe, 6 on our administrative agenda, because item 5 was pulled or tabled until the October 19th meeting. So at this time, item G.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but can I shortchange this and just ask the question I had on this, or do we have to do the whole presentation of item G? Is that mine? Oh, no, I'm H. Okay. So, okay, when we get to H, I'll ask the same question.
Okay. So just a little bit premature, but okay. Item G, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2023-R-089, a resolution adopting changes to Part 2, Division 3, Sections 3.4 and 3.5 of the Douglas County Design Criteria and Improvement Standards, which is the design manual. The change to Section 3.4 will make the design manual match the provisions of the current 2018 International Fire Code regarding secondary access in a development. Revisions to Section 3.5 promote clarity by including the number of feet equivalency to the distance in the table. This is being presented by Ms. Kate Morales O'Neill. How do you like that?
I am so impressed. For the record, Kate Morales O'Neill, Community Development Planning Division. I have to say, since I've been here with Douglas County, every single item I've had on consent has been pulled. So I think I'm on a winning streak. I'm just going to look at it positively. But I'm okay with it being pulled. I think it's important when there's any questions about a consent item that we are able to have that dialogue and give clarity and transparency where we can. So I'm happy. Do you have any specific questions for me, or do you want to know basically how did this come about and why we're bringing this forward? Would you like me to start there?
Sure.
Okay.
That would be good.
So currently we are updating our Appendix B in Title 20. And Appendix B contains all of our adopted codes. And when I say adopted codes, I mean International Fire Code, International Residential Code, International Building Code. So anytime that there's updates, that we address those when we're meeting with different departments. Recently, our Community Development Management team has been meeting with fire. And I was in one of those meetings, and we were reviewing Section D as in dog 107 in the International Fire Code, which is in your packet on page 152, by the way. And I noticed the wording that was noted in that section was much more clearer than describing the residential units in our design manual. And I'm going to refer to it as a design manual, but it's actually called the Douglas County Design Criteria and Improvement Standards Manual. But for simpler terms, I'll refer to it as a design manual. So it's actually not Title 20. In Title 20, we do reference that you have to follow the guidelines in that in our design manual. So in our design manual, I'm going to read how it reads right now, referring to 20, 30 units and secondary access. It says at least 2 means of ingress and egress to county standards shall be provided to serve a subdivision or development of more than 20 single-family residences or units. So I'm going to start there because probably 2 weeks before this meeting, I was talking to AJ, asking if he could clarify to me what units meant. Are we talking about storage units? Are we talking about what in pertaining to this particular code? So when I was reading the description in the fire code, I said the simplest thing that they did is they clarified as dwelling units. So you'll see the new wording that I think is very important in the design criteria is right now, as it reads, would be development of more than 20 single-family attached and or single-family detached units, instead of just saying units alone. So that's where it started in the meeting. I was like, wow, that kind of makes more sense to me than just saying units. Then the 20 and 30, because I've seen that since I've been here. Then I asked another question. Where did 20 units come from? Because to me, the secondary access is driven by fire. It's for public safety. They determine for public safety when they need a secondary access road. And so I thought, well, they seem that's kind of their purview. That makes sense. So I asked the question, well, no one in the room knew at what point our design manual changed or used this language. So AJ gracefully helped me. We went through a lot of documents, previous revisions and updates to the design manual. And as far back as 2003, this language was not in the design manual. In 2007, in early of 2007, the Board of County Commissioners gave direction to create a working group to update Part 2 of the design criteria, which entails these different parts of Part 2, these sections. In the staff report and the minutes from the June meeting in 2007, they did adopt, I'm sorry, I should be more clear. So they did adopt Resolution 2000R-014. And in the staff report and the minutes from that meeting, what was discussed more in that resolution was more about engineering issues and drainage issues. All throughout those documents and minutes, I couldn't find anything about the units, this language that you need 20 units for secondary access. So we kept searching, and from 2007 on is where our design manual changed. But we still don't know the answer of where that came from. Why did that happen? I can only guess, I can make an educated guess that I think growth, density, maybe those were issues. People thought, I think they just need a secondary access, or we don't want more than 20 units, whatever it is, I don't know. But I think for me, I think as far as a justification, secondary access is determined by fire. We're not talking about density, we're talking about secondary access and when do we need one. That's not my purview, that's not engineering's purview, that would be fire and emergency services. And I would trust that they know when that is and when we should have a secondary access. So in working with fire and our meetings with our management team, we felt that this was one that should fall in line with fire because, just to justify 20 for any other reason just doesn't seem, it kind of seems out of bounds. Density and those type of, and growth, or if we only want 20, that seems like that would be better addressed in a master plan amendment or density versus in a fire code and when it is that we need secondary access. So because I asked questions at that meeting, it kind of created this little fireball of research and trying to figure out the best way forward. And we felt due to the language, clearing up the language and aligning with fire, and then also in section 3.4, the table be more clear as far as determining what is 0.25 miles and telling how much feet. So we also wanted that as part of this resolution. So that is the story behind and where this came from.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments, questions, observations?
Yes. Talking about egress and ingress, the fire is a good example. However, if we have to have a mass evacuation, having two outlets would be better. And the 20 units that they talked about when there was only a single, go to one above that, and it becomes a problem getting people out at the same time.
Others? Okay, well,
So I've had some constituents reach out with some concerns, and we heard one this morning from public comment, which is that a second access was not built in a project in the Ranchos, and I've had constituents reach out and say that this is a useful, the 20 amount is useful because it, well, for one thing, it ensures things are built all at once and not left off like that was, and it forces adjoining properties to talk to each other and work together. And there was also density concern, which you've already mentioned. And to my mind, we have a concern about workforce housing in our county, a serious concern about workforce housing. And so in that regard, 30 would be better. But to me, I feel like we need to look at workforce housing sort of comprehensively and have bright minds in the industry come up with incentives that might help us address in some measure that concern. And so I was talking to Eric Nielsen and want to give him credit for this idea, which is, what if we did something like you get 30 if they're deed restricted? And that would truly be more incentivizing of workforce housing than just saying 30. And so all of these concerns led me to think, if this is not a time-sensitive issue, maybe we put it on the list of things that a workforce housing task force could look at and make it part of a more comprehensive approach. So all this rambling to say, I'm not sure what the best thing is to do today.
thank you, Commissioner Hales. I have some I have some big concerns about this, and I don't want to shoot the messenger, so please don't take this personal. I appreciate you looking into this, and I appreciate you bringing forward all the language changes. And in my attitude, there are a lot of language changes that need clarification, and so I think those are important aspects of this particular resolution. However, I don't find that there's any real, there's nothing wrong. We're a fire-prone community, and there's nothing wrong with us having a more stringent fire code or code access code than International Fire Code. I don't want to cede our authority in jurisdiction to another agency. The density issue is supreme to me, and as has already been expressed, there's a lot more required in regards to just fire infrastructure. It's the secondary access provides this infrastructure not only for fire, but sheriff's deputies, access by the residents in the community, and the ability to get in and out. What we appear to be doing here is perhaps extending the length or the density of a cul-de-sac type of situation where there's one way in and one way out. I personally had an issue with when I was a resident of the state of Hawaii, and I lived in Waikoloa Village. And it's considered the largest cul-de-sac in the world because even though it's a community of about 1,000, 1,500 homes, it only has one access in and out. And so increasing the density really concerns me. I'm also concerned about the unintended consequences of this, okay? And so I think it does need more study. And I don't see any benefit to the county on this. I see benefit to the developers. I don't see any benefit to the county. So for those reasons, I'm inclined to not support this as it is today. Like I said, I like all the wording other than that. If we could look at this at a future date, of course, we're going to hear from public comment. We're going to hear from the commissioners again, but that's kind of the direction I'm leaning on this particular issue. So anyways, commissioners, anything else that you wish to add?
I'm just going to add real quick. I agree with the speaker and her rationale for doing this. If we want to have a stricter requirement, we should be doing it in a different area here, not through an area that is dealing with the International Fire Code.
Okay. If there's no further question, Mr. Delaire.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Delaire, for the record, Community Development Director. So this requirement is the only place you'll find it in our county code. We do not have it in our county code, and we are working on Appendix B, which would amend the International Fire Code. And the fire department is waiting on our team right now to get them a copy of what we want to change our Appendix B to, and then they're going to add their regulations to that. And if you guys are going to support the 20 units, then we need to do an amendment to that Appendix B to these sections of the fire code to make sure that the fire code is amended in Douglas County to complement what we have in our design criteria. And that's why we're here today, is to find out what that number is. Is it 20 or 30? The other sections also that have been added since 1997, in 1997, the fire chief was given the authority in the fire code to determine when and where those alternate accesses were. And in 2003, the code changed. In 2007, it was incorporated into our design standards, and it was still a conflict. 20 years later, it conflicts again today, and we deal with this quite often, and that's why we're here today, is to get that clarity. So with the direction from you today, we're hoping that we will come back with an amendment then in Appendix B stating that we're adjusting the fire code. And then that's what we'll propose to the fire department. So we wanted clarification from this body on what the need is. So the density issues that you're bringing up, it still has to comply with the density in the zoning that they have, whatever they're building to. So the 20 units is irrelevant as far as the density in my mind, but you still have to meet that density criteria in our zoning districts. So anyway, those are my 2 cents.
If I may, again, Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. Tom snuck up on my blind side. I didn't know he was there. Thank you, Tom, for that assist. I just want to reiterate, too, and I think it's really important that, again, we're talking about secondary access and the International Fire Code, and we're not talking about density. I just think that we have to be careful where they're not blurring the lines of where this could be addressed, because I agree with everything, Commissioner Hale said, Commissioner Noah said, Commissioner Gardner. I think this is something we could discuss, and how do we address workforce housing, but I think we're getting, kind of out of bounds on this particular, when do we need a secondary access? Because it still sounds like we are utilizing this section to control density. And I guess that's where my disconnect is, where I think it could be addressed elsewhere versus amending the fire code, as they really are, I would assume, are experts in knowing when that would be needed based on experience and, tests and, research and everything that comes with. But I understand the importance I get all that. I just am not sure. I just want to make sure that we're clear moving forward, not to try to blur the lines too much. That's all.
So I appreciate those comments. I don't like the ambiguity or the inconsistency of codes, okay? And that's a conundrum for us. You're saying in our Title 20, in our building codes, we require a secondary access for 20 units, and yet in the International Fire Code or in the Fire Code, it's 30 units. Is that what you're telling me? And so we have an inconsistency and a contradiction there between the two. We need to somehow come to a meeting of the minds to combine those two. I agree with that process. I would contend that it needs to remain at the 20 level, and further definition of what a unit is important to me, so that we don't have an ambiguity there, and we don't have community development or the planning department making that determination at the desk on the second floor. Okay, that's important to me. So we need to clear up those, and so if you wanted to bring something back that would clarify that better and put it at the 20, then I can see going forward with this. But right now, I have some serious doubts whether or not I want to do that.
Yeah, Tom Delaire for the record. Just one clarification is it's our Douglas County Design Criteria and Improvement Standards. It's not the Title 20. It's not in Title 20 today.
Where have we been taking the secondary access road definition from, Tom, that requires us to require a secondary access road after 20?
It's the secondary access is I don't know if it's in the Title 20. I can't remember a specific. I don't think it is. It's just in this. It's in Section 3.4 that we prepared a revision to for 20 units. The Fire Code, which we have adopted as well, is where it shows the 30 units. So there is a conflict, but it's between the design criteria and the International Fire Code. That's the issue, and the crux of this issue is that. So what we're looking for is some direction that we can modify the Fire Code in Appendix B to change that number from 30 to 20, and that's what we'll propose to the fire department. But that way, at least it's in code, and it'll be in the Fire Code, which is what all the other areas north of us are doing, is the fire department makes that determination, and it wasn't based on the 20 units for that secondary access. So based on a traffic analysis.
And if I could help with some clarification, as I mentioned earlier, in Title 20 itself, one of our codes, I don't have that in front of me, does say that we have to follow our design criteria improvement standards. So that statement is in Title 20, but the design criteria, that's why we didn't go through Planning Commission, because it's not a code. The design criteria is not code. So that's where I just wanted to clarify where you're trying to.
Okay, no, I appreciate that clarification. So basically, our Title 20 points us to the design and criteria code, and our design and criteria code says 20 units, right? Okay, so that's where that comes. So, anyways, and I prefer to stay there. So, that's my opinion. Anyways,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Noasad.
All right, I'm going to set a scenario. You have a development of 20 units, buildings, whatever you want to call them. There are people living there. And they only got one way in and one way out. And if the fire comes from the direction of the only way out, we're going to have some problems. So I would make a recommendation that no matter what, no matter how big this thing is, you must have a secondary access.
Okay. Ready to go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment. Once again, please silence your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt you, or you don't get interrupted. Please print your name and then state your name for the record, and then we'll begin your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Nilsson for the record, town manager of Gardnerville, but I'm not here in that capacity. The town board hasn't reviewed this. Previously, I was the county engineer, and I just want to let the board know this is my favorite section of code out of all the hundreds of pages of code in Douglas County. Just some things, and I'm blessed today that Mimi Moss, the retired community development director, is here, so if my memory's not right, her memory's still sharp, she'll correct me. There are advantages, significant advantages to this section of code. First of all, as Ms. Hale said, this does require developers to come and bring their regional improvements up front. For instance, Rancho Sierra is a large development in the Gardnerville Ranchos, and I don't remember how many homes, but they had to improve a collector road, Dressler Road, 1.5 miles to get secondary access. They were going to build their first 20 homes, bring that 1.5 miles in. They said, we don't want to ask for any variances. We know the county commission's not into granting variances this time, so we're going to get this up front. You waive that, it's harder to get those regional improvements up front. I have one development, I wasn't aware until I spoke with Ms. Morales this morning that this was changed in 2007. But I do have a development, the ranch at Gardnerville or Hayborn Meadows, that right now has 300 units that only have Gilman Road. That's their only way out. They have to build zero lien at some point. What if they go bankrupt? What if they walk? What if they don't complete zero lien? That's their secondary access. So I got 300 homes on one access. Number two, it does facilitate, makes developers work together, makes property owners work together. Valley Knolls in North County, they had no access to Center Street in Carson City off the back sides of their development. They came and they tried to get a variance to have everything out on Sunridge Drive. Staff said, no, you need that secondary access. It forced them to deal with Big George Ventures, which was their neighbor. They agreed, they bargained, they paid, they got their secondary access to Center Street. So that's another thing. It requires developers to work with their neighbors. And third is to limit density. And this does not say it's 20 because of fire code. It doesn't say it's 20 because of access. It is just 20. And this does help limit density. I have a parcel of 4.5 acres north of the Gardnerville Elementary School that was just submitted for development. They proposed 20 units. 20 units meets the surrounding density of the adjacent properties. No problem. 30 maybe, but as this has changed, it says 30 single-family attached or single-family detached residences. What are apartments now? Before we included apartments as units. Technically, with that being multifamily, they could now go up to 62 units because this was changed to say attached single-family and or attached. So I think that for regional improvements, facilitating coordination and limiting density, this is absolutely critical to keep it the way it is. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
James McCallop for the record, and I'm Vice Chairman of the Gardnerville Ranchos, though I'm not representing the board at this time. I think as all of us that represent the people, whether it's on the Board of County Commissioners or GID, public safety has to be the first concern. That comes before almost anything, well, it comes before anything else. We have had and will continue to have evacuations in Douglas County. It's just a fact of living here. It's a high fire area, and other places there's flood problems. We have to sometimes evacuate. The purpose, I always felt the purpose of this 20 was that the developer starts saying he's going to build 50 homes. He can start his development. He can build the 20. But with the 21st home, he had to have the secondary access. This keeps one from what happened in Rain Shadow, which was the secondary access, I believe was never built. Money supposedly was changed hands. I don't know if the money was returned or what happened with that. That's kind of before my time. I don't know how much it changes density. It just sort of changes timing more than anything. You know, yeah, if it's only a 20 house development, then you could say density, but normally it's bigger than that, and you're talking about the timing. Get that done. You've got to build your 20, you can have your model homes, you can be open for business, but with the 21st home, you build the secondary access. I think that this measure should be defeated. I think should maintain the safety standards that have been around as long as at least I've been looking at developments and as I look at them in my district and around the county. Thank you.
Jason Gibson, Gardnerville Rancho Watch. Want to take the opportunity to reflect the obvious that despite the will of the people that their city elect would keep Douglas County rural, Douglas County is a total commercial zone. There's not a single quadrant in Douglas County that's not over-commercialized. We live in the Ranchos. Langley Drive is a non-stop commercial byway. Law enforcement won't enforce the code. We've got signs on both ends of Langley Drive that say no commercial activity unless delivery. You've got non-stop monster trucks running down our road, killing our pets, violating a peace. We spent 40 years building that place out there. And they're not just monster trucks. They got mufflers on them, fast cars, you name it. They're just hauling ass. And it's the same thing all throughout the Ranchos. And we brought it up to Douglas County Sheriffs, and they won't do a damn thing about it. And neither will the Board of County Commissioners. They just want that money. Every sector of Douglas County is being commercialized. And now they're bringing in big money out of Sacramento, $1 billion investment at SGR to bring in more tourism on top of tourism. They've got no plan. The strategic planning process is just nothing but a slapstick Post-it note on a poster board, a pep rally for government. There's no genuine public input or a public poll to find out what people are really thinking. So over 45,000 residents don't even know what's happening. They're either too busy, or they're afraid of their own government, or they're too lazy and rich in their armchairs to get off their arse and do anything about what's going on in this county. And these guys up here, they could care less. They're like, well, we'll be gone by the time all that's happening.
Hang on, we're not done yet.
Ted Gaines. I have been to, is it Linda? Kate mentioned a minute ago about the safety of the people. Mark has mentioned safety of the people. Most of your codes start off with the safety of the people. The ICC starts off, we need to be with the safety of the people. I have been to a few of the fire department meetings. They are concerned with the safety of the people. Tom DeLera, the county wants to change, make you guys talk to the fire department to make changes in this. I don't see that. I think you need to change the criteria in the development because the safety of the people is the most important than anything. And it should be U5's foremost thing. You represent the people out here, you need to protect the people out here. So I disagree with Tom, I believe. I'm missing part of this and stuff, but like I say, every meeting I've been to with the fire department, they have showed in feelings, expressions. I was at a meeting with Tom, Doug, and a whole bunch of them, and it was fired up. There was a little bit of loud voices going on in that meeting, but it was because the fire department cares about the county. So that needs to be looked at in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mimi Moss. I worked for the county in 1994 through 1998 for 24 years, and in those 24 years, we applied the 20-unit dwelling unit limit on cul-de-sacs. Don't let the engineers tell you how to do it. The fire department, at least what I remember is it was a requirement from the fire department. It was originally in the development code that was adopted in the 80s that I applied for, used in the 90s. And it hasn't been changed since then. There's no reason to change it. There's no justification, whether it's consistent with International Fire Code or not. It's what the community wanted at the time, and there's been no change. If there's anything, it should be more restrictive now. The 20 unit should remain. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Okay, since you no additional public comment, I'll bring it back. Mr. Hames, you had something you wished to add?
I just wanted to clarify the history of the design manual. It was initially, the requirement was not based on number. It just said that you needed 2 points of access unless there was a cul-de-sac. And then after the working group was assembled in 2007, when the design manual was updated, that's when the 20-unit requirement was added, and the cul-de-sac requirement was removed. So now it's just based on number, and that's 20. And just to kind of clarify. And then I did want to also suggest, based on what I've heard from the board, it doesn't sound like the board is inclined to pass the resolution. However, I did gather that the board wanted us to come back possibly with a ordinance to change the fire code, coupled with maybe a revised version of this resolution. And so we were hoping to get a little guidance from the board on what specifically the board wanted us to bring back at a later date. Specifically, I think we're clear on the 20, but the other aspect of this resolution was a refinement of the definition of what was written before. It used to say 20 single-family residences or units, and the question arose specifically, did single-family modify just residences, and therefore anything else that was a unit didn't have to be a single-family unit? Or, and that's where we got into it with storage units. If I want to put in 40 storage units, do I need 2 points of access even though nobody lives there? And so that's why we reworded that portion of the resolution so that it would be clear this is referring to single-family units, attached or detached, because our code allows for both. And so on that point, I know there was also some public comment about whether that should be expanded beyond what it was originally, where here it was limited to single family. I think some of the comment that we heard today was that maybe that ought to be expanded to multifamily, which traditionally this is not applied to. And so just on that topic, a little guidance would be appreciated.
I've asked now.
Thank you, Mr. Hames. Danny had, Commissioner Tarkanian had something else to share.
I mean, I wish I would have before you already concluded the decision by the board, Mr. Hames. I just had one statement, then a couple questions. The statement is, everybody on this board is concerned about the safety of the community, as are the people here in this audience. But all through society, you weigh a benefit of the cost to have that safety, and if there is enough benefit for that expended cost. This board right here voted, I believe it was unanimous, not to have fire sprinklers in mobile homes and in homes that were a certain distance from the fire sprinkler system because of the cost of the homes and how it would preclude people to have home ownership. Now, if you want to go just public safety, you'd say, hell, you need to have fire sprinklers everywhere. I mean, who cares if they can't afford a home? So, there is a basis to it. I get my question, I'm not understanding why 20 is more safe than 30. Maybe Commissioner Norsad's right, we should have them everywhere. But if you have them everywhere, then what's the cost of the homes that are going up and so forth? I don't have an answer to all that. That's not my big deal. I wanted to make that statement. My question is this, and I'm a little confused because I've heard this in some other issues. The International Fire Code, do we have to follow that, the county board?
AJ Hames, for the record, we do because we've adopted it.
Okay, so, and I assume we have to follow where it can't get more expansive, but it can get more restrictive.
We can amend it however we deem fit. So currently we've adopted the 2018 International Fire Code, and then there are a number of amendments which are listed in our Appendix B to Title 20, and they vary in the type of amendments that they are.
So if we wanted to, we can say we don't want one unless there's 40 residences.
We could.
Okay. All right, that was all I had. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Nosed.
Yes. I sort of like to show you the chain of command around here. County manager reports to us. Who do we report to? All of you out there. Your public safety, your safety is tantamount to us. It seems like we're lost in a quagmire of title this, title that, it's in here. Tell you what, rather than do that, every time if somebody wants to build here, the requirement is you will have 2 entrances and exits, period. That's easy for us to do. We can do that. So I think that's the answer to this problem.
Okay. Ms. Davidson, did you have something you wish to share?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I do just want to take a step back from this situation. I think this has been a very healthy conversation for this board to have, and a really important critical thinking conversation that has been brought forward to your attention, driven by county staff. What the nature of county code is it gets adopted and is amended over time. It evolves. The International Fire Code does the same thing. It's evolving over time. Our design standards are evolving over time. And we sometimes consider our decisions in a vacuum and are making changes to those documents independent of each other, which at times can create conflict and make it difficult for members of the public and county staff to determine what rule applies and where I have to go reference X, Y, and Z. And so I do just want to take a moment to say thank you to the team. Regardless of the complexity of this issue, I think it's an important conversation for us to have, and one that we're going to be having more of as we dig further into Title 20 and our design standards. We're only on the appendices right now, folks. And anyway, I just do want to take a moment to commend the team. That it's hard to bring these types of conversations forward, and I do think these are good discussions for us to have. I don't think staff are necessarily advocating one way or another. I believe what they're doing is bringing to your attention a standard that has been set by the commission that is different from the fire code. And do you wish to have this standard continue in place in the future, or do we want to reconsider it? And I don't know a better time to have this conversation than when we're diving into each of these sections of county code and specifically these appendices. So I just did want to take a moment to thank the team for this. And please know more of these conversations are going to come. We have a lot of work to do on Title 20 and our design standards. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hames, I want to make the same observation that Commissioner Tarkanian made, is that you kind of indicated that you feel like this board has already made a decision when we haven't had a motion before us yet. So, but I do understand the need for staff to have some indication from us, either way we go with this, as to where we want to go with this in the future. So I appreciate that also. So without further, if there's any other comments from the commissioners, otherwise I'll entertain a motion. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Hales?
Sorry, no motion.
No motion.
Just, my apologies. I feel like I need to dig in a little deeper before I'm ready to do anything with this. My personal preference would be just to wait and take it up. Sorry, that's not fun for anyone, but I feel like there's more I need to learn.
Okay. If we don't have a motion, then basically the resolution as it stands now fails, right? But you are then given direction by us on where the feelings of us. Mr. Ritchie, what's your take on that?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. To step back a little bit, just for clarity, when we discuss precedents, there's the Constitution, there's Nevada revised statutes, then there's county code. And below that are these design manuals, which are design standards which are adopted by resolution. I think what Mr. Hames was saying is, look, staff has found this inconsistency. Currently, the International Fire Code as adopted by the board, it's 30, sorry. I get them mixed up. 30. They were going to try and fix the design to match that. If you do not take any action, the code stays. And so what I think AJ was saying is if you want to go this way, we're going to have to bring forward a change to county code to address this particular provision in the International Fire Code. So the board can wait, but you need to understand that in this level of precedence, right now, the county code as drafted, it's 30.
just had a legal question with you. If you have to adopt the county code, I mean, we've adopted the International Fire Code, but we can vote to change it. How do we have it different now if we haven't voted to change it yet?
Well, Doug Ritchie for the record. I think if I understand your question, if you don't change it, the code is 30. If you want to change it, which you can do.
That's exactly my point. If we don't vote, then it's got to go back to 30 because we haven't voted to change it to 20.
Yeah. Notwithstanding the inconsistency in the design manual, the code says 30.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion.
No, not yet.
I'm going to step outside my, I'm going to step outside and I generally do not make motions, but
As soon as I get done.
I'm going to make a motion in this case. I move that we deny Resolution 2023-R089 and ask staff to bring back to us a change to county code that would change it and make it consistent, 20 to consistent with our design criteria and improvement standards design manual.
Can I make an amendment to that motion? And I'm not
I
exactly.
haven't had a second yet on my motion. Okay, now you can make a, now you can make
Okay,
an
I'm just
amendment.
trying to get what you guys want. You guys want that language in with the residents as opposed to the units. Can we add your motion where we include that language clarifying that?
Absolutely. I will accede to that. Sure. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments on that? My motion is to deny Resolution 2023-R089 and ask staff to bring us back a change to Title 20 code that clarifies the design and criteria improvement standards that we currently have at 20, okay, homes, residences is what, is that what?
I just said we would approve the changing of the word from units to residents. Is that correct? Or is that what you wanted? And then we would deny the 20, no, then we'd do whatever else you said.
Okay,
All right.
Commissioner Nolasad.
It just baffles me that we can sit here stuck in the marsh of infinitesimal nothingness and complications of changing this and that and this and that when we should now put in place something that will work all the time. There's no question about the number of people that you need in other houses you need to protect the public. We need to say it in our code, and we can put it in the code. 2 exits, period. If you want to build 20 now, you're still going to put in the dadgum exit. Don't kowtow to the developers.
Commissioner Nolasad, I understand what you're saying, and I understand your concerns, but any planned development for developers is above 5 units, and I don't know that a secondary access is necessary for 5 units. I think that from 2007 to the current, the 2 exits, 2 access points for up to 20 homes has met our needs within the community. I don't like the expansion of that to 30, as is an international fire code. So that's all I'm suggesting, is that we clarify the difference between our county code, which points to our design criteria and improvement standards, and keeps it consistent with the 20. That's what I'm asking and suggesting in my motion. Commissioner Hales, you seem to, it looks like you have a question in your mind. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and we've had discussion, and a second by Commissioner Turkanian. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favor of my motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so it passes 3-2. Thank you. Now, do you have some direction, Ms. Morales and Mr. Hames? Does that give you clarification or not?
Kate Morales O'Neill, for the record. You failed me, but I'm still on a winning streak. I just want to say that with my consent items. Yes, so I believe we still, even though this is denied, we still would need to amend Appendix B in the fire code so that we would bring back, I believe, to the Planning Commission, and then to and then 2 readings here. So that's how we would bring it back to, because we do have to do that Appendix B revision because we've adopted the fire code, we have to make that change if we're keeping this at 20 units, dwelling units.
Dwelling units. Thank you.
Yes, single family,
Right, Commissioner
attached,
Tartini?
detached.
Dwelling units. Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Okay. I think we
Okay.
kind of know where we want to go here. Okay.
Can I just want to have one comment is I'm really concerned about workforce housing. I'm really concerned about it. And this could be one little piece of addressing that. And I hope that when we have a more comprehensive look at workforce housing, if the folks working on that, which I hope happens, feel that this could be a piece of a bigger approach, then I hope we would look at it again.
And I think we can. Commissioner Nosad, you had something you wish to also.
Workforce housing. That sounds like a change from affordable housing. What is affordable housing? Anybody? It's what you can afford.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Once again, I hope you don't feel like you took arrows today. It was, I appreciate you looking into these inconsistencies and bringing them forward to us because it's important that we clear this up as we move forward and try to clear up all of this.
Look at me, I'm pretty thick, so I can handle it. I can
Might as
handle
well move
all
your
the
item-
arrows.
Might as well
But
move your
no, I
items to
appreciate-
admin, right?
I do
okay.
appreciate the dialogue and clarification. I think this will help us moving forward with future conversations. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to H, I was only going to ask a simple question that I could have asked in my one-on-one. Is it too late to just say, let's move on from that and get to the rest of the administrative
I think
items?
we can go through it real quick. I don't think it's going to take that long, hopefully, okay? Unless you want to withdraw that, okay. Okay, so thank you once again. Item H for possible action. Boy, we're moving fast now, right, folks? Okay, tongue in cheek there. Try to keep some levity into the room a little bit, right? Item H for possible action discussion to approve a $49,556.74 professional service contract with Resource Concepts Incorporated to prepare a feasibility study for Minden Gardnerville Sanitation District's plan to extend sewer services south towards the Ruinsroth area and authorize the county manager to sign the contract, being presented by Mr. Jeremy Hutchins.
Yep, Jeremy Hutchings, for the record, your county engineer. Didn't really have a presentation. Mr. Tarkanian, if you had a...
It's just a real simple question.
Sure.
I could have asked the county manager at the meeting, and maybe she or you can explain. Why was this necessary to go out of staff and hire another independent person? Is this something our staff here at Douglas County couldn't have done? I know.
Right, good question. It's a pretty simple answer, two-part, time and money. Let's talk about the money. I have it, it's ARPA funded. Time, you're right, technically we have the staff to do it, but it's true I only work half days, but my wife said if I work more than 12 hours a day, it's a divorce. And she's a real beauty from Southern California with a lot of dough, and I don't want a divorce, so it's coming down to time.
I get more money that way.
Yeah. But technically, we probably could do the feasibility study in-house. But the other thing that I'd mention is when you do have a consultant come in, they can give you an objective look. Sometimes people would say, hey, staff has some bias towards getting something done versus something else. The independent contractor can give you an independent look.
First of all, I want to thank you for being the first person ever to say that we can do it in-house, at least since I've been on the board. That's wonderful. We have to go public comment, or can I make a motion?
Well, we have to go to public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to go to public comment. So, and I would suggest that this is an important aspect of our county, I believe. This is in my particular commissioner district, We have a nitrate plume in Ruinsroth. We've recognized that, especially in those housing areas that are adjacent to 395. And so at some point in time, we're going to have to address that as a county, better sooner than later, I suppose, hopefully. That's all I'll say about this. So we'll go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment on item H? Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll come back to the board and we'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve a $49,556.74 professional service contract with Resource Concepts, Inc. as presented, and authorize the county manager to sign the contract.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the $49,556.74 professional services contract with Resource Concepts Incorporated as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Did I hear? Okay. 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think what we'll try to do is we'll try to get it through item 6, and then we'll take a quick break. Okay. Okay. Item number 6, for possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1624, adopting a zoning map amendment for the Dangberg Home Ranch Historic Park within the agricultural community plan. The amendment changes the zoning from A19, which is agricultural 19 acres minimum, to PF, public facilities. The zoning map amendment application DP 23-0095. And this is being presented by our acting assistant county manager. These titles are just getting enormously long, right? You have to have 2 business cards to make that work, right? Okay, so by our acting assistant county manager, Scott Morgan.
Yes, I'm back. Hopefully for a successful item. So staff does recommend adopting ordinance 2023-1624, which amends the zoning for the Dangberg Home Ranch from A19, agricultural 19, to public facilities zoning. And with that, I will hand it over to Scott Morgan and do the PowerPoint presentation.
You didn't want to take a shot at his title.
You know what? I was going to, but you kind of started it, so I thought I've already lost today. I'm just going to, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, by the time I finish my term, we're all going to get my title down. It's the interim acting temporary assistant county manager.
How many times can you apply for PERS in that process?
I think 3.
Okay.
We are here to request Douglas County grant a zone change on the Dangberg Home Ranch. The Dangberg Home Ranch is located on Highway 88 between the Carson Valley Swim Center and the Carson Valley Veterinarian Clinic on the west side. The home ranch is a 5.5 acre park facility that came to Douglas County through a settlement agreement in 2004. It sits on the National Register of Historic Places, and we have been operating it as a public park since 2004. The county operates the park with an MOU with the Friends of the Dangberg Home Ranch. The curator and executive director of that nonprofit facility exclusive to Douglas County, I believe, is here. Mark, I thought I saw you out in the hallway. Mark Jensen is here. If there are any questions specific. And again, this MOU is important to us. They are a nonprofit, but they are what we call exclusive. And we have a couple of those, Young at Heart, Senior Citizens Club, the Foundation. These are organizations that All they do is Douglas County. They don't support any other outside interest. So $1 given to the Friends of the Dangberg Home Ranch is like giving $1 to Douglas County because they spend it exclusively on county facilities, and this one is exclusively spent on the Dangberg Home Ranch. They are the operators, in a sense. We are the maintainers and facility owners. So Douglas County does have a maintenance presence, but if you want to book an event or do a fundraiser, you go through the Friends of the Dangberg Home Ranch. I also want to point out, prior to the Friends of the Dangberg Home Ranch, which resulted after the state of Nevada entered into an interlocal agreement with Douglas County to operate this park when we first came into the property, and at the middle of the Great Recession opted out of the park. The Friends of the Dangberg Home Ranch became the operators and curator of the facility. Our operation has not changed since we've taken it over, and we are not proposing any changes in the operation. This is the only park in the Douglas County Park System that has an A19 zoning. All the rest of our park facilities have PF zones. We have successfully changed, for example, Stotic Park when that came to the county, Herbick Park when that came to the county, from an agricultural A19 zoning to a PF zone. We are requesting this as part of the consistency and in support of our current operation. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Observations? Okay, then we'll go to public comment. So this is a possible action item. Is there any public comment on item number 6, the designation of the change of public facilities from Ag 19 on ordinance 2023-1624? Okay, since no public comment, we'll come back to the board. And if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of the adoption of ordinance 2023-1624.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, second by Commissioner Rice to adopt ordinance number 2023-1624 as presented. Since no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Victory. You take them in small bites, right? You take them in small bites. Okay. Okay. So the next couple of items are going to take some time. So we're going to take let's take a, it's 2:02. Let's return at, what about 8 minutes is good? Okay. So 2:10. We'll return at 2:10. Thank you. issues now. So anyways, please indulge us for another couple of minutes as we try to resolve that issue. I think my wife can hear it from Topaz, so. Testing, testing, testing. Yes, okay. Including me, right? Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, can the commissioners please get back? They're having difficulty hearing the commissioners. I'd remind the commissioners to speak directly into their microphones, and then the public also, when we go into public comment, to speak also directly into the microphone. Generally, so anyways, I won't go into that. Okay, so we'll go into item 7, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Rice is on his way. Okay. Item number 7, for possible action, presentation from county staff regarding drainage improvements near Sheep Camp Road and Cortez Lane, including the efforts county staff have made to assist the residents in resolving the drainage issues, the competing preferences and desires of the residents, the financial costs associated with creating an easement and installing and maintaining a drainage ditch or other drainage facilities through the Pinion Ridge subdivision, the extent to which the county's general fund should be responsible for the construction and or maintenance of such improvements, and the feasibility of whether the county can construct such improvements. This issue was previously before the Board of County Commissioners on August 17, 2023, being presented by our Community Development Director, Manager Tom Dallaire.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Dallaire for the record. I think AJ wants to put together a timeline for you before I go into what has transpired over the past several weeks after the August 17th board meeting, and then we'll get into that point.
Thank you, Mr. Dallaire. AJ Hames for the record from the Douglas County DA's office. I just wanted to take a moment at the outset to clarify sort of the procedure that goes into approving a map and also a timeline of where certain documents came into play and that type of thing, because I know there's been some confusion over the past couple meetings about what document said what and when was that document made and does that document control. So first and foremost, when you apply for a tentative subdivision map, part of the requirements of that are that your application include a conceptual drainage study. And so in this case, there was a conceptual drainage study that was prepared in conjunction with the Pinion Ridge subdivision's tentative subdivision map application. And so if you go to page, and you don't have to actually go there, but that conceptual drainage study is included in your packet, and it begins at page 660, I believe. On page 661 of your packet, it discusses the existing and proposed drainage basin boundaries within the proposed subdivision. And it's been pointed out previously that there is a statement there that says, on higher angle slopes within the project, flows are collected.
You're not on, your microphone's not on, so we don't have audio.
Sorry, you're right. 630. Oh, yeah, sorry, 659 is the conceptual drainage study, the first page of that. And then on page 661 of the packet, that is the third page of the conceptual drainage study.
I think we have different stuff because this is a factual timeline that's on mine from the financial impact part, background, it's in the background portion of it. Are you put it up here?
No, I wasn't planning to. I just was going to reference the documents in your.
Well, as you know, because these are the issues I brought up in our meeting, they're very important to me. I like to be able to follow where you're going on.
And I'm on 661. It says A, existing and proposed drainage basin boundaries.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
We just want to make sure everybody gets on the same page here, so we're talking apples to apples.
Yes.
What's that? Literally. Yes, on the same page. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. So the conceptual drainage study is the document that you have now in front of you. And that sets forth in Section A of Section 2 the existing and proposed drainage basin boundaries. And in previous meetings, we've discussed specifically the second paragraph there, which says, on higher angle slopes within the project, flows are collected in 3 existing intermittent stream beds. This is the only part I think that was brought up previously, but if you just pay attention to the first paragraph, it distinguishes the higher angle slopes from the lower portions of the project. That paragraph states, historic drainage consists of minor sheet flows on the lower portions of the project, as seen on the drainage map. The majority of precipitation falling on these areas infiltrates in the surface soils with evidence little runoff or erosion. So there's a distinguish made in this conceptual drainage study about areas that are higher up against areas that are lower. And we've seen on maps in prior meetings, as you go higher up, there's kind of a defined channel, whereas when you get lower, you get what they refer to here as those sheet flows, just kind of more of a meandering, flat, deserty area. Second, if you look on that same page, Part C, it describes existing drainage problems and it identifies none. Part D, on-site and downstream drainage. That states on-site flows typically exist at sheet flow running to the northwest. So they do identify that the waters tend to go in a northwesterly direction, but it is more of a sheet flow, not a defined drainage channel. Localized and off-site flows leave the site through a low-lying area near the intersection of Joe Lane and East Valley Road, which we of course know is where a lot of this flooding occurred this past year. Part E states that 2A zones, these are flood zones, are a part of an unnamed drainage basin to the east. And then further down within that paragraph, a deed restriction prohibiting obstruction of flows will be required for Lot 41. Now, Lot 41 is that large lot.
Okay, I followed you until the last thing you got.
Oh.
You said the 2 zones are part of an unnamed drainage basin, and then you said you went to something else.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped down a little bit. So just within that same, yeah, within the same paragraph, I just skipped down a little bit, just to move us along. And that
661,
notes,
I believe.
that just notes there that a deed restriction was required for that zone, which was contained within Lot 41. And that's contrast to the other lots in the subdivision, which are not, according to the conceptual drainage study, designated for any specific type of deed restriction. In this case, we've mainly been focused on lots 33 to 39, and only Lot 41 is called out here.
Are you stating that this paragraph says you only needed a deed restriction on Lot 41?
Yes, but it is specific to, I mean, it comes up in the context of discussing the floodplain. That is the lot that contains the actual floodplain. Next, I would just direct your attention to Exhibit 2 of the conceptual design, which I believe is page, sorry, Exhibit 2. No, I don't think so. I think it's page 667. Yeah. So you'll see on page 667, well, first to describe what this is a map that was designed for this conceptual drainage study. You'll note the title of the map.
Is the
Did you?
drainage plan.
Yeah, so the map is titled Conceptual Drainage Plan, just so you know what that map is. And in that map, you can note there is a stream bed sort of depicted on that map that runs behind the homes on Cortez Lane. And you can see sort of the contours in that map which show the different types of slope there, where you have in lot 33, you'll notice that the contours show sort of a defined and deep channel, and then as that line moves into lot 37, for example, by that point in time it becomes more straight, and you'll notice that the contours themselves are less defined, and that's demonstrative of what is in the drainage report, where it talks about the change from higher elevation slopes to lower elevation slopes. That is where the stream, so to speak, is a flow that is actually a sheet flow that runs to the northwest. This is a conceptual map. You'll note there is a note on it.
Excuse me, what page are you on now?
667.
667. There is a note at the top left corner of the map demonstrating that it's not to scale. So this isn't like a end-all be-all. This is the map. And I think I just wanted to point that out.
So what you're trying to point out on this is you're saying that the way these lines are drawn, the drainage is much higher from 36, 35, 34, and it gets a lot less in what you call a sheet drainage on 37, 38, and 39. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I just wanted also to distinguish that this is the map that was included within the drainage plan. It's not, for example, a USGS prepared map. This is not something that's put out by that entity. This is a conceptual map. So next, on page 887 of your packet, there's just a copy of the tentative subdivision map. This was 887. 887. It is a big packet. So the tentative subdivision map, as you know, comes before the board. It's approved in a public hearing such as this one. Noticing does go out to residents. Copies of some of the noticing are actually included in your packet as well. And that tentative subdivision map was approved. You'll note on the tentative subdivision map, there are no specific easements on the subject lots. There's no easements identified there on that map. In connection with the tentative subdivision map, the county also issues conditions of approval. And that letter is included in your packet at page 816. So going back a few pages. 816. So you'll see on page 816, in bold there's the words, the following conditions must be met prior to the submittal of a final map application. So once the tentative subdivision map is approved, the applicant is given a list of conditions. The first condition there, well, one of the first conditions under section 1, if you look at condition F, it states that a final drainage report meeting the requirements of the Douglas County Design Manual is required. So the conditions of approval recognize that the conceptual drainage study is not the controlling document. There is a final drainage report that is required prior to the approval of the final subdivision map. If you look at below subsection F, condition F4, it states an evaluation of the drainage easements on the property to the south and a determination, and a determination if any easement is necessary on the subject property. So the parcels that we've mainly been concerned with are located on the northern portion of the subdivision, not the southern portion. And so what this is stating is there needs to be a determination made as to whether or not easements are required in any other locations in the final map. And that would be a determination that would be made in that final drainage report.
So if you're talking about 4, it only talks about the south part of it. It doesn't say anything about the north part of it.
Correct. It just states that the evaluation is to determine whether any easements are necessary on the subject property. So beyond the southern
It says
portion.
an evaluation, determine if it's on the subject property. Okay, thank you.
Section 8, similarly, if you look at condition 8 in that document, subsection D, it states drainage easements as necessary for mitigation on-site, off-site, and cross-lot drainage impacts. It also notes that all drainage easements shall be shown as private. G discusses a restricted use area. It states a restricted use area and drainage easement extending landward 50 feet from both sides of the high water mark of the blue line drainage courses running through the property as identified on the USGS Gardnerville 7.5-minute quadrangle map and on the topography map submitted on the final map. So there is a specific call out there to the USGS maps. This isn't saying that they're following the conceptual drainage plans that were included within the conceptual drainage study. There's reference made to a specific blue line stream as identified in a USGS map.
Okay, one other question, I'm going to limit them, I know I'm asking a lot. The McGarry's property, is that part of the USGS Gardnerville 7.5-minute quadrangle map?
Yes, so this was identified during our August 17th meeting where we were able to show the USGS flow, which you can see here.
Okay, so this is where it gets to the issue comes back, and now it's a little more clarifying to me. It says here that there has to be a restricted use area and drainage easement, and you guys are taking the position as and/or. You don't need both. That's where that and/or came in last meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, because the two requirements are not compatible. If it's a drainage easement, then it's specifically stating that certain things happen within that easement.
I spent a lot of time talking with Ms. McGarry and others on this, and they are of the opinion that you have these restricted use areas 50 feet on each side. And in the middle, you're going to have the drainage flow. And if there's an easement, there's an easement. If there's not an easement, it's a drainage flow. You're saying they can't be compatible. But one of the proposals Mr. Delaire suggested is to make that a drainage easement in the middle of the two restricted areas. Well, how can you do it now if you couldn't do it before?
You would get rid of the restricted use area.
I think he was talking about having the restricted use area and drainage use in the middle. So listen, you know the laws, and you're our lawyer, so you're going to tell us that you cannot have a drainage easement in between the two 50-foot restricted use areas.
You can't have both. You can have an easement, or you can have a restricted use area.
Okay. So again, you can't have an easement in the middle and the restricted use area on each side of it.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So the easement itself would be outside the restricted use area because the restricted use area would begin on either side of the easement?
Exactly.
I suppose that could work. I haven't.
Where you have some ambiguity in this language. And whether the county is legally responsible or not, or whether the McGarrys are pushing it further than they have, there is an ambiguity when you use the word "and," because it says restricted use area and drainage easement, and it says their property specifically, or that area covers their property specifically, you could see how people would think there has to be both. And
Yes.
in the last meeting, I think you guys said, well, no, it's not both, it's one or the other.
You
But
could,
and
you
means
could,
both.
yeah, as you're describing it, you could do some kind of easement that just runs through the middle, and the restricted use area is not in the easement. It's just, there's essentially two restricted use areas, one on each side.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why you have a restricted use area, so that you don't have people building and encroaching upon where the water flow goes, whether it's a drainage easement or a drainage channel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would also be inconsistent with the language, because the language speaks about a restricted use area. But regardless, that is a confusing condition. And I also do want to point out that it specifically references the blue line stream. And if you'll see here, this is the USGS map for Gardnerville. It's the 7.5 minute map. It's the most recent one from that time period. It's the one that would have been available at the time that all of these applications were being processed. And so you'll note I think the lower one.
It's the upper.
The upper one. So the upper stream is the drainage channel, essentially, that's been at issue. And you just note on this map that it does, consistent with what was in the conceptual report, it angles northwest fairly steadily. And actually that red line kind of above the star there that's crossing through the middle of the map, Mr. Dallaire can correct me if I'm wrong, that's more or less what ends up being the property line between the Cortez Lane and the Sheep Camp Road residences. So you can see that as depicted in the drainage report, that channel sort of heads towards that red line, which is the distinction between the two neighborhoods, basically, and then it hangs a left, essentially. It goes sort of due west, directly towards Joe Lane. But the actual blue line stream, as documented by USGS, does not follow the stream documented in the conceptual drainage plan. And then here the conditions call out specifically this stream, not the stream that's identified in the conceptual drainage plan. And so if you were to do an easement along the blue line stream, it would not continue through the Cortez Lane backyards, essentially, all the way to Joe Lane, because that's not where the stream goes as documented on that map.
Is it normal to have streams depicted in different areas based upon the USGA and what you guys have in whatever document the county's prepared here? Is that normal, or is it unusual to have them in two different areas?
Well, they're prepared by different entities. So the applicant they hire somebody to do their drainage report, and that person goes out to the field.
This is the developer hired the person to do this drainage report?
The developer would hire somebody to complete the conceptual.
This developer hires somebody who depicts a stream in a different spot than the USGA, which is the government agency. And the county relies upon the developer's plan instead of the government's plan?
The county specifically calls for adherence to this map. That's what the conditions reference.
See, one of the maps are wrong, right? You can't have the stream in two different spots at the same time.
Well, effectively, you can't have it documented in two places at one time, but it can actually be in two places at one time because it shifts. Over a period of time, it shifts because, as the conceptual drainage plan explains, it's not like the upper elevation lots where you have a defined channel. It becomes a sheet flow. So over time, it'll move. But at least the USGS at this time period had it angled directly northwest, as opposed to the other maps which show it heading west. So just a distinction there.
You have a page for the map?
The tentative subdivision map? That is not that's not in the packet. We just brought that today just to be a visual aid.
Well, to be frank, that's a 1,000-foot view of a map that I don't even understand. I can't see anything.
So
I see lines and I can't distinguish any colors.
Yeah, so there's Tom Dallaire for the record. So Commissioner Nassad, this is the USGS quad map. It's a 15-angle quadrangle map. It was developed in 1969. It was photo revised in 1982 and effective. You had asked me at the last meeting how many of these USGS quad maps are, and I brought a copy of every one of them. So if you want to pan through these over the years, you can see the differences between quad maps, which is substantial in some cases. So this one is what was effective at the time this report and these conditions were written. And then we have another one. This is not the quad map, which is what they're referring to here, but this was available. It was the Smith Valley topographic, and this is a 30 by 60 minute quadrangle map, also developed by USGS, but it also showed a blue line stream in that location. The other one you'll note just south of the star is not on this particular map. That one was available also in 1985. This one was developed in 2012. Now all of a sudden it's pretty clear, but there's no contours. There's no green areas. The open space BLM lands are not shown. It's just section lines. And before, if you recall, this section line was right above the star, whereas this one is right below the star on this section line. But this actually labels Sheep Camp Road because this is in 2012. Sheep Camp Road's developed. The houses are built. By then, I think McGarry's built their house in 2001, and this is where this one actually shows the other blue line stream across the Cortez Lane in the subdivision, which you saw on the earlier map in 1969. This one was developed in 2014, same map, quad map, and now you can see the line is back in the right spot. The blue line stream runs through this location right here. We believe this section line is where the north boundary of the project subdivision is, and this would be the Sheep Camp properties, and this is Sheep Camp Road. Here's Cortez Lane. Again, blue line streams, that's 2014. 2018, no more blue line streams. USGS got rid of the blue line streams, but the topo map is here, and we have a blue line stream up here at Pine Nut Creek. All of a sudden, it's gone.
All right.
2021, this is the latest and greatest. Sorry, let me
interrupt.
Okay.
Pretend I'm Mr. McGarry. Which map would I be looking at the time I did a restricted deed?
1969, when they developed their property, I believe was developed in 1972, when the surveyors created their property for where McGarry's reside. And so this would have been the map at that low time. You know, it's difficult on a quad map. This is really for like hunters, those kinds of things. It gives you a basis on points on ridges and things like that you can see when you're out in the field. But survey quality, it is not.
It would be the map of when the developer did the project, not when
Right.
Gary's built the home. So I think that's the one he's asking about.
Right, yeah, this one is it. But you have the board asked me, and I didn't have an answer for this, how many quad maps are available? And I have answered that. It's 2021. In 2018, they got rid of the blue line streams except for Pine Nut Creek. And then we also have data, staff has data in GIS. I called David Alexander this morning in our GIS department. He's an awesome individual that helps us a lot in our department. And they have a reference from USGS that was updated in 2004. And so the blue line streams are still shown on that individual reference that we get from USGS that staff has access to today. And there is another layer called a hydrology layer, which has a lot of other information that staff hasn't really utilized yet that has blue line streams on it, and it was updated in 2021.
Okay, now, I'm still Mr. McGarry. It's 2001. I have to sign over the deed. I have to sign something that has to do with the deed. What map was present at that time, 2001, that I could sign off on?
Well, they didn't have a map create their parcel. They didn't have to do that in Nevada in 1972. They created it a surveyor created it through a meets and bounds description. Their deed, they don't have a subdivision map. This was south of them. And they were creating a subdivision for Pinion Ridge, which was a common property boundary line on the north side of the project. I think
So I'm going to go back to being Mr. McGarry again. Now I want to know, at the time I'm signing this deed, that there is the map, anything you can present to him at the time of the signing didn't have the proper information in terms of the blue line or alluvial or anything else.
I don't know. I have no idea what they looked at to sign those documents. They didn't have to come through the county for approval. They just a surveyor developed a deed and recorded it at the recorder's office to create that parcel. They did not have to go through you guys to create that parcel in 1972 or whatever year it was. It didn't happen until 1970, I want to say 73 or 74, before it must have been 73. At that legislative session, the state of Nevada then requires a map to be developed for parcel maps, subdivision maps, and large land division maps were all required since 1974. Does that answer?
No, it doesn't
Okay.
really. I'm sorry. I'm under the impression that in order to get the deed, you have to admit that there is this, you're being warned about this very position, like the stream and alluvials and whatever. But you said 1975, that's not 2001.
No, 2000, well, you asked about McGarry's. McGarry's are on Sheep Camp Road, which isn't part of this proposed project. This is the boundary for the Pinion Ridge subdivision, the LDA 01083. This is the north boundary, and it's common to Miss McGarry's parcel, which is right here. Their back parcel of McGarry's and the back parcel of the owner of Lot 39, Reve is her name, and she's here in the audience today, is the common line for the subdivision. So the subdivision map that went through the county for approval is south. The county had nothing to do with the parcels for on the corner of Joe Lane here, or McGarry's, or Bill Conley's, or Mike. Those parcels were all created by a deed.
All right.
And just AJ Hames again for the record, just to clarify, I mean, if you think back to when all of this started, I mean, if you were an old West Nevada settler, you didn't record maps and go through this whole administrative and the same processes that we had today. You could literally just hire a surveyor, have him describe an area of land, and then sell it to somebody, and they would then record it. And that was really all of the checks that were involved in that process. And that's how land was sold for hundreds of years. Now we have more government interaction to prevent, issues associated with buying land that you don't know anything about. So times have changed, but the properties along Sheep Camp Road were developed using that older system where you just had a surveyor describe the land in meets and bounds. 95 degrees west, 10 paces, and that was it. There wasn't any kind of map associated with that. And then you could take that, you could sell it, and somebody would take it to the recorder's office, they'd record it, and then they officially owned it. That was the entire process.
Sorry.
Commissioner Hales? Oh,
Are you done?
No, so just to finish, I wanted to just emphasize a couple more conditions in the conditions of approval of the tentative subdivision map, condition number 9. And the tentative subdivision map, because we did jump around, the conditions of approval, again, that was on page 816. 818 is condition number 9, yes, thank you. Condition E there states maintenance of all drainage facilities and easements shall be the responsibility of the individual property owners or other private entity, including a homeowners association. Douglas County rejects any offer of dedication of drainage facilities or drainage easements. In condition 15, it states, which is on the next page, maintenance of all drainage facilities and easements shall be the responsibility of the individual property owners or other private entity. So those are the conditions of approval of the tentative subdivision map. The applicant then has to go and comply with the conditions. As we stated, one of those conditions was to complete a final drainage study. That study is included in your packet as well. It's at page 893. It's called the technical drainage study. This would have been this is the study that was submitted with the application for the final map. You'll note if you were to read through the technical drainage study, it does not specifically call out for easements in any locations. It doesn't specifically mandate or describe that they be placed anywhere. You'll see on the general description section, which is page 6 of that technical drainage study, which, what would that be? 903, I believe? 904. That begins with, due to soil types, lot type, and size, unimproved 5 acre plus, increased runoff generated on site is minimal and will have no significant impact on downstream conveyance structures. So that is the report that ultimately gets submitted along with the application for the final subdivision map. The final subdivision map, then what they do is they make sure that the conditions are complied with and the final subdivision map is approved. We've seen the final subdivision map numerous times. That includes a note clarifying again that maintenance of all drainage facilities, drainage easements, and restricted use areas on private property shall be the responsibility of the individual property owners.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but this is one of the questions that I brought up in our meeting. I just wanted to see if you can answer it now. Who's responsible if a condition is not met, but is signed off as being met in the final map? Is the county responsible, or is it the homeowners that are out to dry because the final map is different than what the conditions of approval were for the tentative map?
It would So, for example, if the tentative map said you have to have easements on the north side of this, and the final didn't.
Let's try to use a realistic example. You gave us a provision, I think it was number G or something, and it stated the word "and," where the restricted use area and drainage easement, and you said it included the area that was the McGarry's. Now, let's just say that somebody, and I don't know if the court would say you have to have both or one or the other. That's where the argument is and the discrepancy. But let's say they did. That's a condition of approval. The final map signs off that all conditions of approval have been met, but there isn't a drainage easement in that area. Who's responsible for that then?
Well, in that scenario, I don't know.
I guess, point, it doesn't really matter because it's there and it's done. The question is how we're going to resolve it.
Right.
And that's what we're all waiting to hear, and I'm asking way too many questions. And I'm going to apologize for everybody that's sitting through this. It's been something I spent hours upon hours trying to understand. It's a new concept to me, so I asked a lot of questions. Thank you.
And I would just note.
Mr. Hames, okay, did you add a
I can answer the question.
Sure.
The county would not be Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The county would not be responsible under qualified immunity because the county enacts different codes. There's no requirement that the county police that or enforce it or inspect it. You're expected to follow the law. However, we recognize a lot of people don't do that. And so inspections are made. However, under the doctrine of qualified immunity, the people, all the taxpayers are not responsible because some inspector missed some electrical connection or some other thing. So to answer your question, the county would not be responsible. The original developer or their successor in interest would be responsible for following those conditions and following the law.
Okay. I had a question. I keep coming back to condition number 9 on page 818, but actually paragraph E on page 819, and that is maintenance of all drainage facilities and easements shall be the responsibility of the individual property owners or other private entity, including a homeowners association. Douglas County rejects any offer of dedication of drainage facilities or drainage easements. Now, where I'm really troubled by this is that in other documents that we've seen, it indicates that that maintenance is dedicated in or called out for in the CC&Rs of this development. I believe CC&R stand for conditions covenants, conventions, and restrictions, right? Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, so so I get back down to the in my trouble with this is that there is, to my understanding, I thought, well, then the homeowners association should be requiring the homeowners in a Pinyon Ridge development on Cortez to quote, quote, maintain a drainage ditch. And I still have failed to see to what extent, and that's a very subjective process in my mind, because there's no defined width or depth of this drainage ditch that they're supposed to maintain. And so maintain could be also interpreted by those owners on Cortez as leaving it alone, right? We're maintaining it, we're leaving it alone, we're not touching it. So that's where we get into the quandary. But who then, my question is, who then, if there's no homeowners association and there's CC&Rs that are involved in this development, who then is responsible for enforcing the CC&Rs? Can you give me an answer to that?
Yeah, it's not the county.
Okay, that's what I mean, that's right. The county does not enforce CC&Rs, right?
Correct.
Of any, whether or not there's a homeowners association or not, we still don't enforce those CC&Rs. Is that correct? So what is the, so in order to enforce that CC&R, how does that come about, Mr. Hames?
It would be a private action between the two interested property owners. So suppose I had a CC&R in my neighborhood, we were single story units only, and my neighbor decides to build a second story addition. The county is not going to go out there and say, hey, see, single story only. It would be up to me as a neighbor. I would have to bring some kind of legal action to stop it. Because
Exactly.
I'm the beneficiary of the county does not benefit from a CC&R. The CC&Rs are designed to benefit a specific group of people. It's the neighbors. The neighbors are the ones who enforce those rights because they're the beneficiaries of those rights.
And how does a neighbor that is not involved with Cortez Lane and not in the Pinyon Ridge, how do they go about enforcing those CC&Rs?
They would just show that they are a beneficiary of them. I mean, I think they would have a reasonable argument that they benefit from those CC&Rs, especially since they were
But that would be in a court of law. That would not be before the county or anybody else, right? That would be in a court of law, so to speak.
Correct, because in this case, a lot of the CC&Rs were tied to requirements in the final map.
I mean, it troubles me that we would allow subdivisions in our county, and of course, this was approved way back in, when was the Pinyon Ridge? 2001, thereabouts. Okay, so that's what concerns me is that even though we allowed this subdivision and we 2001, not this board. I think it's very important to point out none of us were involved then, but in 2001 this was approved, and then CC&Rs are called out, but there was never any, to my knowledge, any effort to enforce the creation of a HOA to enforce those CC&Rs.
Mr. Chairman, I think the point that Ms. McGarry is trying to make, I'm just trying to streamline this a little bit. It isn't the enforcement of the CC&Rs. They're saying, if I understand this correctly, that the county had an obligation to put a drainage easement in this area. Once there's a drainage easement in the area, those homeowners were then responsible to do it. But so if you're complaining,
I see, Commissioner Tarkanian, I see no indication here that the county was responsible for building any drainage easements through that property. None.
Requiring a drainage easement, and that was what I just discussed for about 10 minutes with Mr. Haynes. Maybe you missed it, but okay, never mind. Just go for it. I was just trying to streamline it.
And I want to clarify, so the conditions of approval that are included with the tentative subdivision map, those are read as a whole, they're read together. And one of those conditions specifically says you need to go get a final drainage study. And that is going to be the controlling document to determine whether or not easements are going to be required, other than it specifically calls out a southern portion. And so when the drainage study comes back, and you have that in your packet at page 893, and it doesn't specifically call out for easements, The final subdivision map therefore gets recorded it follows the recommendations of the final drainage study. So finally, you get to the final subdivision map, which is in your packet as well. That's at page 804. So if you want to go, we're kind of going back and forth, but the only things I wanted to call out there are, first on page 804, we've talked about this note before, but the final map specifically states that maintenance of all drainage facilities, drainage easements, and restricted use areas on private property shall be the responsibility of the individual property owners. Maintenance includes all activities necessary to pass drainage water across the private parcels, regardless of the origin of the water. So any drainage facility was specifically called out in the final map. That was the responsibility of the property owner. And I think that the neighbors along Sheep Camp Road even acknowledge that in their presentation materials that they've shown us previously and that are included in your packet today. They note, for example, that some of these properties were neglected during the mortgage crisis. And according to them, that was sort of the period perhaps when some of these drainage channels began to become neglected. But that certainly isn't the fault of the county. Also draw your attention on page 806, you'll see the portion of the subdivision that is burdened by an easement. Lot 41 there is identified, and it specifically states on the map, private drainage easement. Compare that to, on the next page, page 807 of your packet, lots 33 through 39, which are the lots that we've been discussing. That area is not described as an easement. It's described specifically as a restricted use area. So I know that there had been discussion of many documents, and there was some confusion as to which documents controlled when, and so I just was trying to provide that as sort of a background, and now I'll turn the time back over to Mr. Dallaire, and he can discuss the steps that we and the residents have been taking over the past month or so to try to reach some kind of resolution.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosset.
All right, I've got a mental picture here of 5 or 6 houses or lots that have been the responsibility of the owners to maintain, basically. And one of them dies, and his house goes into probate or whatever. There's nobody there to do that. Whose responsibility is it then to get that into shape? And by the way, who enforces that?
A.J. Hames from the DA's office, for the record. That would be the responsibility of his estate. I mean, ultimately, it's...
All right, now let's talk about just plain neglect. How does that get, let's go back to that same house where the people died and say they're 95 years old and they can't do what they need to do. They don't have the money to be able to hire somebody to do this. I'll offer all kinds of excuses. What I'm trying to find out is, what does the county do, or how does the county even find out about the problem?
A.J. Hames from the DA's office, for the record. The county would find out if somebody told the county, but ultimately it's a private obligation. So I, for example, have a duty to, I mean, if I had a duty to maintain an easement in my backyard and I just neglected my duty and then something happened, then I would be liable for it. And if somebody noticed my neglect prior to the disaster and told me to clean it up, I could either listen or not listen. Ultimately, if somebody wanted to make me listen and force my hand and force me to go do something, then they would need a court order. They would need somebody authorized to tell me what to do.
So you're telling me that the county does no enforcement of these easements, these drainage things, right?
Not private ones. Correct.
Okay. What? I know we're not done with the presentation yet. I understand that. Unfortunately, thank you for the warning, but no, we're not done with the presentation yet. Mr. Dallaire has more to share with us. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hames, and I appreciate your indulgence of our questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hames. Thank you, Chairman. This is Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. So August 17th, you guys heard a presentation between staff and also the residents of Sheep Camp and also on the residents of Cortez. Since that time, the board had directed us, staff, to work with the property owners to devise a plan to get the final map amended and to work with them on obtaining an engineer to create the drainage easement. And so we met with both parties, both the Sheep Camp Road residents and also Cortez Lane residents at the community center on August 21st. That's where it started. We went over that process and the process for the county on developing an amendment to the final map and also developing an easement. We gave them some documentation on examples from Grandview Estates, which was very similar, where we actually could define in the drainage easement could define some conditions for maintenance, and they would be specific on that particular document so that when it gets recorded across their property, it would be in effect for whoever owned it down the line after they either sell or pass away. But on August 22nd, I also met with just the Cortez owners. It was a request of Larry Rawlinson. I don't know if he's here in the audience today, but he is one of the residents on Cortez, and he had Krista and Don Womack, and also we had Russell and, oh man, I am so sorry about the names are so hard. Reve, thank you, was at that meeting. And they were asking me a lot of questions about the final map, the processes, how they hire a surveyor to do this. So they ended up contacting Corey Klein. They being Krista Womack, I believe, is who contacted Corey Klein for an estimate on doing the survey work. That estimate is summarized on the sheet. We provided it in the packet. Also on page, sorry, I thought I had that written down. Was right after right here on page 561 of your packet. Basically, I just took their documents. Miss McGarry had received a quote from Roberson Engineering, a company out of Sparks, to do the engineering for to perform the topographic field survey, also provide engineering services to review design compared to existing conditions, and to include prepare a mitigation plan to resolve the flooding issues, and that was going to be $10,000 per that report for the engineering services. The Krista Womack had provided the estimate, and this was for surveying services, so it looks like it was about $5,800 for the surveyor effort, and then the county submittal fees. What we did talk about was that we would, if we brought this forward to you, we would not charge them the fee up front until you guys had an opportunity to waive the fee or decide on what that fee should be. And so we had brought that forward, but in the worst case scenario is it ends up being what the fee is, which is $3,099. So Douglas County GIS noticing is required for the hearings. We estimated that, or they estimated that at $200. It probably won't be. They also needed the title report also for our submittal requirements, and they estimated that at $700 each. It may have been $500 to $700, somewhere in that range, but I put the upper end, $2,100, and then the recording fees at $200. I don't know that the amendments, how many sheets that would have needed to be recorded, but I think that's a little high estimate as well. But either way, it's $11,399 for the surveying effort, for a total of $21,399 for the effort just to get the plan done. That's not including constructing the ditch that ends up being designed. Going back and forth.
But if we waived the cost, it would be $18,000, right?
Yeah,
50.
right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would go down from there. So they did reach out to some. I mean, it was Kim that actually reached out to Rawlinson or to Roberson Engineering, and then Krista started with the surveyor as the first step. And so The owners, we went back and forth with the owners, with Mr. and Mrs. Womack a number of times, and also with Larry, with concerns of them digging a channel across their property in the existing location. They don't know what size the channel was, right? And then I understand Don was putting out survey stakes. Ms. McGarry had questioned those stakes, if they were accurate or not. We decided in an effort to try and clarify where exactly that ditch was, we did hire RCI as a surveyor under a community development contract, our surveyor contractor, which we have a budgeted in our community development department for surveying services, which is when things like this come up, we can cover the cost for that. I have yet to receive a bill from Mr. Enke, who did the surveying for us, but they did mark out there in the field with with lath and pink flagging every 50 feet on where the surveyor believes that line is on the final map, which helped identify exactly where it is on the ground for all the property owners and then also you. And then we offered you guys an opportunity to walk it. I took the opportunity with 3 of you to walk that site. And then also with Courtney Walker, and then she got to see it as well. And I appreciate all the residents and their level of comfort with me and being able to walk on their property and review this issue with you guys. And then also we did prepare a letter at Mr. Womack's request. We prepared a letter which was sent out on September 5th, and that letter is in your packet. On page 560, I'm sorry, not 562, it's 564. And we sent that out to all the property owners, email, and also, I think it was just email pretty much for everybody. And on Sheep Camp and Cortez, basically just defining what we thought maintenance was. This was something I prepared and AJ reviewed. And that last sentence down there, maintenance work may consist of, among other things, erosion repair, sediment removal, vegetation management, and removal of downstream trees and other blockages. Don Womack had a pinyon pine in the middle of the drainage that he removed the tree branches from. Those who went on site up by Womack's house or garage, he was able to see that. And so that was the maintenance that's done. I think this has gone full circle with the folks on Cortez from wanting to prepare an easement to developing a new channel there along the property to not doing anything again. And that's kind of where we're at, and they're here to take some time and present their their feelings on this matter, but we have spent quite a bit of time working on this. Jeremy Hutchings, I was out of the office on a medical leave on September 11th. Jeremy Hutchings went out and talked to Don about a location of a ditch that Jeremy didn't feel was in line with where the final map was. That happened on September 11th. September 14th, Deputy District Attorney A.J. Hames here responded to some emails that Kim had sent. On September 21st, I met again with Don and Krista Womack after Jeremy had went out there and discussed his concerns on site, which I expressed to those who got up to his property where the ditch is at, and it all is flowing more north and west than down where the channel was actually located back in 2001 on the final map. And then in September 28th, we started walking, we walked Sheep Camp with Kim McGarry, or September 27th, sorry, I walked the channel after it was staked with Womack's and with Reve and Russell. And then I also met with Mr. Alfred, who is on the corner of Joe Lane and neighbors to Kim McGarry, and the intersection of Joe Lane and Sheep Camp Road, adjacent to Kim McGarry. I met with him on the 27th, and then also I met with Kim and Ian and Bill Conley also was on site, and we walked that channel with those individuals as well. So, and since then, I've walked it 4 other times. with 3 of the commissioners and with Courtney. Also, in that time frame, Courtney Walker, who's here today if she needs to come up and speak to this, but we had submitted, if you look on page 565, there was I think it's a CTP grant through Carson Sub-Conservancy District, who will use FEMA funding to do an analysis on the washes that we have concerns with. This is this wash area, Pine Nut Road wash drainage, Sawmill Road wash drainage. Also had some other significant issues with the drainage just north of this site. Those dip sections that you'd have to drive through on East Valley Road were completely full of water in this last event. And that drainage ditch is substantially closer to the homes in that easterly subdivision than what you see out on Sheep Camp. And so that is something that we think we can fix regionally. It's going to take some time to do, but you can see here that we will do a feasibility study. We have submitted it to Carson Sub-Conservancy. We probably won't hear until December or so if that gets awarded, and then the work won't be able to start, I think, until next June. And then they'll start to work on that, and then we'll have to figure out funding for those basins. She has gone up in the mountains to look at a potential location for drainage basins and was able to determine exactly where those are. You can see that on page 565. We would propose 2 drainage basins in that, one of them above Sheep Camp, this particular drainage that we're in, and then also another one just south of Pine Nut Road. I think that's Pine Nut 2, where it goes up into the residence, and in between that and Pine Nut Road, which goes to the dump. So that little wedge of land is where she shows the other pond location being, which is currently owned. Both of those parcels are currently owned by BLM. And I believe part of the lands bill, which we would end up inheriting that land from BLM in the future if that goes through. So that's going to take some time to get through that process and get to the point where it's prioritized as a need. But we think regional improvements that solves the problem for multiple residents is the way to go in this particular instance, and that's kind of where we're at. Courtney, did you have anything else you'd like to add?
Awesome. Quick question. If you had those water basins and they were completed, I know it's going to take years, would that solve these issues we've been spending the last hour and a half on?
Yeah, it's just an hour and a half for you. I don't know how many hours for me. I'm sorry. But yes, we believe that would. So it would lengthen the time water flows, but it would reduce the volume of water that it is flowing at. So yeah, we could reduce it down to something that's way more reasonable that the existing system can handle today. It was a pretty wet year. It was cold, had snow on the ground, it rained. We had a lot of water coming out of the mountain everywhere, not just here, but everywhere. So,
is there any idea about the size of these retention basins?
No, sir. That's what the feasibility study is for, that they will determine the actual size of those.
Commissioner Hales.
I'm just having my hand up for when the presentation's over. Are we there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
So nothing I've seen changes the fact that there are many, many places where the property owners had notice that they were responsible for the drainage. We asked Mr. Dallaire to meet with the property owners, see if they could work out a plan, work with them on obtaining an engineer. He has gone way above and beyond. Way above and beyond on something that is not the county's responsibility. I think we need to be done with this. I think at this point we don't have as much a drainage issue as we have. It's not so much a drainage problem as it is a people problem. And the folks in that neighborhood need to figure out what they're going to do. It's their problem. It's not our problem. I don't believe we need to hear anything other than public comment as required, but I don't want to go through a lengthy presentation from property owners because we've heard it.
I agree with most of what Commissioner Hale says, except I don't agree that the county has no responsibility. There seems to be, from what I understand, and again, I'm trying to understand these facts as best as I can, that at best for the county, there was some ambiguity in the tentative map that should have been carried over to the final map when they said all of the conditions were met, whether the end meant both a restricted use area and a drainage area. I've listened to Mr. Haynes's response, and that very well may be that, but the fact of the matter is that's a language that was used, and it could have been a little misleading. But on the other side, more so important than that is you have all these different homeowners, and I'm going to tell you, I think the developer, I don't know if he's one of the homeowners or not, he's got a lot of responsibility in this too, because he had a requirement to maintain that drainage area, whether it was an easement or just a ditch, when he bought the property and subdivided it before he sold each lot. And then once he sold each lot, he had a responsibility to make sure the homeowners that bought it knew what their responsibility was. So they have some liability out there. So if all you homeowners want to dig your heels into the ground and say, hey, I'm not going to do anything, we're going to leave it to whatever happens with the flooding, I think you have some, and I'm saying this as a commissioner, not a lawyer, but I think you have some legal liability out there. I've spent a ton of time with Ms. McGarry and her husband, and I try to understand where they're coming from. I certainly empathize with them, but you can't have 100% everything your way when there is no definitive answer that you want. We don't know how big that drainage area was before when this tentative map was completed or the final map was submitted. We don't know how much it was, but Mr. Haynes has provided certain documentation to show it was what you call it, a sheet drainage. And then the homeowners and the developer would have been responsible to maintain a larger and more deep ditch than what was required in 2001. So I think if you end up going to court, you're going to have to show that what you want them to do is what was in 2001. I think you're going to have a tough way with that. I think all of you guys should get together. You're talking about, I don't know, what is it, 10,000 or 11,000 for the engineering? I'm confused because at one time we talked it was 10. Now it looks like you're saying it's 21. But if we waive the permit fees, it's 18,000, and then you have the cost of the digging. I mean, that's a lot less than what's going to happen to the damage of the property. It's a lot less than you're going to pay in the first month of attorney fees. And it seems like there's too much at risk for you guys not to settle something. As a county, I know I'm a minority. We talked about this last time. I think the county should ante up a little bit, maybe, but certainly you guys need to come up with a good portion because there's some liability out there from you. I think the county has a certain amount of responsibility with the ambiguity of the language, but that's not going to work. You're not going to get 3 votes up here. So you got to decide where you want to go with this. And I'm going to end this because I've talked long enough, and I apologize. Mr. Dallaire has worked so many hours tirelessly to try to get this thing resolved. And I've spent a lot of time with him, and he's done everything he possibly can. There's nothing more he can do. And there's nothing more we're going to be able to do as a county board. So you guys are going to have to determine, you homeowners, which direction you want to go. You want to spend a lot of money to give it to people like Charlotte, myself, attorneys, and see if you ever get anything back? Or do you want to come to a solution and get this thing resolved? Thank you.
And I just want to clarify. I didn't mean to say we have a people problem. I mean, I should have said we have a situation that people can solve. It's up to you, the homeowners, the property owners, to figure out what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. It's your responsibility. So I wish you well in doing that, but it's not the county's problem to solve. And these ideas of these drainage ponds, I almost wish they hadn't been presented because they really are not, it should not reflect that the county has responsibility to solve this problem. The county does not have responsibility to solve this problem. Now, can we do these ponds? I hope so. In the future, it'd be good, it'd be great. But bringing those into the discussion doesn't mean that the county has the responsibility. We don't.
Commissioner Nossette.
Yes, I saw this map and I said, it's a hell of a good idea. getting those ponds up there where they belong, stop the water from rushing down that hill. I will only close with one adage that I adhered to for a long time. It says, those who ignore the lessons of history are condemned to repeat them. If we don't get something like this, these ponds going in other areas, we're going to have a problem.
Thank you. Commissioner, Mr. Dallaire.
Not yet. I'm not that far along in my career to be a commissioner, but thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Dallaire, for the record, Community Development Director. So I just want to clarify on this. So the reason we would go forward with doing these ponds isn't because of the 6 property owners here. This drainage is part of the Sawmill Road drainage, which majority of that comes from this wash over here. And it goes in between these homes. That's what the funky little property line is there. And all those houses are very close to that ditch, right? And then down at the bottom, these two merge right here on this piece of property. And then the Alderman Canal, there's an upper Alderman Canal and a lower Alderman Canal. And the upper Alderman is totally saturated in sand. It's more of a regional improvement. That's why those ponds would be installed upstream. And then it also gives an opportunity for Courtney and her team to clean out at this location, focus their efforts on these upper ponds with the sedimentation cleanup rather than through all the roads that this crosses on its way down to the Alderman ditch. And then also the Alderman ditch maintenance is through the the Alderman ditch company, and they are responsible for cleaning out the irrigation irrigation ditch. But that ends up being quite of a headache for them when it's regional waters that we could resolve. So that's the reason for the ponds. It isn't because of this issue here, but I mean, it'll be a long-term solution to that as well, as the upper end of that drainage area could be resolved with less water coming out of the mountain.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I have to admit that it was fostered by somebody else in my mind. But there are other areas that could benefit from these kinds of ponds.
Right, yeah, and we are working on a county-wide drainage master plan, which these will be identified in, and then we'll go through the process, the CIP process and budget time, and fund the projects that we can fund as we can fund them. And it'll be part of the list. It's not going to just happen because we're doing it here. It's going to go through the process as all the other projects have been done in the county.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Our county manager, I think, has something to share.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, county manager, for the record. This concept appears in this presentation in part at my direction because I wanted to remind the commission of our desire to address, from a strategic standpoint, stormwater issues across this county. And we wanted to talk to this board about stormwater management policy and where it makes sense to spend our dollars most effectively. We want to look at regional drainage improvements that have the biggest impact for the most residents, but also offset our drainage and maintenance costs on existing infrastructure that we maintain as a county that is currently our obligation. That is the reason for the inclusion in the packet. Just a reminder from a policy standpoint that we believe as staff it is going to be more effective for us to look at the regional bigger picture to solve these problems across the county rather than addressing one-off localized drainage issues. And I don't mean to say that in the sense that I do empathize with these residents. This is absolutely a problem, but we have localized drainage issues across this county and we need to look at regional solutions.
Are you ready for a motion?
Thank you. No, we got to go to public comment first. And I had a couple comments. We have exhausted a tremendous amount of time on this as a board over the last 3-4 months. And community development has exhausted a tremendous amount of man hours that's cost the county enormous funds as well. I thought we were very clear when we had our meeting in, I believe it was August, where we discussed this issue, and we made a motion, at that time to have county staff meet with the people on Cortez and Sheep Camp to attempt to come up with a solution to this issue. We were very careful to word that motion that was made by us to extract anything regarding the financial implications to be placed upon the county's general fund. So I think we already discussed that, but perhaps that was not clear. To the extent of the $21,000 here, the county submittal fee of $3,099.20, that's a fee that we charge. Once again, that's for time involved in receiving of that submittal, and so that's not necessarily a hard cost to us of doing that. That's what our estimates are and what we try to get back in when we have our P program for people to submit items. But that's about as far as I think I would be willing to go on this. But anyways, we'll work that out as we come back to this board after public comment. So if there's no other comment by the commissioners, we'll go to public comment on this item. Thank you.
Kim McGarry for the record. So I just want to get up here again and point out that your attorney, Mr. Hames over here, likes to give you guys misinformation, because in those packets on the land division application, which I showed last time, has a USGS 7.5 map from the time of subdivision that shows where the blue line was. In fact, it was part of item G that we went over multiple times, where it said a restricted use area and drainage easement extending landward 50 feet from both sides of the high water mark of the blue line drainage courses running through the property as identified on the USGS 7.5 quadrant map and on the topography map that was submitted with the final map. All drainage easements will be shown as private. And in fact, the county manager is actually here today that signed off on that in multiple places, that looked at, that her staff and that her engineers signed off that all these conditions were met. There's a firm map in those drainage reports, which is a FEMA map, which shows exactly where that channel went, and it went all the way down. So again, we're just trying to spin it. And I'm really sorry that it's taken all your time, but if the county, when we first came to them on day one, went and told the homeowners the correct information, that they could touch it and that they could fix it, then it would have been done right there. But what the county did is they made up fictitious reports, they omitted words, and they tried to say that's an alluvial fan. And if that was the case, then that would be violating a bunch of FEMA violations, because it's you can't build next to an alluvial fan, because exactly what happened would have happened. So when the county decided to allow this to be a subdivision, knowing that there was prominent streams per FEMA maps and USGS maps that didn't come in my living room, the county then said, sure, these people can build, but these are the conditions. They have to manage this water. And it was required to be an easement because nobody knows. The real estate agents aren't telling them that they have an obligation to a channel. The title company isn't telling them that they have an obligation to a channel. And by the way, there's no recorded easement for across the street either in the county. So where they tell you there's an easement, there's not a recorded easement there either. I've checked. So there was a whole bunch of balls dropped, and we're the victims of that. And all we've done is come to the county and said, hey, can everybody fix this as it was written? And apparently, we're the bad guys because the homeowners don't want to fix it, and you guys don't want to help to fix it, even though it was signed off 7 places that these were conditions and that these conditions were met. So what you're doing as a county is you're putting your homeowners at risk, you're flooding us, and then you're forcing us to go sue private homeowners to get it rectified as you approved it. The map and everything, there's plenty of USGS maps in there. If you need help finding them in the packet, I can find them. But this nonsense that you keep acting like it always came in my living room, how did my house get approved? It would have gone right over my septic tank and in my living room.
Do we have additional public comment?
For the record, my name is Russell Carpenter, and my interest is that I am fortunate enough to know Reve Colatorti. There was a couple of comments made by Commissioner Hales that you said that the homeowners along Cortez are responsible for drainage, and that's not true. We're responsible for maintenance, and maintenance was only just now defined. And Tom, I'm going to need a copy of that definition, because up until this moment, the term of maintenance, what's required, has not been defined. And of course, you made it very clear, Mr. Gardner, that the county was not going to be responsible in any way, shape, or form, and that's come to a conclusion, and it's come true. So yes, we, the homeowners, I think, feel that it is a joint responsibility between the county and the homeowners, but you've decided that no, we have to go play on our own sandbox. And come election time, I think that'll show. And Commissioner Noasad, you said build the ponds. We're going to make signs, say build the ponds. And Tom, you said the exact same thing. And it's Kim's position, you heard her just before me. She's very angry, and she wants things done her way. It makes it a little tough for us to work with her, but we try, and we are trying. But this was a problem that the county sidestepped many years ago, and you're not up to correcting this problem, and I understand my time is up, but we've got a big influx of free money from the federal government. We'd like to see a little bit of that.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Carpenter, Russell Carpenter.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay.
My name is Sylvia D. Hart, and I live on 1141 Cortez Lane. So I believe that that's lot 35. And the channel is very well maintained on my property because I have a bigger slope. And in fact, the two neighbors above me that have even a higher slope, we're all rocking the channel. So this winter, the water's going to come shooting down like through a fire hose. And the fact that this has been going on, coming to these meetings, talking to you about it, asking for help, asking for guidance. And I even invited my commissioner, Mark Gardner, to my house, and he said he was forbidden to come because of legal counsel to talk to the homeowners. From the very beginning, I told them, what you need to do is just dig it out. The county's not going to come after you, and they were afraid. And now we're here, and winter's approaching, and nothing's done. And the kind of emergency water ditch that was dug by two residents on Sheep Camp to prevent a reflooding of their property, and it worked when we had the flash flood in June. That has been obstructed at the bottom by the lowest homeowner on Sheep Camp, and supposedly he got a permit approved by the county to do that. So now all that flood water is going to probably go into Reve's house. And it's just like this whole thing is mismanaged. I'm ashamed of the county, of how from the very beginning the people wanted you to help and you wouldn't help. And now here we are, and winter's here, and the emergency ditch isn't even going to work. It's wrong.
My name is Bud Alfred, and I am the property owner at the corner that she just mentioned, 1209 Joe Lane. The berm that she's discussing was put up recently with the permit process and the contractor. It was also laser shot, not by emotions, but by science. And the berm is at a 45-degree angle to keep that water from running across my property, undermining the driveway. And it will go to the basin that has been marked out by Tom's, is it Tom's guy? By RCI. In addition to that, we have made numerous improvements on the sheep camp side, double culverts. Also, the roadway on Joe Lane has now been maintained so that your 10-foot blade can come down and clear it out at any time. But the biggest thing I wanted to discuss was the homeowners on Cortez. They're not afraid to do this job. They want to do the job. They're afraid of being sued. And they're afraid of being sued by one person. And we all know who that is. It's the same person that jumps up and down and makes all kinds of noise, and you guys come running and you try to appease the problem. And the reality of it is that it's a misappropriation of public funds. Hours and hours and hours of time and money because one person jumps up and down continuously. Mark, you said yourself, we're not going to build a canal because if we do, we own it. Those were your exact words. And what that really means is you don't want the liability. Well, the homeowners don't want the liability. They're afraid that if they maintain and put in a canal and it goes south, then somebody's going to sue them. And that's the reality of the problem. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Yeah, my name is Bill Connolly. I live on Sheep Camp, 1931. And I was a victim of all of the flood that happened. And I don't agree with Charla that the county has no responsibility in this. I disagree. And I'll try to explain that to you why. 20 years ago, or 20 plus years ago, Douglas County approved subdivision in the Pine Ridge. And they approved it. Why did they approve it? Well, they approved it because it wasn't an alluvial fan. That's why they approved it. And it was a channel. And they approved it with conditions. They signed off on it. And those conditions were to maintain the channel. That's the only reason it got approved. It didn't get approved because, I mean, even the FEMA website will tell you, you can't build structures in an alluvial fan. And what's going to happen if you do is with the result of what just happened to my house. Because now there is an alluvial fan. And it was created by maybe negligence, maybe it was created back because the channel wasn't maintained. But the alluvial fan starts about 4 partials down from the top. And it fans out, and it's been doing that for 15, 20 years. And so we really, and you can notice it from the erosion that's at the bottom there. And so for 15 years it's been doing it. And so, but now, and that's because there was a parcel in front of that was open, empty. And so it fingered out and was able to absorb that water. And it went down. And of course, it created crevices and it eroded everything. And it was obvious it wasn't supposed to be for an alluvial fan. Then there was a structure built this year there, a pretty large structure, in the alluvial fan. And what does it do? The FEMA, you go on the FEMA website, and what does it tell you what will happen if you build the structure in an alluvial fan? It's going to alter it, and it's going to cause the neighboring properties you're going to put them in danger. And it even explains what will happen if you build the structure. And what they explain happened. And I urge you to go look at the FEMA website under the flood risk on alluvial fans building around or in it. And it'll tell you what exactly happened in March 10th. That's what happened. So that's why I think the county does have responsibility in this, because they allowed that structure to be built in an alluvial fan, which is against the recommendation of FEMA. And it's a warning, and you can go and read it yourself.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board. Ms. DeHart indicated that I had a conversation when I was invited to a meeting out at at her home in regards to this, indicated that legal counsel had forbidden me from attending. That is not a correct statement, although there's a nuance, okay? I was not forbidden by legal counsel not to attend. When I asked legal counsel, actually Mr. Ritchie, about whether or not I should attend this, he suggested that I not attend. He did not forbid me from attending. He suggested that I not attend. So I chose at that point in time. It was also asked of Mr. Dallaire to attend, if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Dallaire also denied the opportunity to visit with you folks on that date, and I declined the offer as well. So it wasn't that I was forbidden. I heeded my legal counsel's suggestion that I not attend. So I know that's a nuance, but I just don't want the public to think that our legal counsel is forbidding this board from doing things. Okay? Thank you. So we're bringing it back to the board. Any further comments, questions? Okay.
I'll make my comments then. I wholeheartedly disagree with Commissioner Hell stating that the county has no responsibility, legal or ethical or moral. I think they have all three of them. First of all, it's been well documented now that there has been at best an ambiguity of language where it could have been required, that the county required a drainage easement there, which is a position of the McGarrys. A drainage easement was not put in there. And so when the neighbors argue, well, we don't know what maintenance was, or hey, maybe we didn't know we were supposed to maintain it. Well, because there was nothing in the record that they would see that if there was a drainage easement, it would have been filed, would have been a public record. They would have been required to know that they had to maintain this in this area. So I think clearly the county has some responsibility. For Mr. Bud Alford to say that it's misappropriation of public funds because we want to address the concern of a resident that's lost tens of thousands of dollars in damage to her home and several others that also had damage to the home, but had to take extraordinary causes to stop more damage, like Mr. Conley did. I don't think that is. I think that's exactly the responsibility of the county commissioners. You know, there's been clearly over the past couple years, certainly this year, a division in the ideology of what each of the county managers county commissioners feel they're supposed to do. When we say we don't want the county, we shouldn't dig, and I'm not saying Mr. Gardner stated this, I don't know if he did or not, but I wholeheartedly disagree with the statement that the county shouldn't take a proactive approach and find a solution, including the requirement of a ditch because they may have liability, that's exactly what the county should be doing. You have residents in the county that have their homes flooded, they have damage being done, and it's going to continue to be done. So who's going to be responsible to do it? Well, I listened to legal counsel, they say, well, let the homeowners fight over it. Well, that's our responsibility. It's to oversee the land use development of the county, and that's exactly what we should be doing. I agree completely with what what Russell, Silva, and Connolly stated in their comments. I can't remember even all of them, but this comes down to there's a lot of fault that's been put out there. A lot of people responsible, the county included. It's not a very expensive solution. We just put up a little bit of money, and the county included. We put in the ditch, and if the ditch doesn't work, it's not the county's liability. We've done our job to try to solve a danger to the homeowners of our district. That's our job. It's not liability. I mean, again, I'm just stunned that anybody would tell a county commissioner that they shouldn't go out and meet with residents when there's a damage being done to the homes. I mean, that's our job. That's what we were hired for. You are our bosses, as somebody has stated here. It's our responsibility to address those issues. I think the county should pay part of the cost. I don't know. I don't have an idea to make a motion on that, nor do I feel that there's 3 votes for it, but I would like to have a vote on the commission. But you can't make that motion if you don't know what the cost is going to be and how it should be allocated and what the homeowners are willing to do. I would suggest the homeowners get together, and I don't care what everybody feels they're right there, so that come up with a solution that is, no one's going to be 100% satisfied. Come up with a solution that works, that maybe you don't like a little bit, but it's going to get done. Figure out what the cost is, and then we should figure out how to allocate it. My final comment is this. We just authorized $49,556 to do another outside agency to do a study for us. The person who was here from the county said we could have done it in-house. We just spent $50,000 to do that, but we're going to sit here and argue over $10,000 to $20,000 that can solve a flooding problem in the county? I think that's ridiculous.
Commissioner Hales.
Maybe I misheard, but I believe the representative of the county said it could be done internally, but it would mean a divorce. Pardon? And therefore, it can't be done internally because we don't have the resources.
No. Yeah. If you're talking about the study, no, he did not. He meant the divorce because he would work so hard. Are you advocating our employees don't work hard?
No. I'm saying, well,
okay.
Enough of that, but I do have a motion.
Okay. Commissioner Hales.
I move that we direct staff to take no further efforts to facilitate a resolution between homeowners on Sheep Camp Road and Cortez Lane regarding drainage.
Do I have a
That's the
second?
motion.
Don't look at me.
Well, that
And I don't mean that they don't help, they aren't a resource, they don't do as they do with every other county, they answer questions, they provide documents, that sort of thing, but they don't have any responsibility to facilitate. They've tried that. They've spent hours and hours. They're no closer now than they were months ago. And I really do appreciate that they are spending taxpayer resource on a very, very few number of residents.
Mr. Chairman.
So I don't see success coming from further efforts to facilitate a resolution.
Lacking a second, the discussion is closed.
okay. So do we
I'm going
have?
to throw my hat in on making a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we table a decision on this until the homeowners can come back to us with a solution of one of the solutions that Mr. Dallaire has given and what they're willing to do to get a resolution to it. And then the board can decide whether we want to have the county add any financial money into it or not. That was a very bad motion, huh? Okay. Let me try to narrow it down. It usually takes about a wine and a couple hours for me, but okay. I say can we call a table to motion where you put it off until, okay, so my motion is to table a decision on this until the residents come up with an agreement to one of Mr. Laird's suggestions and what they're willing to pay to get it done.
We have a motion to table. Any further action on this until the homeowners determine a equitable decision on their part?
It's my understanding Mr. Dallaire has given them a couple different options that they determine, that they agree upon one of those options and what they're going to contribute financially to get it done.
Okay, and we've had a second. Is the motion to table debatable? It is. Okay.
Mr.
You know,
Chairman, do we need a time certain when we table?
I don't know that we need a time certain, no. There can be a time certain, but I don't know that that's required.
You know, it may be beneficial so that they end up coming up with a solution. They don't just prolong this into the winter. I'm open to any suggestion.
That's a question for council. Council, can we table to a time certain, or can we just leave it open?
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The motion can have a deadline, or it can be remained open until the condition's satisfied, until the homeowners bring forward some proposed resolution for the board to consider.
I would like to put a time limit on it, because this thing can just be a can that just keeps getting kicked. And I think 2 months' time would be more than adequate for them to come up with a resolution.
Yeah, except that puts us into winter.
That's true.
I would suggest, rather than, the logical point would be to put it off until the 19th meeting, but I would suggest that we put it off to the 26th and have a special meeting.
Well,
I'm inclined not to vote on the tabling. My concerns are, it doesn't appear to me that anything short of the county taking full financial responsibility for not only doing the engineering and all of these other costs and actually building the trench or a ditch is going to be satisfactory to the parties involved. And I'm not convinced that that's a responsibility of the county. I still go back to that clause that the responsibility of the maintenance of the ditch is the responsibility of the homeowners on Cortez. Now, to what extent that maintenance exists is still unclear to me. There's no direction as to how, if that ditch ever extended beyond 2 feet deep, 10 feet wide, or what the extent was. I've been out and I've walked on this property. I want to make it very clear that I have spent an enormous amount of time, and I visited the McGarrys multiple times at their property. I've walked the property multiple times. So it's not that I'm not engaged in this. It's not that I'm not involved in this. It's not that I don't understand it. I have looked at it, and the one meeting I failed to attend, I just decided that when all those parties came together, it would be better for them to discuss amongst themselves as residents on both sides of the issue, for them to try to come up with a resolution rather than become involved from a county commissioner standpoint. So that's why I avoided that. Once again, nothing short, in my opinion, I've seen this, and I've listened to all the parties, nothing short of the county ponying up the whole enchilada here, both not only, and this is the $21,399.20, that's just for the engineering costs and the surveying costs. That has nothing to do with the actual performance of that responsibility. And so I'm not convinced that the homeowners are going to be able to come up to a resolution amongst themselves and to devote more county time, both from the planning department standpoint, Tom DeLera's standpoint, and then bring it back to us to, number one, talk about it another 2 hours that we put into it today, and 2 hours previously in other meetings that we've had on this. I don't know what to do other than to say, the homeowners need to resolve this issue. So
We got a motion and a second. I guess the question is whether we want to.
We're still discussing it.
I know that, but whether we want to amend the motion.
That was amended. Did you amend it?
we're talking about we're talking about the amendment to table this, okay? That's, no, the motion was, okay, the motion was to table this, and it was seconded by Commissioner Noasad, and it was amended, or there was a suggested amendment by Commissioner Rice to make it time certain, and I don't know that that received a second. So we've had discussion on tabling.
Right,
And
I'll second that motion.
Second what motion?
Is,
Time, to make it time,
yes.
okay?
Now that I have the microphone, my
Okay.
light's been on for an hour. I would caution anyone or advise anyone to find out what the definition of assume is. Assumptions can't be made without deep investigation. So I don't think I can tell you what the homeowners would do, but I would suggest that the homeowner who came up on that microphone right over there and listed a bunch of incongruities with the process involved with their deed. So I would say, if I can propose an amendment to the other amendment, the time specified.
Did you specify time?
No, I just said open.
Suggested that we go to a time certain.
You said 2 months.
Okay.
No, he didn't, it wasn't.
2 months, okay. Okay, and so that's the amendment that's been offered by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to do it a time certain of 2 months. That's the motion that we're discussing right now, is the amendment.
Commissioner Rice, did you say 2 months?
I did.
I wonder, December, huh?
You second that motion, Commissioner Noasad? I just want to make sure I know where we are.
Is it correct for me to rescind my second?
It is. I suppose it is. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion on the table to table this, and there's no time certain on it. And that is made by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad. We will vote on that motion. All those in favor of tabling this until a time uncertain signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion against?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Noasad, and Commissioner Rice have decided that we should delay this decision and table it. So I guess that's where we are. Okay.
I'd like to offer an additional motion. I would like to move that we direct staff. Before I offer a motion, my concern is this doesn't direct staff on their role now. And I don't want staff spending a lot more time. They've already spent a ton of time. I believe it would be helpful to staff if we could give them some direction as to their role in this. Now, am I right that they should disengage from this? Does that motion include that? Okay, so maybe we don't need an
The
additional.
motion was that they would have to come up with, Mr. Dallaire has mentioned to me at least, I believe the other ones, that there's a couple of different solutions he suggested. And now it's got to be, the homeowners have got to come up and figure out which one you want to do and what you're willing to pay. So I don't think there is anything more Mr. Dallaire can do until that is done.
All right, well, then I want to make a.
Okay, well, I'm good with that clarification because I misunderstood that. I thought it was still that Mr. Dallaire would work with them to come up with a resolution that would satisfy their needs. So, Commissioner Hales?
I appreciate the principles that our county manager described, and that is we should be focusing our attention on efforts that help large groups of people, large areas, and continuing to focus our amount of time on one very small piece of the puzzle is not a wise use of our county resources that we are charged with guarding. So do you feel, Mr. Dallaire, that with this clarification you have clarity, or do you need more direction?
Mr. Chairman?
Tom Dallaire for the record. No, I believe I have clarity. I mean, we've talked to the owners about creating an easement in the restricted use area. Also, we've talked to them about final map amendments or digging the channel in the existing restricted use area. We've provided some guidelines on that. But you guys have seen it. It is difficult for the owner to determine where that ditch is located. So basically, they're creating a new ditch, which really isn't allowed on the final map. So they would need to propose a solution. What I've heard is they propose a solution on what they want to do, dig the ditch, do the amendment, or do an easement, one or the other, and create a new channel. And then we'll figure out what that costs and how much it's going to cost. And then we bring it back before there's action taken on their behalf. Is that?
I meant more specifically as to the number of hours you're being asked to spend on this.
So that's kind of a funny thing. So, we get paid for 8 hours, right? 8-hour days. And a lot of these meetings were after hours. So technically it's been free, but I don't know how to explain it. We've spent a lot of time and I really enjoy working with the folks on Cortez. And even meeting with Kim and Ian the other day on that and meeting with Bud on his property. I want to help these people come up with a solution is where I'm at. And I haven't been able to tell them what to do, and I haven't been able to get from them what they want to do yet either. So getting some time to work with them is okay. I'll do what I need to do to get it done.
Question. Are you, I may be wrong, you're suggesting that the proposal by the homeowners to dig a ditch is not compliant with the existing map. Is that correct?
All right. So that when you walk the site, and I understand from today you want to go see that, and we'll try and get you out there tomorrow if we can. But the channel on where it's staked today is substantially higher than where the ditch is at, like about 3 feet. I didn't get a level out there. I don't know exactly, but it is substantial. And so it's not in the exact location today. That channel is not in the exact location today as it is located on the final map and staked in the field. And that's on Womack's property. But I believe there's a way to get the water from that channel to the existing channel on Larry's property, just down the hill from him, from Don.
Let me ask you this then. Who do we have to go to allow that deviation?
Well, if that's going to be the solution where the channel is dug, I think we don't need any revisions to the plan. It's the existing channel. That's what's showing up on the final map. There is no meets and bounds. We had to hire a surveyor to locate where the channel is supposed to be in the field. We had to hire a surveyor to guesstimate where that's at. It's approximate. It's not exact. If we had an easement, which is actually recorded with the final map, it actually shows you meets and bounds description on where that channel is going to be located. A surveyor could replace it tomorrow without a problem. This was an effort in order to get the channel located on those 3 properties so they knew where it was in the field for not only for you guys, but for the owners as well. Is that
So then it's my understanding
I've
from what you just said that the homeowners have not, are not told they can't dig where they want to dig.
not where they want to dig. It's the location, I think, between what I understand, Don had staked out some things out there in the field where he wanted to dig, and I understand the McCary's had an issue with that location. She wants it in the exact location that it shows up on the final map.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. I need to go to the restroom. I thought we took a vote and this item was done, but if you guys want to continue, the vote's already done. I'm going to take a restroom break.
Okay.
Okay, so we know where we are?
With the exception of the McGarrys. What do they want to do? What do they want to do? What do they want to do?
I move we recess.
I'll accept that, and we'll return at, how about 4:20? Okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's 4:19, so we're getting ready to come back into session. Well, it's 4:19, so we have 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm just trying to get everybody back in place so we can move on. Okay, it's 4:20 and all 5 commissioners are back on the dais, so we'll resume our meeting of 10/5/2023. And this go to item number 8. It says this agenda item will not be heard before 1 p.m. Well, I guess we've accomplished that task, right? Folks, I try to add a little bit of levity into these meetings, so I know that they're lame, but anyways. Number 8, for possible action, discussion on a request for a tentative subdivision map, DP 23-0047, to create building envelopes for 116 townhomes and dedicated common areas on a total of 9.49 acres in a single phase on 4 existing vacant parcels in the Monte Vista subdivision. The subject parcels are located on both sides of Monte Vista Avenue, located west of the Monte Vista single-family development, La Costa at Monte Vista, and approximately 730 feet north of Ironwood Drive. The subject parcels are zoned multifamily residential, MFR, with a planned development, PD, overlay in the Nevada Northwest LLC specific plan within the Minden Community Plan area. The applicant is Keith Rubin, R.O. Anderson Engineering, representing the owner, Rye Creek LLC. The APNs are 1320-30-510-004, 1320-30-510-005, 1320-30-510-006, and 1320-30-611-001. This is being presented by Ms. Doherty of our Planning Department. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today before you is a request for a tentative subdivision map that contains building envelopes for 116 townhomes. There are going to be 2 townhomes per envelope, so it'll be 58 envelopes. There's also common area, and there's going to be some amenities, like a small gathering area with tables and a picnic shelter, a tot lot, and a half-court basketball court. The Planning Commission conditionally approved the project on September 12th and has asked the board to impose parking restrictions on Monte Vista Avenue concurrently with your approval of this map. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Rob Anderson of R.O. Anderson Engineering to offer his presentation to you, and he can answer any of your questions.
I look a lot like Keith.
I know, I'm like Rob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Rob Anderson, filling in for Mr. Rubin. He's out of the area at this time, so I appreciate your time. Do I have a clicker that I can steal? I think it's right there. Thank you, Linda, for your presentation. We appreciate it greatly. Staff, just as the commissioners should be aware, have been very cooperative, and we appreciate their efforts in this regard. So today, as Linda points out, the matter that is before you is the tentative subdivision to effectively just change how the ownership is. The project is approved for, I believe, 145 units, Our client, Rye Creek LLC, is seeking approval of 116 units and the ownership to be able to subdivide those units for the purpose of sale as opposed to just rental units. As pointed out earlier, and you recognize in your package, this project site is located with the Nevada Northwest Specific Plan, which was adopted by resolution a number of years ago. It is part of the residential planning area that was shown there. It is also within Nevada Northwest Plan Development Area, which was rezoned as a PD in 2002. Again, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, the request today is just for a tentative map. It is not the design review hearing. That is a separate application that's pending that I believe will be handled at staff level as opposed to at your level. This request was approved, as pointed out by Linda, by the town of Minden on May 3rd and by the Planning Commission on September 12th. Relative to the details of the project, it is consistent with the master plan designation for the site. This is it here as you see it. The orange area is multifamily residential. That is shown there. The project site, if I don't mess this up, is, you can never see it on these things. Project site is shown there as project location and the boundaries. No, I'm good. That's fine. Here is the Nevada Northwest Specific Plan and the densities that were contemplated there. Again, the project location is highlighted and labeled there so that you can see it. The lot design and layout is provided here. Essentially, Monte Vista Avenue is, I'm going to steal that from you. No, that one. Yeah, after all. Lot design contemplates, this is Monte Vista Avenue here, and the street that enters into this Monte Vista, the single-family area is there. Alleys that exist are here, and this alley is not yet constructed. But so these homes, many of these homes front on Monte Vista Avenue, a constructed road that was constructed as part of the Nevada Northwest Plan Development, and it exists and has existed for a number of years. Here's the northern portion of the development. Again, the site plan continuing on with Monte Vista Avenue in shown there in the middle of the project. Project details, this project, the developer intends to build it in a single phase. The open space is shown here, which again, as Linda points out, there would be 58 building envelopes, each housing 2 units. The areas surrounding it would be all common area and maintained by a property owners association of some fashion. The traffic has been previously addressed as part of the Nevada Northwest Specific Plan and also in the PD development. In that specific plan in 2007, there was an amendment to it to remove the casino, the hotel, the RV park, and 400,000 square feet of commercial. 2001, that traffic studies trip generation calculated the average daily trips at about 19,000 trips. The adjusted daily trips was calculated about 8,200, a 57% decrease compared to the 2001. That has already occurred. That's just kind of history for you relative to how we went from 2001 to 2017. This project contemplates a reduction of about an additional 29 units from what was proposed previously, which further reduces the traffic coming out of this project by over 220 units. The extension of Muller Parkway from US Highway 395 through Monte Vista Avenue was completed by the developer of Nevada Northwest, Scotsman Development. The connection with Monte Vista Avenue to Ironwood Drive was constructed at that same time. Those improvements have existed for some time. There was a settlement agreement that stipulated that no further improvements to Muller Parkway or its intersection with 395 would be required of the properties within the specific plan. I'll stay there for a minute. In 2020, the connection of the new signal and roundabout at US Highway 395 and Santa Anita Drive was completed for the commercial development and 80 single-family homes there. So the transportation improvements that were contemplated as part of the specific plan have been completed by evidence of each of those improvements that I just related to. And the one there, Santa Anita Drive, you're likely familiar with. It's the very full McDonald's at any hour of the night, by the way. The drainage relative to this project was largely constructed. There are only minor elements, those elements that are specific within the alleyway that might be shown here. But the main core of the drainage system was constructed as part of the Nevada Northwest plan development when Monte Vista Avenue was built several years ago. Similarly, the utilities, the water, the sewer, power was extended. Water services were actually constructed and placed in Monte Vista Avenue to serve the units that front on that. Some of those are not going to be necessary as a result of the reduction in units. Others of them are located because the design and footprint has changed. Others of them will have to be relocated or reconstructed. But other than that, the sewer and the water services have been completed along Monte Vista Avenue for all the units that are shown there. With respect to the transfer of development rights and density, this will require the transfer of 116 development rights to the site. The 116-unit plan reduces the approximate density again by 20% over what was approved in the specific plan in the plan development application. That concludes our presentation. I would, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, like the opportunity to respond to public comment if it should come up. In addition, one of the principals of Rye Creek LLC, Mr. Matt Carter, is present with me today. He is also available to answer questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sure, we'll entertain that. Okay. Commissioners, any questions, comments, concerns? Commissioner Hales, it looks like you wanted to jump in.
I've heard a lot of concern about adequate parking.
Oh, yes. Would you kind of address that?
Yes.
Okay. The parking for this project exceeds Douglas County, or at least meets, if not exceeds, Douglas County code. So within each of these units, there's a two-car garage, which is required. Each of the units are a minimum of 20 feet off the back of sidewalk, which allows parking in the driveway, which is pretty typical, or generally typical. There are multifamily units constructed throughout Minden and Gardnerville that do not have that 20-foot space in between the garage door and the back of sidewalk. But this one, in fact, does. Additionally, there's RV parking spaces that have been provided on the, what I would call the south side of the project, southwest side. There are also the ancillary guest parking spaces in accordance with Douglas County Code that have been provided. I believe we have exceeded the parking requirements, Ms. Hales, over what was required by the either the specific plan or Douglas County Code. Additionally, Monte Vista Drive, when it was constructed, I believe this will come up likely when Ms. Moss speaks, or I expect she would still speak. Monte Vista Drive was constructed to allow parking on that street as well in the front of these units and as part of the specific plan. That was necessary and contemplated because of the design of these units being largely rear-loaded, so that the access to the garage is, again, off the alleys. The fronts of the homes then front Monte Vista Avenue, and guests or even the unit owners could park on the street and access their units. Part of the reason and basis for that design consideration was to slow down traffic. There was a lot of testimony in the Planning Commission meeting about the importance of not allowing Monte Vista to become just a thoroughfare or a raceway to get from Muller Parkway when it finally gets completed here very soon to the commercial center. But those parking spaces were provided and anticipated, included in the design, and we very much continue to expect that that would be allowed. Those parking spaces are in addition to and beyond what has been provided by the developer on site.
Just to clarify, with the 20 feet on the driveway, that means 4 cars could park at each home.
Yes, 2 in the garage, 2 on the driveway. Yes.
Question. The the representation of the units are staggered like this.
Yes?
So each one has a two-car garage.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I have a disclosure to make. I said on the Lake Tahoe Douglas County Sewer Authority, and Mr. Anderson is our district engineer. That will have no bearing on my decision in this matter. I did want to ask, and it went away, I did want to ask, you have reduced the number of units.
Yes, sir.
You have got approval from the Planning Commission and from the town,
Yes, sir.
and you are more or less just changing ownership, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I have several questions. You mentioned, so this, Mr. Anderson, thank you very much for your presentation, by the way. This area that's designated in the light blue aqua color,
Yes.
anyways, that is called an alleyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is the
Or is that
what is
actually, that
the
is,
distance between homes from what is the width of that alleyway?
So let me restate that. That is a street. That one that you're in Aqua that you're speaking to. The alleyway that I was referring to is, excuse me. This is an existing paved alleyway. If you were to drive out there today, this is paved. This actually is constructed to a private street standard that's listed in the tentative map there. And I don't recall as I stand here right now what that width is. I could do a quick little bit of research and answer that question in a few months.
Okay.
If you allow me, Mr. Chairman, I'll be able to answer that question.
Okay. So I have a question here on this. So on the alleyway, that's basically between the homes on Monte Vista and the La Costa development.
Yes.
Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and those are rear loaded also. Is that on that particular area?
They are.
Okay. Now, excuse me, if you could, please, we're asking questions and we'll have an opportunity for public comment. Okay? Thank you. Anyways, so my question here is that I know that the town of Minden just recently changed their trash pickup. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay.
They still
And
pick it
so
up the
they're
same
going to be
way.
restricting trash pickup on alleyways.
Okay.
Okay. So that's, I guess that's one of my, that's something that needs to be addressed with the town of Minden in that regard.
I believe they have considered that, and the town has, as I related to you earlier, has actually approved the plan. They're very familiar with the alleyways in this. That has been this way for 20-plus years, that planned, and that one alley is constructed. But anyways, yes, we will work
That was
with
just a
Sure.
question, because I just became aware of that, by the way, in talking with J.D. Frisbee just yesterday morning, as a matter of fact. So that's why I asked the question. Secondly, is this development subject to the growth management ordinance?
No,
It is not.
It is not.
Is it a vested project?
it is a vested project.
Okay, I'm having difficulty finding that on my, I have vested and non-vested thing, and I'm having difficulty, so maybe staff can help me out with identifying where that's listed, okay? So I was going to ask if that was subject to the growth management ordinance. We only have 69 right now allocations available, so if they were building it all in one phase, then of course that would gobble up more than almost 2 years of allocations. So that's what I was asking about in that regard. I am concerned. We just, and you sat through it, so you understand, an ultimate concern of mine is that the town of Minden has recommended that we not allow parking on Monte Vista, right?
Yes.
Okay, and as a result of that, they have indicated that the CC&Rs of this development should indicate so. that there will be no parking on on Monte Vista. So my concern here is that we don't have a homeowners association in place. We just ran into a situation with Sheep Camp Road and Cortez Lane that did not have, that has CC&Rs that prevent, ask for maintenance of a blue line stream or a drainage ditch down the middle of that. And so now the homeowners on Sheep Camp Road have no resolution to enforce those CC&Rs because there's no HOA in Pinion Ridge. And so my question here is, if we have no HOA here, who is going to enforce? Because the county, we already discovered that in the last presentation, right? That the county doesn't enforce CC&Rs. So who is going to enforce the CC&Rs if there's no, and we have nothing in writing to indicate that there is a bona fide homeowners association that's affiliated with this as of yet. So that's where my struggle is. I don't want to run into another situation where we get 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line or even 5 years down the line where we're having people parking on here and we have no method of regulating it because it's not in a CC&R and it's not in a HOA that was designated. So those are concerns of mine.
Can I take a few minutes and discuss this a little bit? First of all, there will be, before this final map could get recorded and before a single unit could be constructed or sold, the final map has to be recorded. And part of that, as I understand the conditions of approval, there must be at least a landscape association to maintain the landscaping. Perhaps there will be CC&Rs regarding the elevations. I do not know that detail as I stand here. However, the town of Minden's suggestion, and I believe it's going to be brought back to them for reconsideration, their suggestion that the parking be restricted off of Monte Vista Avenue is not consistent with the project's approvals from when the specific plan was done. So that you all understand, and the record is clear, Monte Vista Avenue was never constructed as a collector road. It was constructed as essentially a residential road within a development with parking on it. That is the way the specific plan shows it. That is the way the plan development shows it. What occurred is at one point when Douglas County hired a transportation engineer to do one of their transportation plans, someone designated it as a collector road. Douglas County Code, when the county years and years ago adopted NDOT's access management standards, does not allow parking on a collector road. That, however, is, I think, an erroneous, not the fact that it doesn't allow it on a collector road, but the designation of Monte Vista Avenue as a collector road, which has introduced this confusion, was done in error. And it was done without consideration of the prior project approvals that remain in effect. So we definitely will go back to the town and revisit this issue, and hopefully that condition will get modified before then. I do not think, at least as I read the conditions of approval, it is a condition that has been recommended by staff here. However, having said that, I believe that is the issue relative to parking. Understand, though, that relative to drainage, Town of Minden maintains the drainage system and has since it got constructed. Relative to the street, I believe Town of Minden is maintaining that street. It may be that Douglas County does, I do not know. I believe it's Town of Minden. Relative to water, Town of Minden maintains that. Relative to sewer, Minden-Gardner Sanitation District maintained those. Those are all public facilities dedicated. So you will not have the conflict that is apparent from the matter you just discussed, the drainage matter out in East Valley area there on Cortez Lane. That will not exist in this subdivision.
No, I'm not trying to mix those two. Okay, I wasn't. I didn't ask anything about drainage. Yeah, not that. It's the CC&R issue versus having a HOA that's supposed to maintain, and we don't have that. So that's all I was trying to. I was using that as an example.
I think it's a great example, Mr. Chairman, and I would point out to you. I think that the only benefit to a CC&Rs might have to do with the architectural, but the parking should be something that's determined. And understood that it should be allowed on Monte Vista Avenue. That should not fall to the responsibility of a homeowners association or CCNR for enforcement. That to me is not a good decision. It would not be a good decision.
Yeah. And then, so the final map, does that come back to us? I guess that's a legal question, or that does not come back to us for approval?
No.
Okay. So that, I guess that's, once again, a concern of mine, that we're not going to have any proof that those things have been, if those are in the CCNRs and the HOAs.
You have a very professional staff. Not only do they work hard and work long hours, but they're very professional. Believe me, having processed numerous final maps, you should not concern yourself with that. Staff is very good about making sure we meet each condition.
And I appreciate the compliment to our staff, and I would agree with you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be here when that is done. So I just want to make sure that's on the record, okay? And I would say that, I got a communications was passed along to me that former Commissioner Ingalls expressed in an email and basically saying that this should not, I'll quote it, okay? This is a quote. "This should not be approved unless roads are expanded for more traffic." I don't know that the roads can be expanded beyond what's county standards. So I kind of discount that. More medical facilities are added. I don't know that that's our responsibility, and nor is it the responsibility of the developer, in my opinion. And additional supermarkets are provided for this. And I think the private sector will take care of that issue. If there's a determination by the supermarkets that are in town that they're over inundated and can't accommodate the current homes that we have in Douglas County, that they will step forward and bring that forward. And also, at least 3 additional deputies are hired for law enforcement. I'm quoting here. I'm not making this up. Okay, At least 3 additional deputies are hired for law enforcement, and I don't know that we're expecting a tremendous amount of crime that would warrant 3 additional deputies for this, nor would this generate enough property taxes in order for us to go out and hire an additional 3 deputies, even if they were perhaps even available right now, because our staff we're still down about 5 or 6 officers, as I understand it. So anyways, but I did want to, this was almost in the tune of public comment, and so I'll dispel some of that. But it would be nice if we could just fill the deputy slots we have right now. And so anyways, but I just wanted to put that on the record. So thank you. I don't have any other questions at this point in time. Any other commissioners have any questions, concerns? Okay, so we should go to public comment? Okay, and then if the public has information or ask questions, then we'll accumulate those questions, Mr. Anderson. Maybe you could write them down, and then you could come up afterwards and address those questions. Okay, rather than addressing them one by one. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. This is a multi-million-dollar development, and I think your presentation needs a bump in the aesthetics. It's terrible. There's no pictures, there's no 3D, there's no aerial, there's no Google Earth, there's no aesthetic value in this presentation. It's bland. It's going to look like the neighborhood behind ours on Langley. They're all just, you ever seen that sitcom Weeds? The icky bricky people, how they're all just running in the suits and ties. The whole development behind my house is nothing but duplexes with garages. I mean, there's 2 big fat garages. I don't know where the people live. I don't know how many toys you can stuff into something like that, but is that another one of what we're building? Another corporate cookie cutter matrix? This is a multi-million-dollar construction firm, and this is the quality of their presentation. This is the only one you're going to get, folks. They're not even going to show you the final product. This is it. What a work of art, huh? Making what's the thing? The motto here: a community to match the scenery. Little LA, little Sacramento, LA, wall-to-wall concrete jungle. Of course, we're never going to have enough law enforcement to police the weed quadrant of the townhouse side of Douglas. It's not that they're not the highest paid in law enforcement in the state or anything like that. It's just that we need 400 police officers running around chasing dogs and cats and fabricating all manner of petty tyrant bull. Sir, you're a well-spoken kind of person, but I don't know where you went to school or if you got a heart in your art or an art in your heart, but this presentation is absolutely bland. Would you please fix it and bring back something a little more polished for these people? You know, this corporate culture just sucks.
Mr. Ursick, before you sign in, could you kindly get that clicker and bring it up to me, please? Or that's fine. That'll work too. Thank you.
Just a couple of comments on the. It just dawned on me that AJ Ursick. I forgot to say it last time. I'm the vice chairman of the AAC. On the idea of additional deputies, just a passing thought, you might justify one if the Painted Rock route through Johnson Lane is approved. On the other hand, Mr. Anderson, he mentioned something, the traffic being consistent with the Northwest or North County traffic plan. Can I get clarification on the title of that plan? And also, he mentioned that does NDOT have a prohibition on parking on collective roads? I want to get clarification. Where do I get documentation on that, if that is a specific plan or a specific ordinance from NDOT? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have a question there for Ms. Doherty and for Mr. Rubin. Or Mr. Anderson, sorry.
Good afternoon, Maureen Casey, speaking as Chair of the Planning Commission. We had a lengthy hearing on this item, and the biggest issue that came up before our discussion was parking. Traffic came up second. And with parking, as we have discovered over the years, there is never enough parking in these types of developments. We have had some success in our discussions by emphasizing we need more parking, and then in between our discussions and the time it comes to the Board of Commissioners, there has been some give and take and discussion with the developer that they have come to the board and made some changes where they've either added more common area or added a few more parking spaces. It doesn't seem that that's happened here. But what I would like to emphasize to the board, as far as parking goes on Monte Vista, it was a mixed discussion on the Planning Commission. Some of us wanted to see parking on Monte Vista. Some of us did not want to see parking on Monte Vista. I thought perhaps we could have parking on Monte Vista during the daytime hours and remove it at night, because you have people with visitors during the day. You have cleaning crews, you have handymen, you have babysitters, you have just plain visitors coming. If there's no parking on Monte Vista, you have a limited number of guest spaces in the facility itself. If there's no parking on Monte Vista, they are going to go into La Costa to park. And the last thing we want to see is major infiltration into the neighborhood. We don't like that. Whether you're a neighbor, whether you're on planning staff, whether you're on a policy board, you want to minimize neighborhood infiltration. So that's a consideration. We talked about putting fog lines on Monte Vista with regards to traffic speed. They give the impression of narrowing the lanes, and it slows traffic down. Jeremy came up and gave his impression that if parking is allowed on both sides of the street, then people slow down when they're driving because Monte Vista is a straight shot. And it may not have been originally designed to be a collector road, but people use it as a collector. They come from Moeller to Ironwood and across to the other side to go into the new developments along Santa Rita, and I don't know what the name of that subdivision is on the other side. And the speeding that I see are the people in La Costa, the people who are going to Wind Haven, some of them use Monte Vista, and people in this new subdivision are going to use it. I don't know what the solution is. You're not going to see stop signs going in to slow traffic. You cannot use stop signs to slow traffic. The town of Minden will put in crosswalks after this. I see that, and I'll wrap up. They will put in crosswalks for people using Jake's after the subdivision is together. Since we couldn't come to any solution, that's why we punted it to you. And in your wisdom, you get to figure it out. But I wanted you to have some idea of what our discussion was at the Planning Commission. I didn't want you to go in blind. Good
Thank you,
luck.
Ms. Casey. Okay. Good luck. Yeah. Thank you very much. Additional public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Tom Davis, and I am a resident of La Costa, Monte Vista. As I shared at the Planning Commission several weeks ago, my concern is the parking on Monte Vista. Even though by definition it is not a collector road, by reality it is, because it joins two collector roads, Ironwood and Moeller. So one of the concerns that we have is which has never been brought up at either meeting by the developer, is that on both ends of Monte Vista, at Ironwood and Monte Vista, and at Moeller and Monte Vista, those two areas are both zoned for commercial. So the decision you guys are going to make today is going to determine the traffic on that road, and if there's parking, it's going to impede traffic on that road. That's going to be a collector road, whether it's a definition on paper or not. When those commercial lots are zoned or developed, it's going to draw commercial traffic on the Monte Vista between Ironwood and Moeller, whether the paper says it's a collector road or not. The other issue I have is on Monte Vista, south of Ironwood and on Santa Anita. The developers in that area in the village have the same issue, same size roads, residential/collector. That developer designed all of their homes and their townhomes with the properties facing, the back of the properties facing those roads, and discouraged on-street parking intentionally. This developer on Monte Vista between Ironwood and Moeller chose to design their properties to encourage parking on Monte Vista. Their front of the road, the houses are facing Monte Vista. They have sidewalks that are going to go from the front door to Monte Vista, and they obviously have gates and their fences to encourage people to park there and walk to the front of their homes. This is an issue that needs to be addressed, I think, now, because as the chairman mentioned, 5 years, 10 years down the road, this is going to be an I told you so. Example I had just the other day after the Planning Commission meeting, getting my mail in Monte Vista, in La Costa. I took a right onto La Cita Drive to head to my house, and after hours, both sides of those roads are jam-packed with cars after people come home from work. That's where they parked. I was driving down in between the row of cars, the only one lane, one width. Coming around the corner was a UPS truck. I had to back all the way back up to the intersection to let the UPS truck go by. It was we were at a deadlock. That Monte Vista is only 1 foot, roughly 1 foot wider than La Cita. So what I experienced on La Cita in residential area is exactly what we're going to experience on Monte Vista once this development is done and those zones are made commercial and Moeller Parkway is completed. That's going to be a death trap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jan Muzzy. I was looking at the maps and the diagrams of what was proposed. And my concern, well, first of all, most people would think, oh, great, we've got two-car garage and driveway that can handle 2 more vehicles. I would like to remind people that a lot of people use their garage as storage units. And so that would reduce the amount of parking per unit, maybe by 1 or 2. If people don't are wanting to use their garage to actually garage cars, how wide is the garage if they want to put cabinets in there for storage and so forth? Will they still be able to get their 2 cars in? It looked to me like that was not possible. So I would really am concerned for the potential residents that the parking is going to be a difficult issue. And in instances such as that, that does not necessarily promote good neighborly acts towards one another. So I wish you would just take that into consideration. And although the length of the driveway, as I heard, is 20 feet, we live in a rural community. A lot of our friends have big, full-size pickup trucks. How are they going to be able to park their vehicles in this area, or even perhaps even park in the driveway? So I would like you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
My name is Rose Wallace, and I will be living parallel to one of the alleyways to this subdivision that's going to be built. And I'm concerned, again, about the parking. It's going to come over into La Costa if there is no parking on Monte Vista, which we are asking that there not be. Also, I am concerned about flooding. I've been told that the drainage is all taken care of and all that, but as we've seen earlier, it does happen. So those are 2 of my concerns. The traffic, 3 of my concerns, the traffic, the parking, and drainage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. B.B. Boss. I live at 1745 Bella Casa in the La Costa Plan Development. I did provide comments to the Planning Commission last month, and they're part of the record. And I understand that my comments were also provided to the board members today for this meeting. Most of the comments are regarding the design review, so I want to speak to 3 specific areas that I'm still concerned about regarding the tentative map. The first one is the parking on Monte Vista. At the town board meeting, the town did not restrict parking on Monte Vista Avenue. They just stated that they wanted the CC&Rs to say there would be no parking on Monte Vista. So the town of Minna did not take action on restricting parking on Monte Vista. So the other issue is that they talked about monitoring over time as the development occurs and see whether or not they need to restrict parking, because usually that's the process. The town of Minden may get a complaint, they process it as a potential restriction, they take action, and that gets forward to the Board of Commissioners, and you take action under an ordinance. So in my mind, it's premature to restrict parking on the street because the street was designed for parking as Mr. Anderson stated. I worked on this project in 2001, and we went through that discussion as part of the overall design. It was to restrict, essentially cause friction on the street and slow people down. Our local streets, they're all the same width, but our streets that serve the residential area that's existing have the same width of street. People park on the streets, people just have to slow down. And that was the whole purpose of that design. So there's really no issue. There's no justification to restrict it today. In the future, yeah, that may happen as the development is completed and you see what people's patterns are, and then you can act on that if the town of Minden wants to act on it at that time. The second item is the inconsistency with the right-of-way on Bella Rosa Drive and Bella Boulevard. I mentioned that in my comments to the Planning Commission. Staff is not recommending any condition to correct that. The right-of-way varies in both of those streets, and the problem is that the right-of-way doesn't match the curb. So there needs to be an abandonment of the right-of-way, and that should be done prior to the final map. And I believe that the applicant is in agreement with doing that. I did speak with them after the public meeting in front of the Planning Commission. The other is the outstanding issue with enforcement, for code enforcement on the street trees and the landscaping along Monte Vista, both sides. It's not been maintained up until recently. The trees need to be trimmed. It's a hazard to traffic, to pedestrians. Residents in the neighborhood have had to trim the trees back so we could use the sidewalk. That has occurred over the last 10 years because the owner has been out to lunch. Not this owner, the prior owners. So I ask that you consider that as part of a condition under, condition number 5 for Planning Commission, to add some language regarding the maintenance of the landscaping and to trim the trees as soon as they can, because it's a hazard today. And again, there's code enforcement files open on all of these properties along Monte Vista because none of the property owners have maintained the landscape area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Twice in the same day?
Terry Willoughby, Minden resident. I actually live in this development. I wanted to stay on record. I support this development. I have no problem with it. We knew when we bought our house that this was a possibility. I believe it was disclosed in our escrow papers. I'm not sure, but I know we knew about it when we bought the house, and I have no problem with it. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, if we have no additional public comment, perhaps Ms. Doherty can address the question regarding NDOT and their jurisdiction, I believe is what it was about. Or maybe legal counsel, or maybe, okay, Mr. Anderson has an answer to that.
I'll allow Mr. Anderson to answer that.
Okay, hurry. Wise move.
For the record, Rob Anderson again. Mr. Story posed the question about NDOT's involvement in it. NDOT doesn't have any jurisdiction or authority relative to these streets. However, what Douglas County did, again, I forget the dates, I'm getting older. Not only, I am pretty good, better than average, I'd say, at math. I am horrible at art, and I'm horrible, in fact, I can't carry a tune for anything, but I'm better than average at math. What I remember, though, relative to NDOT is Douglas County actually is part of the litigation that occurred on Muller Parkway and US 395 with the development of this project. Shortly thereafter, Douglas County adopted, as part of its design manual, NDOT's access management standards. NDOT's, just their access management standards. It doesn't give NDOT any authority over Douglas County roads, Town of Minden roads or streets. It does, however, provide the restrictions relative to how close intersection can be, spacings, the taper distances, all of those types of things are embodied within Douglas County's design criteria and improvement standards. So that is the reference I wanted, or I had made earlier, just to clarify that comment. I'm trying to think if there was another, the question Mr. Story also posed relative to the project was the traffic and my reference to a specific plan. Mr. Story, that references to Nevada Northwest specific plan. And it is an adopted specific plan that was done for the whole project. I would also point out to you, relative to this particular site, there are 116 units that are provided and are contemplated, meaning there has to be 116 transferable development rights. So oftentimes developers, and perhaps there's an air of that criticism that comes that these units are all stacked very, very closely together. What you should understand and appreciate is, as a result of Douglas County's code for transferable development rights, this project is only, and these densities are only available for the developer having acquired a conservation or the rights from a conservation easement being placed on a minimum of 100 acres here in Carson Valley, a minimum of 100 acres. So it could have been 200 acres. I don't know where they acquired the development rights from, but there is a minimum of 100 acres of agricultural irrigated land that was set aside in a conservation easement that would allow this development to occur. So in addition to the 29 units thereabouts that we reduced the density by, there's also 100 acres floating around in conservation easement as a result of this project and the owner's objective to develop it. I'm happy to answer any more questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Commissioners, did we have any other questions of Mr. Anderson before we bring it back to the board?
I have questions for our staff. I've received a lot of constituent emails saying, why can't we have a one-story buffer between La Costa and the neighborhood? And I would like you to address that question.
Linda Doherty, Community Development, for the record. So what you're referring to is there is an area in front of Windhaven. So with the specific plan that was restricted to one-story homes there, but, and this specific plan applies to this project as well, but that was the only area called out in the specific plan to have one-story homes, so it's not a requirement for this project.
So, AJ, were you gonna?
AJ Hames from the DA's office, for the record. When they created this specific plan, Windhaven was already there. And so to accommodate the people who hadn't bought their houses in Windhaven, subject to this development already being approved, they agreed that the houses fronting Windhaven would be one story. But this is all now part of the same specific plan, so these have been planned for quite some time. And I think as Ms. Willoughby noted, generally people had notice if they chose not to review the properties around them to see what might be developed later on, I guess that would be one thing, but there was notice available to people, and that was the difference between the Windhaven owners and the current owners.
So just to be more blunt about it, the county does not have the right to restrict to one story. Is that right?
No, not according to the specific plan doesn't limit that. There's nothing in code that would specifically we could latch onto that would allow for that.
So it's not an option for us.
Sorry, correct.
Okay. Who's responsible? I'm new to this area of county work, so forgive these questions that probably more people know the answer to. I'm getting asked who's responsible for construction dirt on roads and debris from construction.
The developer is responsible for that. There's a Douglas County ordinance requires that the developer maintain, I'm sorry, Rob Anderson again for the record. Ms. Hales, there's Douglas County ordinance as well as state statutes require a developer to prepare and comply with a surface water pollution prevention plan. And so that is a specific element of it, is to maintain the streets clean and free of debris. Obviously, there's times when it gets tracked up and then it has to be cleaned. So, but that does happen, but there is, the developer is ultimately responsible for that.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
And then back to question for our staff. Could the county, so I understand that this project meets the amount of parking that's currently required by the county. Could the county require more parking?
Linda Doherty for the record. Sorry, I was just conferring with AJ. There has to be solid basis to do so. I mean, they are meeting code, which is our requirement, our minimum requirement. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. We would have to have good reason to require additional parking. Then the last question I have is, it's been suggested that we, I think I understood this right, add a condition to require maintenance of landscaping? Is that something we can do?
Linda Doherty for the record. There is going to be an HOA which is required because they are responsible for maintaining all of the the common area, all the open space, landscaping, the parkways, the medians. And we do have a condition where a landscape assessment district can be set up. I have to check to see if we have that, but I thought that was part of but that is definitely something we can, if it's not in the report, I apologize, I can't remember, but that we could add that at your direction if we don't have that already. Let me see.
With respect to parking, I noticed in the plan that you do have spots for RV parking.
That's correct. There are RV parking spaces, far right side there, Lynette, there.
Other quick questions, commissioners? Commissioner Tarkanian? No? Commissioner Rice? No, sir. Okay. And I'll just state an observation. Almost every commissioner, when they're running for office, talks about keeping the county rural, right? You've heard that more than once, Mr. Anderson. And so I also said that I was interested in attempting, where legally possible, to keep the county rural. And that's why I asked the question. So I know that we have an inventory right now of somewhere in the neighborhood, somewhere between 5,600 and 6,000 homes that are still have been approved for zoning in our county, and so are still available for build out in recognition of not only the growth management ordinance, but also in recognition of those properties who were approved prior to the growth management ordinance taking place in 2007. There's still approximately 2,100 of those properties that are vested. So that's, I always have to look at those factors when you entertain something of this nature. And that's why I was, we're not adding to our inventory here. We're actually, as I understand it, we're actually decreasing our inventory because we've reduced this, or the developer has proposed reducing this from 145 units down to 116. So we're actually reducing our inventory. So that doesn't give me a very good argument there in that regard, right? So anyways, but I just wanted to point that out to the public also, so that we always keep an eye on that aspect of our county, because that we get beat up almost on a weekly basis about overdevelopment of our community, and so it's been very, very, they see bulldozers here and bulldozers there, but it's very important to understand that this board, to date, actually since I've been a commissioner for now a year and 9 months, has only approved 10 new lot subdivisions, and that was on Centerville and Foothill just a couple of weeks ago. This is not a new approval then, so.
You've been a member much longer than that.
Thank you for the compliment. Or I don't know, maybe that wasn't a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. I get so rarely a compliment from you, Commissioner Tarkanian, and I'll take it as I'll phrase it as a compliment then, okay? So anyways, okay, I have no other questions then. I did want to identify, we have a list of about 10 conditions here by the Minden Town Board and the town manager. And so I think that we have to respect all of those, and I hope that all of those will take effect. And it does say that the maintenance responsibility for items such as landscaping, open space, playground, pavilion, storm drain, alleyways, et cetera, would be the responsibility of the owner. And I would assume that would be the individual owner of the individual townhouse as they're bought, right? Or the owner of the project. Mr. Hames, maybe you can clarify that. I see you shaking your head yes and no.
AJ Hames from the DA's office. That is a reference to the owner of the project. And so that kind of goes back to what Linda was saying, is there will be an HOA that will maintain the open space in other areas eventually. In the meantime, one of the conditions is to create a, what was it called? A landscape. Essentially, it's an HOA, but it's just for landscaping so that there's not a crazy amount of weeds and trees growing everywhere and stuff like that during the construction period.
Okay. And is there a method of necessarily requiring, I mean, once again, we've had that situation where we've had a CC&Rs created and no HOA to enforce them. Can we enforce the installation of an HOA in this project?
AJ Hames again for the record. This is a little different because there is common area the ownership of that common space will be retained by an entity. And one of the conditions of this is the formation ultimately of an entity to maintain that. So essentially it's required.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, commissioners, anything else? Entertain a motion then, because we've had public comment. Do we have, okay. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, there's maybe two things. One, Ms. Moss raised a question about the right-of-way abandonment. I would just, on the record, if you would add that as a condition, my client's agreeable to accept and make that abandonment. I think that's a good administrative recommendation. So we're happy to accomplish that before the recordation of the final map. Secondly, we would object to the town of Minden's suggestion. It's actually one of their specific comments looks to be second to the last one, that there'd be no on-street parking. We do object to that. The imposition is that of that condition because it is in fact contrary to the project's overall approval that our clients acquired. They're living by every other aspect of that approval. We would expect that the county would abide by those same conditions and comments that have been provided to us originally. So I would like you to, if you're going to adopt Town of Minden's comments that Mr. Frisbee provided to you on May 5th, 2023, we would respectfully request that you omit that one. Okay. And then just as a matter of fact, with respect to landscape maintenance that Ms. Moss requested, in a conversation with her and the project's owner, he's agreeable to make those accomplish the landscape maintenance that's required now prior to the recordation of the final map. So thank you again for your consideration.
Commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Well, I'm all fuzzy on where we landed on parking, except that I think we know that Minden would like no parking on Monte Vista. The developer objects to that. I think Minden needs to perhaps look more deeply at creative solutions on Monte Vista, like one side of the street, certain hours of the day, whatever. But I don't think we've resolved that issue except, period. I don't think we've resolved that issue, but it's probably not resolvable by us right now. So I'm okay moving forward with that.
Okay, apparently our county manager has something to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, also former Minden Town Manager, which is why I'm offering some information. It pains my heart to say, clearly the town board is advisory to the county commission, and it's your discretion whether or not you want to include their commission or their condition. I would say that if the board chose not to today, the town board has potential options for recourse in the future. Specifically, Ms. Moss called out, there is a section of county code that would be enforceable, that if the town board wanted to, because potentially this became an issue in the future, if there was an actual problem with parking in the future, the town board could initiate an ordinance and recommend and bring forward an ordinance to this board for consideration that would be enforceable by the sheriff's office. The CCNR's recommendation is not necessarily enforceable. So there may be an option for you to kick that can and see if it becomes a problem at a later date, if that is your desire. It does not take away options of the Minden Town Board to bring this back to you if it becomes a problem.
Then I'll make a motion. I move that we approve application DP 23-0047 with conditions based on the recommendations of approval from the Planning Commission and Minden Town Board, parentheses, omitting the parking restriction on Monte Vista, parentheses, the staff report, public comment, and the applicant's ability to make the required findings, and including right-of-way abandonment.
I'll second.
Okay, I'm not going to try to repeat that. I'm just going to say, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the tentative subdivision map DP 23-0047 as stated by Commissioner Hales. Will that work for the clerk? Okay. Okay. Any further discussion, gentlemen, ladies? No? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
I'm sorry, the motion passed
5-0.
5-0. Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time.
I sense that we still need another break because this next item is may take a while. So why don't we take a break? It's 5:27. An 8-minute break would be work for you. Okay, we'll return at 5:35. Thank you. 5:12. I wish it was 12. Okay, it's 5:36, so I'm a minute late in getting back into session. So we will go into item number 9 on our agenda for possible action. Discussion to provide direction to the county manager related to a request by the Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement District, quote, in quotes, the district, to take corrective action pursuant to NRS 318515, that the Douglas County Board of Commissioners become the ex officio Board of Trustees of the district. Discussion may include the board's appointment of a qualified elector to fill an existing vacancy in the board's district's Board of Trustees, and being presented by our County Manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager, for the record. This item appears on your agenda at the request of the Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement District Board. At the direction of the board, the General Counsel for the district did forward a letter which is included in the packet today for your consideration. In addition, staff have prepared a variety of options, possibly in response to the requests by the district, just to kick off some discussion by the County Commission. I'm not going to go through those options with you. I think you've read them. At this point, I'm happy to defer back to the Commission for direction. I am available to answer any questions. I would advise you that there are members of the district board of trustees in the audience in case you wanted to defer time to them to speak to this matter as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, is there a presentation? Are you suggesting there is a presentation by their board to make to us or not?
No, sir, I'm just saying there are members available in the audience in case you wanted or had specific questions for them.
Okay. Commissioners, questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rice.
I have a concern that there is so much disagreement within their board, from what I understand, that I think that it would be a misstep for us to do a takeover of the GID. I think that they need to resolve their own problems. And if 20% of the people want to petition us to take over, that's one thing, but I don't want any perception that this board is doing a hostile takeover of their GID. And I respectfully think we should decline their request at this time and let them sort it out.
Okay, well, we need to, before we have motions and those things, I think we should hear from the public first, but go ahead.
That wasn't a motion, that was just an opinion.
Okay.
Exactly, and I was just going to echo those same opinions. I think you're 100% correct, at least with respect to there's a divided board, and it would be dangerous precedent for us to get involved before they made a decision.
Okay, so in regards to this going forward, I need to make a disclosure. Okay, I am a resident of Topaz Ranch Estates. It has been indicated by a former commissioner that it is I who brought this forward and not Jennifer Davidson, or for that matter, the GID board. That is not the case. It also claims that that I would gain, and this is quoting out of once again his email spread to the community. I don't know who, but I did gain a copy of it. It was forwarded to me because it affected me personally. That Gardner, quote, Gardner would personally gain financially. I don't know how I'm going to gain financially, my property taxes are already at the maximum, so I doubt if I would gain financially. It may actually cost me money out of my pocket for that matter. Okay, so I know that we have a number of options available to us today on this regard. But I will withhold comment, and I'll probably make a suggestion at the end of this, but I'm probably going to recuse myself from the vote. Okay, just to be completely upfront about that. Okay, so anyways, if there's no further comments or questions. I know that, so I'll defer to public comment now. Right? Any other questions, comments? Okay. Why don't we go to public comment on this? Once again, please silence your electronic devices. You have 3 minutes after you write your name on the pad and state your name. Thank you. Public comment.
Hello, my name is Patricia McGee, and I've lived out in Topaz Ranch Estates for 35 years. And we've seen a lot of things happen, but nothing like the last couple of years. We had the Tamarack fire that deforested the entire area and turned all of the
Ma'am,
south.
could you pull your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth so we could, I didn't catch your name either, please.
My name is Patricia McGee, and I've lived in Topaz Ranch Estates for 35 years. We have been slammed in the last few years with natural disasters. We had the Tamarack fire that deforested all the hills around us and has basically turned the entire South County into one big drainage basement. Then we had that terrible winter last year when we had ice and snow, and it really took a very big toll on our roads. Going back to our roads, and Mr. Gardner, you seemed concerned earlier about old development agreements, but when Topaz Ranch Estates was created, nobody wanted to live out there, so we had a few paved roads and all the rest were left to dirt, which was okay when we moved there in 1988, but now that my 2018 car doesn't like those roads too much anymore, now that they've been destroyed by the floods and the runoff from the spring. We have a board out here that is working their tails off, and they have gotten a lot accomplished. And honestly, when I walked in here tonight, I was going to encourage the county to take over. But I've been shocked at some of the behavior I have seen at this meeting. Ms. Hales in particular. When you had this discussion about this small drainage ditch and this little group of people out on Cortez, you seemed to indicate that it really wasn't worth any county time anymore to work with such a small group of people, and perhaps we should reserve that for a larger group. Well, there's 750 lots in TRE, so I would hope that we might qualify as a larger group. I'm also shocked because I was a county employee of several different counties for a total of 18 years. And my job as a county employee was to serve the public, all of the public, not a big group, not a small group, not a developer, the individual that came to me for help. And I would hope that this county manager is encouraging county staff to work with the county. That's why you guys are here, not for anything else at all. So there's a lot of issues here. Mr. Tarkanian, I really respect and admire you for offering assistance and stating that the county should help. The county should help. The rest of you, I'm not sure where you all stand, but this has been a shocking meeting, so I'm not so sure anymore that I want the county involved at all, unless you are really going to offer us some substantial help. I would like you to tell us what that help might be. Otherwise, even though, yes, we're a little bit dysfunctional, but we're family, we are extremely self-resilient out there, and we will help each other. We don't worry too much about getting sued by our neighbors because we work with our neighbors. And I think this board can get their act together. They all know me, right? So So this is a joke among friends, but I'm kind of hoping at this point, unless you offer substantial help to this whole, and it's the whole South County. It's not just TRE. Look at Penrod. Look at the roads down at Topaz
Okay,
Lake.
so I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes has expired, so I don't like cutting you off, but.
Just one comment. I would like you guys to drive out there. I would like you to take your cars and drive out there. And that's it. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Additional public comment, please.
Good evening. Michael J. Tanner. I'm a board member of the Topaz Ranch GID. And I just, I want what's best for the people first and foremost. But I'm a little concerned about how this came forward. I've got a lot of concerns about it, actually. We don't have time to detail it, and I won't even talk about our ditches. But anyway, it says a corrective action, and I can't really seem to find what we're being corrected for. So anyway, during our September 15th board meeting, it was put on the agenda that it was a shared desire by the board to have the county take us over. And I don't believe that to be factual. I know other board members that didn't think that was so. I have documents from the taxation board that said we're in compliance. Some extensions were filed during the previous treasurer's tenure, and that's all cleaned up. I mean, I can't seem to find any discrepancies in what we're doing. Yes, as Patricia said, we're a little dysfunctional, but we're working hard to get it together and make things better. And in all honesty, it would be a whole lot easier to punt this thing to the county and get away from all the hard work and the trouble we've been going through. I mean, I work at least 2 to 7 hours every day between FEMA and GID items, and I'm not so sure that you guys have the resources to shorten that time up any or to help us out any better than what we're accomplishing. I mean, we actually got all of our FEMA in ahead of the county, and it's going to the state. It's going through. Out of the 3 projects that were such a big danger, one's repaired, the other one's in process, and we're getting a bid on the 3rd one. In fact, the guy's trying to hang around for me tonight to do that. So, I mean, I don't know. I really don't understand this. I think that it certainly needs more discussion before it even gets to you guys among us. I mean, I think we need to put our heads together as a board and as a community and figure out what's best for everybody else and put our own headstrong BS aside. So anyway, I strongly urge you guys to set this aside, because I don't think it's in the best interest of anyone, the citizens of Douglas County or TRE. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Hi, I'm Lisa Sambo, treasurer of the GID TRE. I have a long list of things that have been going on at TRE, and I could start by reading it, but I'm going to make it real fast. None of our stuff was up to date. The USDA, you know how you get a loan, you get refunds. None of that was up to date. We've got 2 bookkeepers in. They're doing an awesome job. We're up to date. We got everything put together. Yes, we are dysfunctional, and I've never been bullied so much, cussed at, yelled at, told I've been laundering money, but I'm going to work hard to keep this, and I'd appreciate it if you let us do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm David Cola. I'm a vice chairman of TRE GID. I talked to you a couple months ago, and I said we needed some help. I've met with several of you, and as part of my studies and my review of all of our documents and everything else, I think it's in the best interest of the GID to turn itself over to the county commissioners. I don't see any way that we can ever take and repair the roads in TRE. I've looked at all of our bills for the last year, for the last 7 months, since I became the treasurer in January. Up until 2 months ago, I was the treasurer for the GID. I've reviewed all our bank statements and determined what we're paying. And our bills were astronomical compared to what we were getting in revenues. I have some suggestions I'm going to have on our next board meeting to partially correct it. But I don't see any way of solving the problem. Based on that, right now our taxes are maxed out. We can never get enough money in our taxes to solve our problems. We've had a bunch of work that we've done. We have stuff into FEMA to get some reimbursements for the disaster we had in March, but that won't take care of our problems. That's a Band-Aid on some of it. I have suggestions for our engineer on future road projects or water projects. Okay, that'll repair some of the roads. Right now, we have 26 miles of roads to maintain. We get $217,000 this year for all of our maintenance and repairs, expenses, everything. How can you maintain 26 miles of road with $216,000? It's impossible. I've worked in the water and road industry for over 50 years as an engineer. I've done cost estimates. I've done operated water systems. I've maintained roads. I've built roads all over this country. You can't do it. And for that reason, I think the county should take over the GID. They have resources that we will never have. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Donna Tanner for the record. I had a bunch of stuff written down too, but honestly, we are dysfunctional, and I won't say we aren't, but we are family. And I have to say, at the last board meeting, it was confusing because of this notion that we were somehow in violation of filing an untimely audit. People didn't really understand what was going on because the discussion that ensued really was the county's coming over on a white horse and they're going to fix our roads, do our ditches, and put money in the coffers that we don't have. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I can tell you a lot of people are talking like they think it's true. I guess my question is, what is the intention of the county if they do take it over? We want what's best for TRE, but we also know that TRE needs to work their own problems out, and they need to get things organized and understood and start working together so that we can be self-reliant and take care of ourselves. And I think that's really available if we just all put our heads together. So, like I said, there was a lot of things I wanted to say, but I think we're totally capable of doing this. And unless, like Patricia said, there's financially a lot of stuff that can be done to help us further, I think TRE needs to get their stuff together and take care of themselves. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Council for Douglas County. I wouldn't help these people. I'd build that jail for $100 million instead. I wouldn't give them a dime from the American Rescue Plan Act, the $8 million that you maladministrated to these people struggling over here to get their roads and their act together so they can self-govern themselves. Don't give them a dime. I think you should be ashamed of yourselves, especially you, Gardner, living out there, making everybody suffer for a dime, for a nickel, for a little bit of help. Miss Charla Hales won't even give an inch on 10 grand. Who do you think you are? You just smile over there like you got these answers and everything like that? You're not for the people. You're enriching your constituents and your shareholders and your stakeholders. That's all you care about. You're not an American. You're corporate subject citizens. You're totally entrenched in a deficit spending model, totally disconnected from the natural order and from your geography, from your heritage. You're not even real people. Certainly haven't corrected your status. You're bonded as a U.S. corporate subject citizen slave, programmed by time is money. The biggest complaint you have is not having enough time or money, and then you find yourself in seats of power, deficit spending political municipalities, practicing the same thing on the state and federal level that you're practicing here, bleeding the people dry. Filthy rich. Richest county in the state of Nevada won't even help their own people without grilling them over nickels and dimes. I swear to God, we're going to find the way to hold you accountable and come for your property. We know what you're doing is unlawful and illegal. We know who you are. You don't know who you are, but we know who you are. You're destroying this country. You're destroying this planet with the way that you think. You're deviant of the law of time. You're deviant of the natural order. You got a high school education and you find yourself in the most powerful seat in Nevada? You think you know something, sir? You may be good with details and have a sense of humor, but you don't know a whole lot of nothing about this Nevada here, or whole systems, or the law. You're going to find out the hard way.
Additional public comment?
You there? Fred Farley, 30-year resident, TRE, for the record. We've heard the board members and their other people from TRE describe the board as a dysfunctional family tonight 3 times. Would this board rules, Douglas County, would you people be comfortable describing yourselves as a dysfunctional family? Let's put that aside for a moment, because sometimes it might apply. But let's put that aside for a moment and just assume that you are totally comfortable describing yourselves as a dysfunctional family. There's a big difference between you and the board and TRE. You have staff. We have no staff. At the last meeting of the board, and I've attended these meetings for the last 3 years regularly. 2 years ago, a different board, consisting of different people because there are elections, put together a plan and drilled a second well for us. We only had one well. We needed a backup, pretty much of a consensus. Went through all the steps, all the machinations, all the funding required, and did it successfully. That well's coming online soon. Okay? Everything changed in January. Staff underneath us, that is people with shovels in their hands, not people in cubicles, quit. Basically, all the staff turned over. The few staff that are still there is threatening to quit. The person who holds the license to make the water flow is threatening to quit, I'm told. I will get back to you on that because I'm researching it. But the one thing that was discussed at the last meeting, Mr. Cole, I hope you don't mind if I mention your name. You made a stellar presentation with numbers that all added up, passed my smell test, that said we were broke on the road side of the budget. Nobody addressed the water side. This is 3 months into the, it's not very far, into the fiscal year budget. We just passed a budget, and now we're broke. Mr. Acola provided the numbers that to me demonstrated at least a concern worth looking into. I stood up at that meeting and I asked the other board members if they had any comment whatsoever on Mr. Acola's numbers. There was no comment. The only comment consisted of, trust us, we know what we're doing. Well, that sounds like a dysfunctional family to me. This board, absolutely, I've been for local control the entire time I've lived in GRE. This board, whether the money's there or whether the money isn't there, they are not in a professional position to administer it properly. You folks are. You have staff that is, if you're not. We don't have staff. We need you to consider this proposition at the appropriate time, and when it comes back before you, should it do so, I hope that you would give it some thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Oh, okay. No additional public comment? Then we'll bring it back to the board. A couple of things. First of all, Mr. Gibson, it's Nevada, not Nevada. So, anyways, okay, very good. Not going to get in an argument with you, thank you. Okay. Anyways, okay. Once again, okay. Let's understand, for those in the audience and for our public listening online, what a general improvement district is, because I think that's a very important nuance in this whole thing. Okay, general improvement districts, I believe we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 plus throughout the county, and their revenue is based on ad valorem taxes they charge. If I'm, and correct me if I'm make a mistake here, Ms. Davidson, but their income is based on ad valorem taxes from the from their property taxes, and that's what they in some GIDs have full control of all their water, storm drainage, and roads, as the Topaz Ranch Estates GID has. Some are only responsible for their water, some are only responsible for their roads, and some other aspects of responsibility. And the Topaz Ranch Estates is in that ballgame. So it's not within the. They have the responsibility of repairing their roads and their water infrastructure based on their ad valorem tax. So it's not a county entity. It's a separate political entity. Okay, so not only for the members of the public here, but also for the members that are listening online. I think that's an important distinction to make. With that being made, as I understand it, in talking with legal counsel, when a GID's ability to perform comes into question, it triggers several aspects of Nevada Revised Statutes 318515, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ritchie. And there are two processes, as I understand it, that a GID can go. We can be notified by, as I understand it, the Department of Taxation that a GID is in default. And also, there's another trigger there that's available to the residents of a GID, in that they can circulate a petition asking for that action to take place as well. It comes before the board. Those are the two triggers? Are there more triggers than that?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Yes, those are the two provisions under NRS 318.515. There are other provisions in NRS, but for your discussion, yes, those are the two triggers.
Okay, so in light of that, I'm going to make a suggestion to my fellow commissioners, but I'm not going to make a motion, and I'm not going to vote on this. But in light of the discussion we've had today from the different members of the community, and we have 4 illustrated options here that we can take place, or a combination thereof. Okay, I'm not necessarily comfortable, and I would hope that the board is not, would join me in that. I'm not comfortable with necessarily taking it upon ourselves to enact the provision 1 of NRS 318515. But number one, the number one illustrated is respectfully decline the request of the TRE GID to take over corrective action pursuant. I would hope that perhaps a motion would be include that option. Secondly, I would like to hear more from the residents of Douglas of TRE, and so I would encourage them to submit and circulate a petition to get a better feel for the residents' feelings down there. They also, as has been indicated, they're down a trustee right now, and I think it's important that they try to fill that. Now, apparently the previous chairman resigned as of July 21st of 2023, and the NRS does specify that if a trustee submits his resignation, the affected board has 30 days, shall appoint within 30 days. And so that appointment was done, or that resignation was done on July 21st of 2023, as I understand it. The board down there, the TRE Board of Trustees, has not filled that vacancy as of yet. But I do understand that they have a meeting coming up next Wednesday, and hopefully they have members of their community that wish to step forward and fill that vacancy. So I would hope that we perhaps allow them to do that also by action at their next board meeting. If they fail to do so, then NRS does direct us to, within 30 days, select that fifth trustee. So I think those are the three actions that are probably appropriate today. So anyways, so Mr. Tanner, I understand your desire, but we're past public comment. So, okay, thank you. Board, I'll entertain a motion. What are your thoughts? Those are my thoughts. I'm going to, once again, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote because I am affected. I am a resident of that community. Okay. Legal counsel, okay? Legal counsel says that because I participated in the deliberations, I've stepped forward now and I don't have the ability to recuse myself. Is that right? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I appreciate you. I opened my mouth and I stepped right into it, didn't I? Okay. Thank you for restraining that beforehand. I would have prevented myself then. Okay. So, anyways. Okay. So, anyways, I won't then restrain myself from this vote, but I've communicated my thoughts. What are your thoughts, Ms. Hales?
I just want to share my thoughts, which are the South County's been on my mind. I have been worried because you've taken a couple of natural disaster hits, and I've driven your roads. I know what they're like. It's not a sustainable situation there. I'm concerned about your financial ability to address the situation in front of you. I do feel compassion about your situation. I have no desire to take over. I do not want to take over your business. If you come to us and you want us to help, that's different. I would look at that. I would want to help if we could, but I don't want to help if it's not wanted. No way do I want to take over.
Commissioner Noah.
Well, for a change, I would agree with Ms. Hales. I'm looking at the ad valorem part of it. For what you need, that's a pittance. In order to repair, and I wonder how many miles of roads are in total disrepair, that
26.
all 26 miles are in disrepair. Are they drivable? Whether they're drivable or not, I mean, if we're going to do this, we're going to have to set some priorities. And if you've got 26 miles of road that are totally destroyed, then we have a problem. A big problem. However, if there are roads that are passable, maybe you don't put repair on them now, put it on later. But you're going to have to stay within that 217,000 or whatever the number was, I can't recall. But whatever it is, it's not enough to keep going. So I think the only road open to you is, which is I think probably where a lot of companies who don't do things correctly, is to dissolve. And that's my opinion.
Commissioner Tarkanian, do you wish to weigh in on this?
Gave my opinion earlier. I will say that there needs to be some help with respect to getting money for your roads. I had some communications with one of you in some emails. If you contact me again, I can give you some ideas that I had, and after some communications I had with some different government agencies.
And Commissioner Rice.
I think I stated my opinion earlier. I am definitely opposed to a hostile takeover. I believe that you have a problem, you know you have a problem, and I think that we ought to give you the latitude to fix your problem. The last thing I want is to march down there in tanks and say, okay, we're here. That doesn't work. So I would suggest that we respectfully decline the request to take over the TRE Improvement District and let you work out your problems unless and until you come to us and ask us to take over.
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to respectfully decline the request by the Tavos Rich Estates General Improvement District to take corrective action pursuant to NRS 318515 with no further direction. Is that right? Okay. Is that the motion?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just a clarifying question on the motion. Under NRS, if there's a vacancy that hasn't been filled for more than 30 days, which is the case here, it's been over 60, the Board of County Commissioners shall appoint someone to fill that vacancy. Is there an interest by the board to make that appointment today or set it, direct staff to bring it forward? What is the board's will on that issue?
I would direct staff to put that on the next agenda if Topaz hasn't solved that by the time we have our next meeting.
Okay.
So
what's that? Can we? Okay, so I'm informed that should the TRE GID fail to be able to come to an agreement on an appointment at their meeting next Wednesday night, that it would default to us automatically based on NRS. However, we would not be able to get it onto our agenda as soon as October 19th. So I would suggest that then we would have to, could we do that by the November 2nd meeting? Okay, so we could do that by the next November 2nd meeting. So perhaps that should be an amendment to their motion. Would you?
I'm wondering if, and it does feel like time is of the essence here because we're already behind the deadline set forward in NRS. Maybe we just put it on the October 19th and then we pull it if they've appointed someone by the time by the time we get to October 19th.
However, that doesn't, Commissioner Hales, that doesn't give us time to properly notice and ask for applicants.
Plus
okay?
it's up in Lake
And
Tahoe.
the reason I think that this
That's true.
happened is that there was a misunderstanding by their board that they had to formally accept the previous chairman's resignation that occurred on July 21st. And so that action, as I understand it, didn't take place until last night, the formal acceptance of that. And then I was informed by our legal counsel in that process that that formal recognition of the acceptance wasn't required, but that was their understanding. So they were under a misunderstanding in regards to their time, because they were under the understanding that once they accepted that resignation, they had 30 days to react.
Oh, I see. So
Okay.
how about I move to amend the motion to add that we take action on the first meeting in November to appoint a member to the Topaz Ranch Estates GID if there is still a vacancy after their next meeting.
I believe that's appropriate. So would you have a second on that motion or that amendment? Second by Commissioner Noah Sad. Okay. So, okay, we have a motion on the table in a proposed amendment. So do we have any discussions on that amendment? Okay. Sensing no discussion on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye on the amendment.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0 on the amendment. Now the main motion to respectfully decline the request of the TRE-GID to take action, corrective action in regards to NRS 318-515 and bring back to this board at our first meeting in November action to fill the vacancy of the trustee should the TRE-GID fail to come to a conclusion at their next meeting. Is that right? Okay. So any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll vote on that and I'll say aye also. So that's 5-0. So is that, Mr. Acola, I believe you're serving now as the de facto chair because your chair resigned and you are now your vice chair, so you've moved up to chair, right? So you have an action that will then come before you next Wednesday, and we ask that you respectfully attempt to, I know you have 4 members, and we'll see how that works out, okay? If not, then this board will be taking action on November, I believe November 2nd is our next meeting, so, okay? Thank you very much. Okay. Wow, okay, well, that's dispensed with. I haven't broken any records on time yet, so anyways. And hopefully we won't. We have one item left, item 10, and then we'll have closing public comment. Item 10 is for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Who wants to go first? Commissioner Hales, you want to go first?
I like sharing the things that I've been working on, but not when it's this time of the day after all day. So next time. But I do have an agenda item that I feel is time sensitive that I want to explain, and that is I'm aware that there is a very significant discrepancy between the caseload of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace and the East Fork Township Justice of the Peace. And I am concerned about that. And I feel that we have a window of opportunity that provides some level of fairness right now to look at that right away. So we took a motion to appoint someone today, And if we look at the workloads, the situations between the two justices of the peace, the work, and what the current status is, and if we get information about that, and if we look at possible scenarios under which that could be more balanced, if we can do that in the next few months, then anyone who may want to apply for election to that position would have plenty of notice before the January filing period. So I would love to have a situation where Tahoe has adequate population to have their own township and to not have this significant disparity. I wish that were the case, but it's not. And I don't think it serves our county well to have such a significant disparity. And so I would like to look at that right away.
Is that your final report? Okay. Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Nosad, Commissioner Rice.
As with my fellow commissioner, I had this long list. However, due to the fact that it's almost 6:30, my TTD didn't happen because of a lack of a quorum. LTVA has been canceled, TDVA has been canceled, and I need a drink.
Okay, and I will forego any. I did attend the NACO convention and in Elko, and also the critical issues Business Council Critical Issues Forum up at the lake. So those were both enjoyable experiences. I have to admit that years ago, in knowing and working on behalf of the election of Cassandra Jones to Justice of the Peace for East Fork, that there was a perceived imbalance of cases loads at that time, which was 6 years ago, right? So I concur with you, Commissioner Hales, that perhaps now is a great opportunity to a window of opportunity to take a look at that. So I'm asking staff, in concurrence with yourself, Ms. Davidson, if we could have, I guess, who would that do? Would that be Mark Jackson, or would that be Doug Ritchie, or staff would? Okay, you'll figure that out. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say also. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I'm pleased to report we have over 1,000 respondents to our strategic plan survey. Our final public workshop will be October 9th at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency building that's at 128 Market Street up at State Line. I'd encourage anyone who has not had an opportunity to join the conversation to please engage with us. We'd love to hear from them. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go to our final agenda item, which is closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Thank you.
Hi.
Sorry to delay you. Hope Sullivan, East Valley. Next week, the Planning Commission will be asked to extinguish the conservation easement associated with the open space of Plan Development 05011. I'm here today to ask you to protect open space. A few months ago, this board approved a contract to look at the TDR program to improve its efficacy. There's another land use tool in this county that's being used to protect open space, the Plan Development, also known as the PD. This tool is frequently used in residential areas to allow for flexibility of dimensional criteria in exchange for open space. The PD regulations provide quantitative and qualitative requirements for open space. The resulting open space has tremendous value to those who view it, much like the view of a golf course or a lake. I often talk about the rules of the game. I thought the rules of the game were in the municipal code. The open space for the PD should meet the quantitative and qualitative requirements of the PD, and changes to the PD should follow the due process outlined in the code. I've learned this is not the case. The rules of the game are as follows. Number 1, find designated open space east of East Valley Road that was created as part of a PD, as opposed to an unencumbered piece of land. Since it is designated as open space, you'll get a better price than if it's unencumbered. Strip it of any easements. Maybe, I'm not sure, amend the PD per the code once you've sunk $500,000 into it for a flood control basin, despite the qualitative requirements of the code, and build a flood control basin. My neighbors and I have reached out to some of you. When we did this, my neighbors told me it will be a waste of time. They'll change the rules. I said, no, we have a new group. I think they're good. I think they're going to follow the rules. I trust them. Was I wrong? Next week, when the Planning Commission considers extinguishing an open space conservation easement that was created as part of PD 05011, it will be asked to find that retention of this conservation easement is impractical or impossible to accomplish. I'm going to say that again. Impractical or impossible to accomplish. This easement's been there for 15 years with no problems that I'm aware of. That's a high bar. In 2005, the Board of County Commissioners put that bar in place to protect this open space. And the Planning Commission is being asked to extinguish it, and you will be asked to extinguish it. Just as the board in 2005 protected this land, I would hope you will too. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
There's no more sign-in sheet. There is a pen. Let's find out what I wrote 6 hours ago. Forgotten. I'm Dorothy Dean. I live up at the lake. I am from Texas, you may remember, and I've been up here 20 years. I wanted to talk about how Douglas County's vacation rental scheme is taxation without representation. Number 1, and this is short, don't worry, there's only 2. Number 1 is, by prohibiting vacation rentals in the valley, the board has insulated and removed themselves from the burdens, both personal and financial, that vacation rentals impose on a neighborhood, and the constituents the board is supposed to serve. Mr. Rice, since resolving his problem VHR issue, has been speaking and voting as though he lives in Minden. Sorry, Wes, but 2, by engineering the language of the Vacation Rental Advisory Board to specifically exclude anyone who has ever publicly expressed a negative opinion about vacation rentals, is denying the citizens of Douglas County their First Amendment right to express and to hear the full range of opinions on an issue that is unconstitutional, and this was implemented by this board for the benefit of the parasitic vacation rental industry at the expense of Douglas County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment?
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. I had a refined notice to agency, but I see here that there's an attempt to hack into my email. So we will circumnavigate the refined notice and go right to the meat and potatoes. The record will show that today is Gregorian, October the 5th. Location at 1616 8th Street is the Minden, Nevada Historic Courthouse. Today is Electric Moon 16, Kin 245 in the natural time count. Jason Gibson, by means of special appearance on behalf of the safety and security of the House of Gibson and constituent citizens of Douglas County, hereby place Agent Mark Gardner and his agency, affiliates, shareholders, stakeholders, business partners doing business as Douglas County Board of County Commissioners, your associates, Amy Bergens, the Treasurer, Sheriff Dan Coverly, Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie, Deputy DA Mark Jackson, County Manager Jennifer Davidson, CFO Terry Willoughby, that oral requests along with written requests for your written oath of record along with a copy of your surety bond and your job description along with COVID vaccination records have been formally requested both orally and in writing for the purpose of redress of grievances. For the perpetual violation of basic civil rights and liberties, including but not limiting to the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. Whereas Chairman Mark Gardner, the pink shirt politician from California, is seated within these chambers today, and whereas Agent Gardner knowingly, intentionally, and willingly violates the rights of constituent citizens, obstructing peaceful assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of press, in this case social media, censoring routinely the YouTube of this meeting, manipulating the comments and shutting down those public comments to the YouTube Douglas County channel, restricting or eliminating public input via Zoom and teleconferencing, and granting himself and his colleagues special privy to appear by Zoom. Gardner and his colleagues continue to molest, censor, delete, and alter public comments posted to DC YouTube channel, whereas public servant Mark Gardner and his colleagues have censored public input by removing public bulletin boards used by the people here in this historic courthouse to conduct the people's business, and whereas the pink politician Mark Gardner frequently spills his milk and cookies during public assembly, exploding into neurotic fits of rage and adolescent behavior in the public, where he's laughing right now trying to make a joke out of a serious notice, which is it's going to stick. This one's going to stick, I promise you. Whereas Mark Gardner and his affiliate business partners are unfit to conduct the public affairs on behalf of the people in Douglas County, which is precisely why him and his commissioners would not support Tarkanian and his public park assembly. And that's about it, folks. You can have hats and boots and come from California and find yourself with a high school diploma sitting on the Board of County Commissioners, just like Mark Gardner and his colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there any additional public comment? I have one additional public comment. Okay. Last weekend, we concluded I believe it's 103 candy dance in the town of Genoa. And a local artist by the name of Tina Faulkner did a watercolor of the Genoa Town Community Church that was founded in 1859, and then she had a major painting much larger than this. Quite honestly, I could not afford to bid on the original, but anyway, she has these available. This is called an artist pigment print, or in French, giclée, as I understand it. This is number 2 of 100. I got beat out by number 1 of 100 by the town manager at that time, David Qualls. But anyways, these are available to the public. I'm going to make a public pitch to help them, because these are $45, and 25% of the income that they raise for this is going into the restoration of this church, a very important landmark in our community. So I would encourage members of the public who wish to acquire their copy. 1 and 2 are gone. I don't know how many others are gone, but they're available, I believe, at the Genoa Town Hall for $45. Once again, 25% will go to the restoration of this facility. Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. Anyways, with that, Mr. Ritchie has something additional.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, although I thought I made it clear earlier, public records requests should be made to the custodian of records. Records regarding the oath of office should be made to the Douglas County clerk. Requests for medical records, which are protected under the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, are deemed confidential by law and will not be disclosed. If any member of the public desires information or records, public records, they should direct themselves to the county's website, or if they need personal help, the county manager's office can help. And I am also available to help anybody who needs a public record and doesn't feel that they have received an adequate response.
Thank you. And with that, there's nothing left on the agenda. The meeting is hereby adjourned.